Okay, good morning.
Good
We have
morning.
just a little technical issue before we launch our sponsors, so we'll be right back with you. To you, producer, Reed.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Good morning and welcome back. How are you doing, Paul? How are you doing, John? Good morning, Judy.
Ready to go.
Morning, everyone.
Ready to go. Day 5. Can you believe that? Wow, what a week. So good morning, everyone. It is 6:45. We start every day at 6:45 here in California, live from the ePortrait studio in Los Angeles. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 5 of Online Race Industry Week. I am Francis Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePortrait. We have people watching us from all over the world. So good morning to all of you in the United States, in Canada, in Latin America, in South America. Good afternoon to you in Europe. Good evening in the Middle East. I should say, good afternoon, good evening in South Africa as well. We had some guests last night on it too. Good night to all our friends in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and all over Asia. What an event, what a week. And to know that we have all of you around the globe tuned into this event, it makes us, we're delighted. There is no other way to say it. There was a panel last night with that Paul organized with the media that says so many nice things about this industry. And that was, what a great moment. So, with me today, we have Judy King. Judy is the co-founder of ePortrait, and we have John Kilroy, who is the Chief of Content and Audience Development for ePortrait. Paul, I'm going to start with both of them, and then we'll come to you. John, Judy, and I, as I said every morning, we have worked together for over 20 years before we got together in 2018 to launch the ePortrait platform. And really what we wanted to do is, this is an industry we love so much. We have dedicated our life to this industry. And, in 2018, we wanted to come up with, taking advantage of the technologies in today's world to help our industry, embrace the 21st century and come with better way, faster way, more efficient way, and kind of like, offer the tools available in today's world to help this industry connect, 24/7, 365 worldwide. But then nobody could have expected 2020 and COVID. There were some people that thought that we created COVID that was because that was benefiting our platform. So no, we have nothing to do with COVID. It just happened that we built a tool for over 2.5 years that suddenly became the perfect solution for the current situation. But that was not enough. We thought there is the human aspect that was missing. What else could we do? And we came up with the ePortrait Live Tech webinars every Wednesday, where we invited suppliers, buyers, race team, dealers, you name it, and people would be getting together for an hour over technical questions, business questions, and John did a magnificent job at running those webinars, and they became really something else. And that's when we thought, it looks like there won't be shows at the end of the year, okay, this summer. And we called Paul and we said, Paul, look, we created something that is really helping. Would you consider joining us and try to do a full week of those? Because that's what, imagine what it could do. And Paul says, oh my God, yeah, I'm in. He didn't even ask more. He said, let's do it. Let's make it happen. So Paul came, put all his energy, his magic into it. The racer team embraced the idea. We, got all together with the ePortrait team, and we're producing 5 days. There's never been a racing industry event in the world as run for 5 days, number one. Number two, 55 hours of live webinars, never been done before. It's tiring, I can say it. Jesus, oh my God, I'm ready for bed. But it's so much fun. There's so much energy coming out of this, and so much passion, so much enthusiasm, so much feedback. That's pretty spectacular. So before we go into this, I would like to say a big thank you to Paul and Judy and John for, have been wonderful partners to produce this. So without any further introduction, please welcome the one and only Paul Fanner, founder, president, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing. Paul, on to you.
Thank you, Francisque, and thank you for the chance to work with all of you. This is one of the highlights of my long career in this business, has been the passion and energy we've shared in bringing this week to life. And it's been so rewarding. As you could tell yesterday, I wanted to express my gratitude to everyone in the industry. I miss you. And it's just great to see these faces, many of which have been on this journey with me for 40 years, but more than 40 years. It's great to see them and be with them. And you're right, it feels personal, doesn't it, when we're talking to these? Because it is. This business is a business built on relationships. And the fact that you all at ePartrade have such fantastic relationships within the industry and we're able to pull this together is a testament to your character and your and what you do, that people believe in you. And we do too here at Racer. I do want to pause today. I haven't done this yet really enough. I want to thank our team at Racer, starting with our editor-in-chief, Lawrence Foster. You know, we make this, which is Racer Magazine. And people have been asking me, how do you subscribe? Just go to info.racer.com. That's the best way you can support us. For $39 a year, you get the print edition 6 times a year, plus the full digital archive back to 2011. I also want to thank Mark Glendenning, editor of Racer.com, Andrew Krast, our longstanding associate editor of Racer.com, and Steve Nicholas, who actually helped us launch Racer back in the beginning. They're the team powering Racer.com during this. Marshall Pruitt, Robin Miller, Kelly Crandall, Chris Medlin, Marty Fioca, Richard James, and Eric Johnson provide the bulk of the content on Racer.com. That's taken us to record heights this year. We've had more than 6 million people come to the website through the end of users, 6 million users. That's individual users come to this site through the end of November. So I think they like what they're seeing here, and I'm very excited about today. You know, we're going to have Bobby Rahal kick it off here in a few minutes. I've known Bobby since 1974 when we were young lads, and he had hair. And Bobby is a hero of mine. I've cheered for Bobby all the way through, even as a young guy. He was really exciting to watch in a racing car, and I admire his team, and they've had a hell of a good year this year. We'll talk about that. We're going to have Mark Rushbrook, Global Head of Ford Performance and Motorsports, on at noon. And my friend Jim Campbell will join us at 4. He runs GM Performance and Motorsports and oversees the truck business and performance accessories business. So he has a broad view of the industry. And he's just a terrific guy. I really enjoy whatever time I get to spend with him. So I want to remind everybody, you can still register, tell your friends, join in. This is a not to be missed day, the final day. We've saved a lot of the best for last. So go to ePartrade.com, register, join the fun, have your friends do it. You know, be here, see the rest of the day, get your friends on board. To you, Judy.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. I first want to share, last night I went to an event. I joined the Turn 14 Distribution Period Correct Capsule event in Costa Mesa. And Daryl really knows how to put on a good event. They unveiled 2 project race cars that were slated to be shown at the end of the year trade shows. And they did this for the car builders and their brands that poured in so many hours into these race cars. What an elegant project to do for them, since the world kind of went upside down this year. So they brought on several brands and partners that were there that I saw, like AEM Electronics and Toyo Race Cars. So saw Mr. BC floating around the event from BC Moto Engineering. And I met so many new people that first time meets, and they've been watching our event. It was so heartwarming to actually hear what web technical supplier seminars they enjoyed the most. So that was just so confirming of what we're doing. So it was nice to meet everybody last night. So we'd like to thank each and every one of our sponsors. They believe in this platform. You're going to see all their product and technology on this platform. Thank you for supporting this week and what we're doing. And our hosts, Jeff, Brad, Joe, what talent and knowledge they're bringing to us. And more importantly, they're just putting our suppliers at ease and making the most of these technical webinars. So I cannot thank you all so much. And if you haven't registered yet for ePartrade, please do. It's just like having a trade show badge. We have suppliers showcasing their product and technology on this platform. ones that you're not even seeing this week. So we're thankful to all of them. It's a new way of doing business. It's just a new world we're living in, I gotta say, and we're taking this industry into the future. We're trying to. So keep your eyes on us. You never know what we might do next. John.
All right, thank you, Judy. Yeah, I can't imagine the month of December without an event like Online Race Industry Week. I mean, the month of December, the quiet would have been deafening for me to not have this event. So I'm having a ball, and I'm really grateful too. And then I just want to mention that a trade show experience is kind of what we're trying to get to here. And surprise is often the best moment in a trade show, because you see something you didn't expect to see. You see something brand new. And I think that happened over and over again this week. So if you watch the speed diagnostics webinar, you made a new commitment to analyze your oil more often, make it a steady part of your program. If you watch the Turbo Smart webinar, you may have decided to make a commitment to really master electronic control of boost. And then when we watched the Brembo webinar, you may have just rethought your braking program as another way to pick up seconds. So there are things like that happening over and over again in the tech webinars, where you get that one golden nugget and make a commitment, and you're either faster next year, or if you have a racing business, you're more profitable. Brand names that have been participating with webinars: Stand 21, Turn 14, Fissner, CP Carrillo. I can't mention them all. Hera Enterprise, Still Racing Products, IBOC, Intercop Racing Radios, on and on and on. Trailer Alarms, Molly Motorsports, World Products, HMS Motorsports, SCAT. I'm out of breath. So we've had those moments of surprises provided by just some of the best brand names in racing. And when it comes up to today, we'll have more of that. So Paul mentioned some of the stars, but get ready for Phytech fuel injection, Shock of Technology, Penske Racing Shocks, Edge Welding Cups. Doing TIG welding, you gotta watch this one. Exodyne, Miller Electric, ARA, friends with ARA are stopping by for a webinar. Tilton Engineering, Race Fan, Aviate Oil Systems. So the tech continues today. The opportunity to be surprised with something you don't know happens today. So stay tuned. Francis?
Well, thank you, John. I mean, you say it so elegant, you say it so beautifully. you say it so perfectly. I couldn't say the word.
I think the word you're looking for, très elegant.
This is the beauty of being live, you know. And when you put a French guy in the middle, things like that happen, you know. But no, I mean, what a week! What a that was an inspiration. And you said it was just like, you know, we got the best of the best, and in the middle, all those tech webinars. I love the Brembo yesterday. It was so Billy Johnson, who was their guest, was testing, you know, his car on Sebring. So he pulls him into the webinar with his racing suit and say, "Oh, you dressed up?" I said, "No, I just got out of the car and I'm going back in." I mean, this was great. I mean, this is so much fun, so much excitement. I enjoyed all. I mean, you could hear from, you know, sanctioning bodies all together, IMSA, SCCA, SVRS are all together sharing, you know, their year. Yesterday, King of Hammer, Pike Speaks together with Crandon and the National Association of Diesel Motorsport. I mean, just all together. The crew chief panel. I mean, the best NHRA crew chief in the world getting all together, chit-chatting and telling, you know, exchanging tips on how to tune those cars, etc. But it is 6:59 and we start always on the clock. So without any further introduction, I am going to bring a very special guest this morning, somebody who I'm also personally a big fan of. So I am not going to introduce him. I'm going to let Paul Pfanner bring our guest. I see his name popping up. Then all of us will disappear, and then good morning, sir.
Good morning. Bonjour, as I say.
Bonjour, Bobby.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judy.
You are on. Paul will see you in 50 minutes. Enjoy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, good morning, Robert Woodward Ray Hall. How are you?
I'm good. How about you, PP?
Yeah, thank you. We've known each other for a few weeks.
Yeah, for a few.
Well, I was telling everybody, Bobby, when I first met you, you had just stepped out of the race car at the Road Atlanta in 1974 when you were driving your dad's B Sports Racing Lola, which I love that race car, by the way. And you drove a hell of a race, and I wanted to know you. I thought this is, and we're roughly the same age, and you had really long hair then. I guess you just changed your hairstyle.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. The other day, there was a picture of all my fraternity brothers and myself in front of our house during the day in like maybe 1973. And I showed my kids my picture, and they couldn't believe it. That's not you, because I had long hair, and
yeah.
As most people did in 1973. So anyway, yeah, it's been a long trip for sure.
And then I can't help it. I still think of you that way. In you in a race car when you were at that young age was spectacular. You were someone I followed and believed in and felt inevitability in your success. You just were really talented. You with your head down, head leaned forward, driving a Ralt in Formula Atlantic was one of the most exciting things for a March. You really looked the business, and a lot of sideways, a lot of just, head down, go fast as you can. And Charger, and that Charger has charged forward and done so many things in this sport that did you have any vision that it would turn out this way?
No, I mean, when I, unlike maybe an Andretti or an Unser, where racing really was the family business. And in my case, it was, that was the food business, was the family business. And that didn't hold much attraction to me. Very fortunate that, number one, that my father raced as a hobby all through the late 50s, 60s, very early 70s. And of course, growing up as a kid, I had lots of dreams. I had lots of ambition, but there wasn't a lot of expectation there. And because how do you really know until you start? And I never thought I'd win the Indy 500. I never thought I'd win 3 IndyCar championships, Daytona, Sebring, all these great events. All I did was try to do my best every day, and whether it was on the track or off the track, and it kind of all happened. I was very fortunate to have around me great people. Jim Truman, who did so much for me, even during the Atlantic days, but more particularly during IndyCar. People like that having good crews, great crews, good mechanics. When you look back, it really is pretty fickle, how some people make it and how some people don't, because there were a lot of talented people in Formula Atlantic in 1975 and 76 and 7, Gilles Villeneuve, KK Rosberg, myself, guys like Tom Gloy, Danny Sullivan. The list, I'm missing more than a few people. There was a lot of very competitive young guys, and yet less than a handful really make it. So, when you start, to me, it was all about just making the most of every day and then seeing what happens.
And you did that and more. I've got to say that there was something about you when you were really the exciting one to watch. You and Gilles Villeneuve, there was a lot of action going on whenever you raced. And I think that, one of the things I want everyone to understand, this wasn't an easy, smooth road. You fought and raced successfully at a hobby level, but he really was a good race car driver. And but you got to a point in your career where you ascended to Formula One, you drove in Europe, and did you end up working in an ad agency?
Well, yeah. As I was just saying, it's kind of fickle how you make it or don't make it. In 1975, for example, in Formula Atlantic, that was my rookie year. I was, kind of one of the top guys. We didn't have a great year. We had a lot of mechanical issues, but had some good races, and more often than not beat Gilles Villeneuve. And then we go into 76. And of course, I'm expecting that we're going to go from strength to strength. And Gilles was driving against me in a competitive team, and he had a phenomenal year and I had a horrible year. And really by the end of 76, I kind of seen a lot of drivers kind of go into every year, oh, this will be the year, this will be the year, this will be the year. And I just wasn't going to waste I didn't want to waste my life, my time chasing, this dream that maybe would happen, maybe it wouldn't. So I retired in 1976 at 23 years old.
Yeah.
And I went to work for Young and Rubicam, an big ad agency. I think it was either the largest or the second largest at the time. And then fortunately, my girlfriend at the time and my mechanic, a guy named Wiley McCoy, who then went on to McLaren USA still is there actually. They convinced me that I should really give it a proper effort, and so off we went. But yeah, I mean, it was. I had I guess after 75, I had such strong expectations, and they were probably unrealistic because everything had been relatively smooth up to that point, and I was to find out later on that one year's a good year, you might have a bad year, then maybe a good year. I mean, 1 minute everybody wants you, and 1 minute nobody wants to know you, and that's kind of when you're coming up through the ranks. That's kind of the way it is.
Well, that's exactly it, and I think we've all learned that if you've been around the business long enough. In my case, I'm with the media. Mostly, they don't want to know you. So, but I think the thing that really stands out about me is you are determined and resilient. Watching you come back race after race, when you're relentless when you're in a race car. You're smart too when you're in a race car. I see the same thing in your business, and I want to jump off on a business track just for a few minutes because I want people to understand that racing is a springboard to greater things if you build a personal brand. And you did a good job of doing that, Bobby. And you want to tell us about the other business interests you now have and what you're doing beyond racing, just so people get a sense of what you built from this.
I'd be happy to. I'm not the originator of this by any means. I think you'd probably have to say Roger Penske was the first guy to really take what he did in racing and the connections. Of course, Roger's got an unbelievable work ethic. I think we all know that.
Yeah.
But he took what he had done in racing, which at the time was still pretty much an amateur sport. But he took that and then really used that to build what exists today, which is unbelievable. But I saw him as really kind of he was the example. There were others. Parnelli Jones did very well. Guys who really looked at it they recognized, I would say that racing is you're only there for so long. I mean, even if you have a super successful career, by the time you're 40, you're not even halfway through your life, maybe you're kind of done, with this thing that you've had such a passion for. And it's, what have you done to prepare for that? So in the late 80s, I was introduced to people at Honda. I was living in Columbus, Ohio at the time, and met the president of Honda, what they call HAM, Honda of America Manufacturing, a fabulous guy named Ira Magiri. And Mr. Erie was sort of Mr. Motorcycle. He was the guy that was, he was from Honda R&D, brilliant man, but he was all about motorcycle engines and racing engines. And of course, this is the time of Freddie Spencer and Eddie Lawson and guys like that. And anyway, got to meet the Honda people and expressed my interest in getting into the car business. I'd worked in a car dealership in between my years in college. That kind of seemed to be an automatic, frankly, for me. And so met people and I went to a fellow in Chicago area where I lived at the time and said, hey, here's an offer, you go run this place and, I'll put the money up and we'll go from there. And frankly, we had pretty humble aspirations. We thought that was it. We became a Honda dealer near Harrisburg, PA and Mechanicsburg. They called Bobby Real Honda. That was the start, and kind of thought that was going to be the end of it. And yet that was 32 years ago, which is hard to believe. And thank God, because we've been over the years, we've expanded our dealerships, and we're in the top 110 of U.S. dealerships in terms of volume and profitability and what have you. So it's been a heck of a ride on that front. So I was able to really take what I had done in racing, as Roger did, and kind of expand upon that and really make a second career out of that. And that, of course, allowed me to then get involved in racing teams, because when I was racing, about the last thing I had any interest in doing was being a team owner. And that idea changed as I got closer to what I considered my retirement age at 40. Of course, I retired at 45, but I'd been in the car business for 5 years by that time. So, it just kind of one thing led to the other. And really, it's if I have to say anything, I think that I've been very fortunate to surround myself with really good people. And in the end, I think anybody who is successful understands that role, that so many people have so much to do with your success. And so I've been very, very fortunate in that respect.
Yes, you've had some amazing people working for you. I've got to say, some of the people I respect most in the business, and the spirit of your team is, you can, it reflects you and your character and your fighting spirit. And we're going to talk about the year you've had in a few minutes, because you haven't had a bad year.
Yeah, no, pretty good year.
Pretty good year.
Despite everything, yeah.
Yeah, despite everything. But I think that, we're on the theme of kind of the diversification. I just wanted people to understand there's more to you than the racing businesses. I think people think of you as the racing team and the racing history, but you're a smart guy. I've always been impressed with how thoughtful you are, and you give back to the sport. You're not taking from the sport. I know you're a capitalist like I am. We got to be to stay in business, but you give back. And I want to, I'm front loading this with some things I don't think everybody knows about you. You're involved as the president of the Road Racing Drivers Club, and you've transformed that organization. And you're doing good things for young people in motorsports. You want to talk about that for a little bit, because you really changed it up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to do good things. I mean, the RRDC, Road Racing Drivers Club, when I was beginning racing, of course, I'd always seen the symbol of the steering wheel, which is the symbol of the club, on Mark Donahue's helmet. And Roger Penske has been a very, very long time member. And I mean, the best of the best had that steering wheel on their uniform or on their helmet. And I remember I was inducted into the club in 1981, I believe it was. And I just felt like, wow, that to me was a real achievement, because if you looked at the membership at the time, it was the best of the best, as I said. So, always supported it. It was a club that was started in the early 50s to really expand upon the safety of circuits. And they used to have driving schools. I mean, in the 60s, you could have Mark Donahue as your driving instructor, pretty amazing stuff. Or Rob Linsky, or all kinds of guys, so when I was always a faithful, loyal member of that club, because it just meant so much to me. And then in about 2005, I think it was, 2002, I believe, Bob Aiken, God rest his soul, and Brian Redmond, who is a real hero of mine, they cornered me and suggested that I should become the president of the RRDC. And of course, I was flattered. And off we went. That sounds like a big, at the time, it sounded like a big position. I mean, it is. We've really grown the club collectively, again, not just me, there's a lot of people involved. But having events like the Legends Dinner prior to the Long Beach Grand Prix has really become kind of a must-do event on that weekend. In April, we do the same thing at Daytona. We've done a lot to try to promote the club itself, but also to bring into effect some, whether it's Team USA and our assistance in helping send 2 young Americans over to England to do the Formula Ford Trophy and the Walter Hayes Trophy, the Formula Ford Festival, I should say, and which is a huge event. Both of them are huge events. A lot of great drivers have done that. Jimmy Vasser has done that for us. Brian Herta, Newgarden, Joseph Newgarden represented us as part of our team a number of years ago, and so we've tried to help push that along. Of course, our Safe as Fast program, which is an online program, originally it was meant just for karters, for young drivers, for us to explain to people, these young people, what the expectations are, how you should approach it, all the facets of becoming a racing car driver. And it was quite good, but really doing it personally was tough. And then a couple of the members took it upon themselves to make this an online tutorial system, groupings of tutorials. And it's phenomenal, the impact that it's had around the world, not just here in the United States. And I mean, we get people from Afghanistan going online to watch some of the tutorials that are available, and some of the last places on earth you'd think they'd be interested in motorsports, and yet you see it. So it's been that to me is the Safest Fast program has been a real plus, and really has, to me, been a great halo for the RRDC, because there truly is something that can provide a lot of value to people who want to succeed in racing at whatever level, and maybe for those who want to go on and make it a profession.
Well, again, very commendable that you've done the things you just mentioned. And you know what, I'm proud that I was there in the beginning to help Jeremy launch the Team USA. I was only there in the beginning, raising the initial sponsorship for the first few years. Jeremy carried it forward and found your support invaluable in blooming this and making it a much bigger deal. And
it's amazing. There's a number of RRDC members that yes, the RRDC provides some support to Jeremy. This is Jeremy Shaw, this is his program, which is, I think, over 20 years old now. But a lot of RRDC members support it, whether privately or through their companies. And so it's really been a great association for us.
And I think it reflects too it's the young you remembering where you came from, which I think is really, that heartens me. I again, you give back, Bobby, and you think about these things, and the things you've just talked about are exactly that. And it's a lesson to the rest of us in this sport to remember where we came from and repay those that helped us along the way. Jim Truman was an inspiring man, a great man. And I was fortunate to know. And your victory in 1986 is one of my strongest memories of the night of the Indy 500. It was very emotional. And it really was. And you had the restart of the gods.
Yeah. Maybe. Let's just say this: I was ready.
You were ready, and you've been ready for opportunity throughout the time I've known you. You've taken you've taken some risks. I mean, your first year with Honda was really problematic. I mean, you with the True Sports, the chassis that you took forward with the team in '93, I think it was, after you won the championship the year before. You'll take risk. You'll take risk on people. You'll take risk on things. Be a racer, but you center up and always find a way forward. And there's a symmetry to our lives. That was my first trip to the runoffs, one of my very first trips away when I met you to race. We launched Racer in '92. You win the championship. I remember thinking that was a sign from the heavens that this is going to work out, and watching you accept that championship as a team owner driver that year was really special. Yeah. And, did you see this being, I'm going to do this for a while. I'm going to operate this team afterward, or did you just think I'm going to do this as long as I'm racing? I have to ask you that question.
Well, as I said earlier, I never envisioned being a team owner. But as I got close to, my 40s, when I was 38, 39, I started thinking about it more often because I had seen some drivers, some great drivers, become a little embittered, and some not so little, a lot of embitterment about where they felt they were being retired before their time was due, and I won't name names, but I just thought, my God, how here you invest 20 years of your life. Oops, excuse me. You invest 20 years of your life in this, chasing this passion, and you're successful. And then all of a sudden you begin to hate it because of what's happened to you towards the end of it. And I just thought, I just thought that was horrible. So, as I got closer to my 40th birthday, I thought, maybe this is something we should think about. Of course, again, being in the right place, right time, having great people around you, I was introduced to a fellow named Dick Strupp from Miller Brewing Company. He was the head of marketing.
Yeah.
And Miller hadn't had, the last several years for them hadn't been so good. And, he asked if I'd be willing to do this and start this team and what have you. And so it took about 6 months for it to all be put together, but all the pieces fell in place. And next thing you know, I'm a co-owner. Carl Hogan was my partner at the time. And all of a sudden I was a co-owner. And of course, 91, we were formed. Our Rahal Hogan was formed in the fall of 91. And, 92 is our first season. And of course, everybody's saying, well, you can't be a successful driver and be a winner in this day and age. Maybe you could have done that before. I don't know if I use that for a motivation, but it sure was nice to win everything and then kind of stick your tongue out at everybody.
Yeah, you did too.
You can do it. And,
and it was something to see you pull that off, Bobby.
Yeah, it was very satisfying. I mean, every championship is satisfying, obviously, but that one was special.
Yeah, and I think that showed the full spectrum of what you're capable of. That had to be a moment where you'll realize, I can do a hell of a lot more than I'm doing here. There's something, and you had ambition to keep going and do other things. And, I think that there were ups and downs over the next few years, but you were a competitive racing driver to the very end of your career. And
I think so.
And, we've known each other, so I can joke with you. And I think we ran into each other in the lobby the night after your last race and all the big buildup. And, they had floats and tributes and jets and blimps and, they had wax figures of you. And it was just amazing. They really thought, you were being deified. So I'm there to bring you down to earth. I don't know. I think that's somebody calling you about your car warranty.
I apologize. Bear with me.
Your car warranty's expiring. You better take care.
Bear with me. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on here. I'm sorry. I apologize. Hang on.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm joining a meeting. Oh, I gotta join.
You're there. We see you.
Can you see me? Good, because I can't see
you. Didn't disappear.
As long as you can see me, that's all that counts.
Well, no one wants to see me, Bobby. So you just keep going.
Okay.
But you walked into the lobby of the Century Plaza Hotel the night of your last race, and I'm there to bring you down. And I said to you as you were checking in, "Welcome to the world of has-beens."
Yeah. Yeah. Well. I remember you said that to me so well, and then of course Rick Mears said, "Welcome to the other side of the wall." I mean, the pit wall, right? So now you're where all the crew is, and it was just a tremendous. It was the right time. It was the right time for me, and I was 45 years old, and how many more years are going to do it? I'm racing against guys that were like old enough to be my kids. Yeah. So, it was, and they're old enough to take, or they're young enough to take a lot more risk than us, us old guys. So, it was the right time. And I had to look back at the time, and I achieved far more than I ever thought or dreamed, frankly. And so I just had to be pretty happy with where I was at the time.
And I'm glad you took that view. I know this is a very dangerous business. I've lost some of my closest friends in this business to accidents, and I was thrilled you were retiring. I don't want to see anything happen to you. You're a treasure, and the things you've done since. You had a very Dan Gurney-like sensibility about you. I know we both admire Dan very much, and that was a sense of relief I had. We know each other, so I make a little bit of fun of you, but at the same time, I never thought that you weren't going to go on and do great things. I just didn't realize you were going to do all the great things that you've done. I mean, you had a pretty interesting post driving career. You were 6 months. You were the acting CEO of CART, which was pretty
for better or for worse. Yeah.
Yes. And you went to Formula One there for a bit to work with the Jaguar team. And I thought it was appropriate that our journeys have been intertwined. I sell the majority of my company to Haymarket. I arrive in the UK like 2 days later to go to the auto sports show, and who's there to meet me in the bar with myself and you and John Chambers. And
That's right.
and I'm glad you didn't say welcome to the world of has-beens to me.
Yeah.
But what
Well, yeah, I've never looked at you as a has-been, Paul. I mean, I remember the days of Formula Magazine. I remember the day, obviously, Racer.
Yeah.
But Formula,
but thank you.
yeah, I lived to get that magazine, as I do Racer even today. And I was I think there've been there's one big thing that has driven me, I think, in whatever I've done, is just as in racing. When I drove, I was there to win. I wasn't there to participate or to be part of a scene, or you're either there to win, or why bother? I mean, there's so much. The amount of effort that it takes, whether it's as a driver or as an owner, is such that I can't imagine doing it, and not going into every race thinking you had a chance to win, or that you were in a good position to win. And of course, you don't win every time, but every race you find something of value that comes out of it that you can use at the next race or the following races. And for me, and once I retired, whether it's in the car dealerships or, as my poor wife will tell you, I'm not the kind to sit on the beach. I'm not the kind to sit there and read a book. I'm the kind, I have to be out doing something. And I've been for even the things like, and sometimes I think my passion for the sport got in the way of maybe some rational thought, because I did take on for a brief period of time the interim chairman of CART.
Yeah.
I was never intending to do that for a long period of time, but of course that opened up all kinds of interesting experiences and stories. I went to Jaguar. Some people probably thought I was crazy. I went there because Ford asked me to go there. A guy named Neil Ressler, who was head of Ford engineering, and really the all of racing really reported to Neil eventually. And I actually enjoyed it. I wish it had been longer at the time, because I think we were making good progress. But nevertheless, I wouldn't trade those experiences for anything. And I think oftentimes that those decisions to go those ways, whether it's in CART, interim chairman, or whatever, a lot of it was based on the passion that I have for the sport. And it is, it's a business, but dig down beneath, it's still a sport. And that's to me, that's what motivated me. And that's even true today. I mean, what motivates me today is to have one of the best teams out there and to go into every race with as good a chance of winning as anybody else.
Well, that's a perfect segue to what I want to talk about next. This amazing race team. I'm a fan of your race team, and the people in it, and you're a dangerous bunch. You're out there to win. And I've seen some really savvy calls, like some of the things you've done in IMSA have just been brilliant. Just strategy calls to win some of these races. And I got to tell you, this Indy 500 this year, Bobby, we're going to talk about it for a minute, but I literally, the hair on my arms stand up when I think about Takuma Sato there this year.
Yeah.
That was the ultimate gunfight between he is up there now as one of the very best drivers in IndyCar racing. He's proven it.
Yeah.
And he beat what was arguably the best driver of this era and one of the very best teams on one of their very best days. Your team beat them with a driver that delivered a performance of a lifetime.
Right. Well, I mean, you look at Takuma's record last 3 years, it's win, third win. That's pretty good. Not many guys racing the 500 have had that kind of run. But no, Takuma, the team, of course, as a team, we were very competitive this year. Graham ended up third, running right on Dixon's tail. Spencer Pigot was having a decent race and unfortunately had that accident. But we had 3 cars in the top 11 in qualifying. That's not too shabby. And even though we really never put that much emphasis on qualifying per se, we look for race cars. And I think obviously you saw the value in that approach come race day, because Takuma was up front the whole time. Graham had dropped back a bit. They made a few adjustments, and then he drove through the field. So, I think the approach that we've taken, we take on that, and during that month of May in particular, has worked out a number of times. We don't always hit it out of the park, but this year I think you could say we hit it out of the park, and that's, again, it comes down to great people, great engineering, great mechanics. The pit stops really strong, the this or that. Everything has to work, and Takuma and his team, well, the whole team in general, just really worked hard to get the kind of result that we had, and gives you obviously a tremendous amount of satisfaction. For me, people always ask me what's the difference in winning the 500 as a driver versus an owner. And I always tell people, I think as an owner, you truly appreciate just what goes into it.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of moving pieces that go into it. And only as an owner can you really know that and understand that. And so, this year's 500 was super satisfying for me personally and for the team. And particularly for me, from my partners, David and Mike Lanigan. Mike had been a longtime supporter in racing, sponsor, co-owner of teams. This is his dream. I think he was there 30 years, and we were able to deliver that dream to him this year. And obviously that was very, very satisfying.
It had to be, Bobby. And I was elated. I mean, I a lot of times my heart rides too with Mike Hull and the Target team. Mike was, my mentor and brought me along in racing, and Chip's one of my longest standing friendships. And I admire Roger and his team, but there's something special about your team in my mind. And I know where you came from, and I know what you've done to build the team. And it was absolutely thrilling. And our audience at racer.com went, crazy over this. I mean, we had more traffic this year in August than we did in May 2019. We had 462,000 shares of content, and the majority of that was around this Indy 500 win.
Yeah.
And the grandstands were empty, but the real race fans that love the Indy 500 were absolutely engaged and excited about what happened.
Yeah, well, I think what made it, obviously it was kind of strange. There you are, and there's nobody, and it's just gray. That place looks like a battleship. Everything's gray, navy gray, and yet, of course, most 500s is nothing but colors. Now there was nobody there, and yet that really didn't affect the race. Was the race, and I thought one of the great things that I just loved seeing it was there's that gap in the short chute between turn 1 and 2, and across the street. Here there are a couple hundred people, maybe 1,000 people, with lawn chairs. They had their TVs going. They can walk. They could see through this gap. I don't know if you could see the cars, but you could hear them.
Yeah.
And that to me just said it all. That's just what makes this race so great. That race so great. The 500. The passion that people have for it, and it's a generational passion. It's not one generation. It runs for multiple generations, and that's just what makes that race so special. So that was pretty satisfying to me, to not just win that race, but then to go outside and see the level of commitment that our fans had towards that race.
They do, and you've been central to some of the most memorable Indy 500s in history, in my mind. Like I said, your win with Jim Truman is a testament to the human spirit ultimately. And God rest his soul. What a magnificent man. He helped you find your dream here. And,
he did. I mean, Jim was, as I tell people, he was like a father. He was like a brother. He was like a friend. He was a sponsor. He was a advisor. Jim fulfilled a lot of roles, and represented, I should say, a lot of roles for me prior to our working together when I was in SCCA racing. Even when I was in Europe racing Formula 3 and Formula 2, he was helping. But then to put the team together with Steve Horn and Jim, obviously that took it to a higher level. And, it's interesting. Doug Shearson, who is a guy that I drove for in Formula Atlantic,
Was a friend of mine as well.
who was
Yeah.
a good friend of ours, a good friend of Jim's. After the race, he said to me, he goes, the 32 of us, the other 32 of us never knew we didn't stand a chance. That given Jim's condition, the good Lord was going to make sure that we won that day. And I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I'll take it. Yeah, it was a very emotional, very satisfying moment for all of us not just those on the team, but people who knew Jim, people who followed him and followed the racing. I mean, it was a pretty magical moment.
It defines what the Indianapolis 500 is about. And I think that with that, I want to segue, got a few more things to cover here, but maybe the greatest moment of, energy I've ever seen at the Indy 500 was when a girl named Danica took the lead of the Indianapolis 500 near the closing stages of the race, driving for you.
Yeah,
and
that was crazy.
Yeah. It was more than crazy. I felt the world change a little bit when
passing Dan Weldon.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell people, those who were there, no, I mean, the whole place went up for grabs when she passed him. You just couldn't imagine. I mean, it was just, she did what she had to do. Scott Remke was calling a great race for us. It was, I mean, she did a great job that whole month. And of course, we got a little lucky in the race. She kind of spun and two other fellows got taken out as a result, but nevertheless kept it off pretty much kept it off the wall, came back and we're in a position to win the race. And I mean, I'll never forget that May. Of course, we'd been to Japan already. She, I think, qualified either on pole or the front row in Japan, led the race. And Danica was not short of guts and courage. Always had that. As that race progressed, I mean, you could just feel I mean, she was being willed along by all those people watching there as spectators and probably on TV. And I think that TV rating is still the highest TV rating, maybe since the early 80s or mid 80s or something. And
the last laps really soared on rating. I remember that.
Yeah, it's just crazy. So, it was, but that was, that was, you were talking a little bit earlier, that was kind of a little bit of my payback to Jim Truman, he always gave a lot of people, it wasn't just me in racing, he gave a lot of people, Ed Pym, Vern Schumann, he sponsored at Indy in 81. They ended up third in Old McLaren. I mean, he sponsored a lot of young people, most of them in racing, but others in other sports. And, so that was a strong lesson for me. And so whether it was Buddy Rice or whether it was Danica or whether, there's been a number of them. We put Spencer Piggott in a car a few years ago.
Great choice.
I just think it's something that, that I think it's something we'll always do. I think we'll always have a young person in there because, at some point you got to give somebody a chance. Jim gave me my chance. There aren't many team owners out there that do. And, boy, when you strike gold, it sure is fun.
It is. And one thing I like about when we talk, you ask me about people and things, and that we catch up on every now and again. Mm-hmm. And, I think one of the things it's many times it comes down to young talent. We got together last year, I think it was in your hospitality area at IndyCar race after, mm-hmm. Earlier in the year, I'd been observing a young woman coming up through the ranks who I really thought was brilliantly talented. Her name is Courtney Crone. And mm-hmm. This is a girl that will tell you she wants to be the first female face on the Borg-Warner Trophy.
Oh, there you go.
She's raced 360 non-wing sprint cars and won. She's raced midgets. She's raced Formula Speed Mazda, Formula 4. She's done all these things. She's really talented. She's one of many young women coming up. And you noticed her and asked me about her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you tuned in to all these young talents coming up? Are you watching them, or do you just have something in you that you see something and it registers,
I think it's no. Do I know everybody out there? No, but people like yourself say, "Oh, you should check this person out." Of course,
Is it part of this from the program with Jeremy, or that you just have an awareness?
Well, some comes from Jeremy for sure. I mean, Jeremy and the group that decides who goes to to England, they're pretty good judges of, and it's not just talent on the racetrack; it's talent off the track. It's sponsor. You've got to. It's not just about driving. Making it to the top. You've got to be good at all of it, and so Jeremy and his the staff, the group, I think it's 4 or 5 people basically. They're the ones who do the testing. They're the ones who are really looking around, seeing who can fulfill that role. And they've been pretty. I mean, if you look at their the record of the drivers that they've taken to England, it's pretty impressive. And some are maybe in open wheel, some are in closed wheel, in sports car racing. As I said, they've been quite good at it. Jeremy alerts me to some people. I've always enjoyed watching the junior categories race because you really, it's interesting. But to me, it's all about attitude. And when you meet people, what I mean by attitude is not whether you got a good attitude or a bad attitude. It's about desire. It's about hunger. It's about, commitment. And you can tell that when you speak with people. To be frank, that's what attracted me to Danica. Because, there was no question. I mean, she was a fighter, and you could tell the way she shook your hand. Her handshake, I don't know if it's still the same today, but her handshake was stronger than most men that I know. And that just kind of, I always told her that was her calling card. That was her handshake was, everybody's going to remember you because of that handshake. They may forget your name, but they're going to say, oh yeah, I met this little tiny little girl that, about broke my hand shaking it. But it's about attitude. And so, that's what we look for. And even there's a lot of drivers out there who are very experienced, who've been successful in other categories. And even there, you're looking for that special person who just doesn't want to be beaten, that just can't take the possibility of being beaten. That's what you need.
Well, that was you when I met you. Yeah. And that's one of the things I admire most is your will and your commitment and the people you attract, recommend. You mentioned Scott earlier, who I just thought was an amazing guy. And he was the soul of your team.
Yes.
And you just have had a string of real people that reflect your quality as a person, working within your team, and will to win. I think that that you're giving a little bit of advice here, and I before we jump to that, I want to have a closing thought, be about more advice to young racers. But you have delivered some real success to BMW along the way here too. Sports cars, and those sports cars are near and dear to your heart. And there's been a reduction in scale on the program, but you're carrying forward with them. Just tell us a little bit about this year in sports cars, and because you're a cagey bunch, and you managed to do some good stuff this year with what looks to be the biggest car.
I think it is the biggest car. Well, boy, what a change, right? In the year, we go to Daytona, win the 24-hour for the second year in a row, and everybody's out having dinner, everybody's hanging out, and who was to think that, 2 months later, a month later, whatever, that it all comes crashing down.
Yeah.
It's been a tough year for everybody in racing. The pace of the races, scheduling, doing 2 races on any given weekend is hard on the crews. Hard. I mean, it's just been hard. But the IMSA stuff, as you said, sports cars will always, that's where I started with sports car racing. So, and that's something, great events like the Sebring 12-hour or to go to Le Mans. RLL is going to go to Le Mans one of these days, and we're going to do everything we can to win that race. And again, maybe that boils back to this passion I have, but these are the great races that history, that make up the history of the sport in many respects. So obviously winning Daytona was big for us. Winning Sebring a couple years ago, we won that 2 years in a row. That was good.
Brilliant strategy.
Sports car racing, I mean, it's a different deal compared to IndyCar racing today or when I ran sports cars. It was pretty much you showed up, and if you were fast enough, that was great. If you weren't, that's too bad. Now, of course, you have this balanced performance, which is I don't think that makes anybody happy, frankly. It's a matter of being least unhappy. But it is what it is. It's part of it. You got to make the most of it. But, winning Daytona, as I said, was big. Winning any sports car race, we won at Road Atlanta as well. It's just, we love winning. That's what it's all about. And I love sports car racing. And as you saw, we're in the process of building a big facility, a new racing facility in Zionsville, which is just north of Indy.
Yeah.
And that, I think that building is a clear indicator of our commitment, not just to IndyCar racing, but to sports car racing and other things. And so, it was a pretty good year on the sports car side, on the BMW side, and we're happy. We're going to continue with them for next year.
Yeah, I am too. And I would like nothing more than to see you and your team go to Le Mans because I think you would be every bit the competitive proposition you are here in IMSA and IndyCar. And I think it would complete a circle. That is the greatest sports car race on the planet. And I know you want that trophy on your shelf.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah. So you are the epitome of the young driver who made it to me. You just had such obvious talent and charisma, and you had it. I remember just thinking, this guy's going to go somewhere when I met you. And you backed it up with performance. Even when you had problems, you dig out and come back strong. What advice, you were talking, you mentioned the handshake, by the way. I will tell you, my hand is still broken from Courtney. Courtney shook it, and it's like, how she's about what? She's very small.
Yeah.
But I think that, what advice do you give to people like Courtney out there right now? What do you do now coming out of COVID? How do you make it work?
Well, it's all about. I don't think you close yourself off to anything in the sense that you don't consider any series, uninteresting to you. I think the more you learn, the more different cars you run, you race, the more you learn, and oftentimes what you learn in one, you can apply to another. When I came back from Europe in 1979 to come back, and I was running Can-Am, I decided I should go to Daytona, meet people, because I thought being involved in sports car racing would be interesting, which I did. And next thing you know, I'm racing the Apple Computer 935 Porsche. Of course, we win Daytona 24 Hours in '81 with Brian Redman and Bob Gerritsen. And I just think you have to be open to everything. But more importantly, I think you have to go out there and you have to press the flesh. You got to meet people. You've got to, just sending a letter doesn't do it. You've got to meet people. And fortunately, any young race car driver, for the most part, every race they go to, everybody that counts is there. So It's not like you're having to fly all over the place to meet people. You just walk through the paddock area and introduce yourself. And it's all about that attitude. It's all about doing whatever it takes to get to where you want to go. And as I say, when you meet people, you quickly find out, you quickly see who has those traits and who doesn't.
That's right. Now, we probably should send every young race driver one of those Grip Master things to get.
There you go. Rubber ball works too.
The rubber ball works too. But and I want to bring it home here. We're going to be out of time here. You have a talented racing driver as a son, and you've just become a grandfather. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's number 5. Hey, I've got 4 others, but that was I'm so happy for Courtney, and of course happy for Graham as well. I think the big thing now is this and it's a girl, Harlan, which is I think a great name, but is that she can be a drag racer, IndyCar racer. I don't know.
That's a good question. That's
Yeah,
a
I'm
good
sure
question.
John Force is buying her all kinds of little mini IndyCar, mini drag racers, and all that other stuff. So I don't know. That's going to be an interesting, upbringing for her. But no, it's it's obviously flattering when your children follow your footsteps. It's nerve-wracking as hell, I can tell you that. But no, I'm very proud of Graham, proud of Courtney. Just a great couple, and so lots of enthusiasm for what the future is going to bring for those two.
Absolutely, and I think that you are one of the people that's helped create the future for the sport by your leadership and your commitment to young people coming into the sport. And I particularly appreciate that about you, Bobby. And it's been an honor and a privilege to know you all these years. You remain an inspiration to me.
No, I can say the same. It's been
so, and thank you for
love your
joining us
smile.
too. I really appreciate taking the time. I know you're busy, and thank you for joining us on Online Race Industry Week. Our friends at ePartrade really appreciate it. They were excited when you said yes, and as I was.
Good.
We were, and we still are. And I was lucky enough because we do a little rehearsal with every single speaker to make sure things goes well. I did a little rehearsal with Bobby, and I was in his office with all the cool pictures on the bag and the trophy, and it was a treat. And this is another example of racers. Bobby said, I'm busy that day, but what about Friday morning, the Friday of Thanksgiving, up a.m., 8 a.m., no problem, he's up and ready, working, and that's what racers are. 24/7, we're ready to go. And that's also another indication, and shows like, on the simple things, that's where all the difference is made. It starts right there. And congratulations for everything you achieved in your career. I'm a big fan, and Le Mans, I hope you win Le Mans. From a French man, I'd be delighted.
I'll probably be hiring you for a translator, Francis.
Well, here's the truth: is when I'm here, they call me the French guy, but when I go back to France, they call me the American. So I'm a better translator there.
There you go.
Well, I just want to be there when you win Le Mans. I think it's inevitable, Bobby. So I'll be there.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you very, very much. Stay with us. I am going to put you back as an attendee. So if you want to watch some of the next sessions, you just use the same link and you'll still be with us. So while I do that, John, do you want to tell us a little bit what's next? And we're going to bring our next panelist.
Yeah, we have a lot going on today, and I just wanted to add kind of one more thing is the whole thing that can happen in a trade show experience is that you get inspired and remotivated all over again. And sometimes we get through the year and it's the end of the racing season, we're kind of exhausted and spent, and we don't know what we're going to get together for the next racing season. So that's kind of the month of December for me. But we're going through this Online Race Industry Week, and we're having moment after moment after moment where getting inspired, getting motivated, getting ready to do it all over again. From the industry leaders, Roger Penske, to Antron Brown and Ron Cass, to Chip Ganassi, Bobby Rahal, everybody we've had on. And the answer to the upcoming year of the vaccine following the year of the pandemic may have come from a guy named Chris Grainer, who works in the Speed Sport News live streaming program. And he just said, it's time for moonshots. And I know Paul repeated that, I've repeated that, and hell yeah, it's time for moonshots. So I'm going to carry that deep into next year, and I'm inspired and I'm motivated. Okay, following next, we'll have FiTech, fuel injection, technical shenanigans with guest speaker Steve Darnell. And that'll be followed by shock technology, Penske shocks, edge welding cups. So it's a trick little device for TIG welding that can help you if you're welding your cars together and everything. Exodyne about valve train offerings. And then Miller Electric welding solutions for aftermarket performance and motorsports enthusiasts. And then we'll get to noon and be Mark Rushbrook, Global Director of Ford Performance, AERA, and then Tilton Engineering, Race Fan, and then Aviate Oil Systems. And then at 4 o'clock our time, Pacific Coast time, Jim Campbell, Vice President of GM Performance and Motorsports. So it's quite a day ahead of us.
Yes, it is.
Well, so I think this is where I bow out. I want to say thank you and good luck for the rest of the day. I'm very excited about those two guests that I'll be speaking with later today. And I'm just going to be watching what you're up to. It's been fantastic. Thanks for having me on this morning.
Thank you, Paul. We'll see you in a couple hours.
Okay, great.
So stay on, and I'm going to ask our producer, Reed, to launch a short video because we don't have much time. So Reed, on to you.
The concept for ePartrade is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePartrade is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and to get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePartrade.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePartrade. We have great businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Thank you and welcome back. Good morning, gentlemen. We have a special host who is going to be joining us, Joe Castello. So Joe is going to be our host for the next session. We're going to be talking with Michael and Jeremy at FITech, who have brought with them a very special guest, Steve Darnell. A big thank you to you guys at FITech on the behalf of my co-founder, Judy Keane. You have believed in us since we launched this platform, so thank you very much, and we're delighted to have you on board. It is because of all the suppliers out there like you guys that we have been able to grow ePartrade to what it is today, then to extend it to the ePartrade Live Tech webinars, and finally to bring to you this wonderful event, Online Race Industry Week. Day 5, you know, we had 4 days packed with industry professionals. We started at 7 a.m. here in California, Monday morning with Roger Penske, and we're going to end the day at 5 p.m. with Jim Campbell, head of motorsport for GM Racing. So, and in between, 150 racing industry professionals from 110 countries around the world. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for being part of this. We are very excited. I see Joe. Joe is back with us. Good morning, Joe. Oh, you're on mute.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Final day.
Doing great.
Morning. It is. So we start on the minute. That's the rule. On the hour, I'm sorry. That's the rule here. We have been doing it since day one. So again, if you want to go to ePartrade.com, type FITech, you see their product, click on I want more information. That will connect you directly with them. If you have a specific question, you can ask a question, type your question, submit it, and I will be forwarded to to the good people at FiTech. During the chat here and during the webinars, you have the chat option. You can ask questions, and registration is open all day long. So if you love it, if you enjoy it, and you have friends within the industry that want to watch, you can still log in. Registration is open until 5 p.m. It is 8 o'clock here in California. Joe, on to you.
Thank you very much, Francisque, and welcome, gentlemen. Steve, Jeremy, Mike. Very excited to talk a little bit about FiTech. Of course, Steve, well known to viewers out there who watch the just blossoming car shows that have really been able to take over the imagination, and if nothing else, show the world how many people are interested in cars as art, fabrication, and the innovation that goes into this whole subculture. It's not just a bunch of guys in t-shirts hanging out, right? Great stuff. So let's start off, guys. Tell me a little bit about FiTech and what are we going to learn here today?
Well, I guess I'll open up on this one real quick. We're just going to go through FiTech as a whole, and we're going to answer some tech questions that you throw at us. We have some questions for Steve. I'm probably getting some background here. Jeremy's.
Yeah, a little bit like little echoey, like the.
Can you mute it there, Jeremy?
Eric's speech.
I think he's going to come over and just sit in my camera with me, and we'll just share.
Well, that's exactly. You guys are in the same room after all that. You're pulling a trick on us. Look at this.
Yeah, Steve's over there too. Steve, you want to come in our shot?
No, Steve's got a cool sign in the background.
I just noticed Jeremy showered this morning. He looks good.
That's great.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
I smell even better.
Are you muted?
This is how we need to start. Like Friday is starting off very well, everyone out there. And if you do have a question, put it in the chat section. For those of you out there checking out it on epartrade.com. And it's been really interesting, gentlemen, to see how over the course of the week, the viewers have become more emboldened to ask questions. And so some of our best stuff the past couple of days have been based off questions from the people out there watching online from around the world. And this being the final day, I'm sure it's going to be a little loose. Isn't that the way it always goes?
I mean, that's how we are anyways in a whole. I mean, we're a pretty fun group to hang out with. And that's, one of the reasons why we brought Steve in on our hour, because we've been doing a lot of work with Steve lately, and we kind of wanted him to give a testimony about his FiTech experience. And, if you're not having a good time in what you do for a living, you got to go find a new job.
Simple as that. Because, if you love what you're doing, you're never at work. All right. So get rid of the echo, it sounds like. Take us back to what you were going to say, initial, company vital information for the folks out there.
So what we want to do is, if you guys want to chat in some tech questions that you ever got stumped on and you couldn't, well, you got the best guy here, the engineer of our product. If he can't figure it out, then there's something majorly wrong. And on top of that, we're probably going to give you guys a sneak peek about the Nemesis. I have that sitting behind me on my desk if you're paying attention. That's a new system coming out of FiTech. That's a high horsepower, since obviously, the race industry here would probably want to see something out of FiTech in that category. So we'll talk about that. We have a couple other new items coming out in January, some fuel delivery options for those fuel cells. We'll talk about that. And then I want just a Q&A, and let's have some fun today. It's Friday.
Excellent. I love it. And we're definitely gonna have fun. It's just blow off steam at the end of the week. But let's start off, like, what made you decide to start FiTech, and that initial seed question in terms of we learn about the company and the drive to begin.
Well, Jeremy, that's you.
Yeah, the main idea was we saw there was a couple other companies doing EFI around $2,500, and that's like a price of an engine. So we figured there's a market for a sub $1,000 EFI, and I had the experience and the connections to make it happen. So we took a year and a half of developing it and made it production. So it was one of those things that needed to happen, and I think we did crack open the market on that pretty good. So
I love hearing things like that, though. For so many of us out there, a guy like Jeremy is like, yeah, I thought that we needed this, and so then I made it. And the story is rapid, but I'm sure a lot more went into it, Jeremy. And being the co-founder and an engineer, you recognize that, man, a lot of people would love to have fuel injection, but hurdles to entry. That's the challenge, and you solve the problem.
Yep.
Yeah, well, Jeremy's just extremely humble in everything he does. So he's not going to give you the ins and outs of everything he did and the hard work he did, because he's just a super humble human being. Right, Steve? You've talked to.
Well, I mean, I can tell you that when I go to PhyTech and I work around Jeremy, you just feel like a dummy. I feel like I've built 1,000 different things in my lifetime, but then you get in there with somebody like Jeremy that's so freaking tech intelligent. It really makes you feel kind of like you're in kindergarten. And but the thing that I do love about it is the camaraderie between all of us when we're together in there. And I mean, these guys took me in like a little brother and said, here, this is what we're going to do. And we're looking at doing more things together. And, the PhyTech product, I just feel like everybody needs to learn how to put it on their vehicle so they can have a maintenance-free vehicle. I mean, once you learn how to put the system on and you go with it, it's like, why didn't I do this? It's like I got my knee surgery like 2 years ago, and I thought, why didn't I do that 10 years ago? Well, it's the same thing with a PhyTech. You're out there fighting carburetors, or you're fighting things like that. Once you put this fuel injection system on your 350 or 289 or whatever you got, it's life changing. And I feel like it's the technology that's gone into it, the design that Jeremy's put effort into it. It really works. And he's one of them guys where you get in there on the dyno and he can hear like one little noise and know what it is. So it's pretty cool. And I've learned a lot from these guys. So it's been a lot of fun. And we're fuel injecting everything I got at this point right now. Everything's getting fuel injected right now. So it's been a lot of fun.
Well, you mentioned the knee surgery, and like maybe the technology wasn't there for the knee surgery 10 years ago, and it wouldn't have been as great as it is right now. And isn't that what we're kind of living through as someone who works on like rat rods for entertainment of us all? They look cool, but aren't we kind of all now cultured and used to the idea of you start it up and it runs and you don't worry about it, to go back to something that is inconvenient, a choke, like what's that? It's just so hard to go backwards. And this kind of is what merges it all, right? You can have convenience and comfort and not worry and still have a look of something radical and cool.
Well, I think like in the industry right now, you're seeing a lot of guys that are building lots of like resto mods or like me. I've got two of them. I've got a 55 Chevy that's a CTSV, a Cadillac motor, all C4 Corvette, and I got a 57 Chevy that is the same. And the drivability of the car is like driving a late model car, but you don't want to drive a late model car when you have to manually choke it and you're not sure if, why it's running so fat and blah, blah, blah. I think now this is what I explain to people in today's world. When in 1957 Chevy, when they built a car, you had maybe, 3 stoplights that you had to stop at back then. Here in Las Vegas, I literally will spend 3 or 4 minutes at a stoplight. Your car is overheating, it's loading up, you're having problems. See, they weren't designed to sit there and idle so long. Now with fuel injection on these late model LS motors or Fords or whatever you're putting in, you pull up the light and you just get on your phone and sit there and look at your text messages and not worry about it. And you're in a car that's 60 years old. I mean, that's where this is going. If you're a guy that loves cars, this late model drivetrain and motors with the old shell is really kind of what is making them drivable for today's traffic and dependability. And not everybody is willing to take a tool bag with them every time they go somewhere. I do, because you never know what I'm driving. But if you want drivability, EFI is the way to go. And you could put it on a small block Chevy. And what it does is it just makes it dependable, and it makes the drivability so much better. And it takes that out of your head of am I going to break down on the way? You know what I mean? So that's really what it's coming to.
Love it. All right. Some questions out there. We're going to dive right in. If you have a question, put it up in the chat section. The first one, wanted right back to Steve. How's the 57 running? So your fans are out there checking in. They want to know about your personal car already, Steve.
Well, the 57 is funny because we took it to the dyno at FiTech, and we had a few complications with wiring issues, and it's like, what's going on here? Well, I got the car back home, and everything that was wrong is a mistake I made on my end.
Oh, boy.
And we had to change the crank sensor on the car with the FiTech. So we had to splice some wires. But when we spliced the wires, there was 3 wires that had been exposed. And if there's any interference in those wires, it's going to cause a problem. Anyway, needless to say, I fixed that. And this car is on 5 pounds of boost, is just angry. Like it's very violent. It's a 415 stroker kit, LS based, with all the FiTech throttle body. Or the EFI and the intake, coils. I got everything pretty much FiTech on it. So it's very angry. There's a lot of room to grow. This car will take 10 pounds of boost. So it's doing really well. It's actually running as good as it's ever in the time. I've owned the car 15 years. I've had 5 different motors in it, and this is the most torquiest angry motor I've had in it yet.
I had fun driving it. That thing was.
Oh, there you go.
I drove it for a day, and that thing it drove so smooth. I couldn't believe it. It's on, what is it, C4 suspension? I was like, I thought I was gonna bring my kids along, and I was like, you know what, this thing's gonna break. It's an old ass car, but when I got in, and I was like, okay, I love this car. I loved it. Just fell in love with it. It didn't rattle even a little bit, and you look at that thing and you think it's gonna fall apart, but man.
Yeah. My buddy Gordy's on here right now. He's watching, Gordy Peterson, and he keeps sending messages. So the car would it make about 6 pounds of boost at the max on the dyno?
Yeah, right? It's really revved out. Like, you got the pulleys a little bit weak on that. But.
Yeah, so really at 6 pounds of boost, it makes about 600 horse and about 510 foot-pounds of torque.
At the tire.
At the tire. So
yeah, that's at the tire. There's more in there too.
Oh, we could stuff another 4 or 5 pounds of boost in the car, and it'll make that 750, 800 range where I wanted to be with the car. But, right now I'm good for letting the car get broke in and drive it around the way it is. And then, if I want to add to it, I can.
There you go. All right. Dwayne out there saying good morning, wishing everybody well. Walt says, can you supply a standalone ECU so you can build a custom intake? Talk a little bit about that part of it.
Well, if he's referring to LSs, we already have it out in 2 forms. We have it with trans control that can control any 4 series transmission, 4L60, 65, 80, and 85. We have that model, and then we have it without trans control. So if you're talking LS, that's done.
I've already made the ones for GM HEI controlled, computer controlled distributors and Ford TFIs, and we'll be releasing those pretty soon.
Yeah, those are
the
coming.
LS computer, which is awesome. And we have the Ultra RAM ECU. It's going to probably be available for standalone pretty soon.
Excellent.
We have a whole line of standalones coming out. So to that question, yes.
And the Go port can kind of be standalone too. If you had a port injected 4-barrel intake, you can stick that on and plug it into whatever injectors or manifold you have.
Well, excellent. Next one from James, just about where is FiTech made? Very important to some people out there these days. Where you guys, assemble and make?
We're engineered and designed in Riverside, California. Some products are starting to be made stateside. We are manufactured overseas, but everything comes here, ran on motors, and tested here in Riverside, California.
Excellent. And people are keeping track of that these days, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Steve's buddy says, and I want to know if you guys agree with this, because it's kind of he says FiTech is fuel injection for dummies. And most people in the car area, we're not quite dummies, but maybe a little challenged. What about that? Is it fuel injection?
What I like about Gordy actually, knowing Steve, he actually called me up and bought 6 kits. So we obviously impressed him because we met him out in Vegas, and he called up and said, give me 6 of those. He's right. We made it as straightforward and as simple as possible. That's probably the easiest way to say it. So a lot of thought and a lot of effort went into, let's put in some simple parameters, let's hook up minimal wires, and let's turn the key and make the thing run.
I mean, can I jump in there real quick?
As long as you tell Gordy your shoe size, I'm sick of him asking me.
Well, the difference is like, Gordy actually is a very, he's a very intelligent guy. You know what I mean? He's done a lot of this stuff. He knows what he's doing. But a guy like me that I'm just random, like, that, like I'll be working on a John Deere tractor one day and be out underneath a Peterbilt the next day and over here working on a rat rod the next. So for me to grab something like what we did to my 57 Chevy, let's just go back to, I've got a 1957 Chevy convertible, 283 that literally drug it out of a storage unit from the 80s. It sat up here at Mount Charleston for, 20 years before the storage unit. The engine block was cracked on it. We welded the engine block back together, got the thing running, poured a quart of brake fluid in the transmission to swell up the seals in it so it wouldn't leak. And then I called Mike up and I said, hey, I got this 283. Can you guys come down and help me put a throttle body kit on it? And dude, these guys drove down, and this is kind of what kicked off our relationship a little bit. They came to Vegas and we put it on this smoky 283 points. I mean, it's still got the points in it, and we put the CFI on it. And I'm telling you right now, I drive it every day to lunch. It is my lunch going. Seats are ripped completely out of it. The quarter panels are different colors. I mean, it looks like hell on wheels. And it really, honestly, that 283 is probably one of the nicest running, dependable cars in my shop. And so, yeah, I mean, almost a dummy could do it. It's learning how to set it up. And, once you got it on and learning how to set it up, that's probably the most difficult part for me. But installing it, it's like putting a carburetor on a car. I mean, it's nothing. You could do it in an hour. So yeah, I think Gordy's right on that. And I'm not the most intelligent person on the planet. So if I can do it, anybody can do it.
Yeah, I think I'm still pulling out some of your seed out of my eyeballs.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. Did you get like more than one brake to work on that thing?
Yeah, no, I got all the brakes to work now. All the brakes.
Good.
Work.
That was scary.
Yeah, that was before I did the brakes.
Can you put fuel in it without it like leaving about 2 gallons on the ground?
Not yet. I'm working on that.
2021, baby. We got to have a project.
So about that convertible car, though, let me give you a little bit more backstory on that. When we talked to Steve, we wanted to go out there to show troubleshooting on it. So it had points, it had a generator. I mean, it had everything possibly that could be wrong to put fuel injection on. Because when you do fuel injection, I will tell you this, it tends to expose every issue you have with your vehicle. You're gonna cuss at Phytech or the other competitors out there. You're gonna yell at them saying my car doesn't work, because we're gonna expose the weakest links in your car, and that's just the nature of the beast. But on his, we went out there going, okay, we already know we're gonna have to fix the points. We're gonna have to fix the generator. We're probably gonna have to do some wires. We're probably gonna have to do some plugs. I mean, we had this whole laundry list of things we had to do. We went out there, put this thing on, fired up, and ran like a dream. We're like, what? Okay, we're done.
Yeah.
We were scheduled to do a whole day of filming. We're like, what do we do now?
Yeah. I still have a brand new distributor that Phytech gave me on the shelf. So if anybody wants to buy that from me, just let me know.
Autograph it.
Hey, that was for Protronix, man. You got to use that.
Add in, and I'll take your old distributor.
There you go.
It's cool, man. I can't believe it runs.
Mike is out there, wants to know about stuck injectors and what causes that problem, whether it's dirty fuel system, whether it's a heat issue, or question mark. What do you guys say?
Jeremy, you want to take that one? Or normally it's filtration is usually the issue, not good enough filtration. A lot of times, again, we run into people are using older tanks, dirtier tanks, and you got a lot of debris that runs through. A lot of times a carb will be more acceptable to, but when you're running fuel injection, it's more prone to wanting clog or stick open.
Excellent. What is the advantage to direct port injection versus throttle body injection, asks Barry.
Direct port injection versus throttle body? Well, port and throttle body, let's say port will have easier time starting and doing tuning for accelerator pump. Throttle body is easier to install. You just slap it on a 4-barrel intake, and if you're apples to apples, you'd probably make a touch more power with throttle body injection, but you do have to fight the wet manifold type problems such as starting and hitting, accelerator pump stuff. So I would say port injection is what I would put on something I drive a lot, where if I'm just like going, taking it every day, groceries, work, everything, go back, I'd put a GoPort or a Ultra Ram. If I was, just trying to get it going with EFI, the throttle body still works great. It's just a matter of, it may take a few more buttons to push to get it perfect for your engine.
Got it. William out there got a 2-barrel and wants to know if there's going to be any versions for those who do not want to swap intakes.
We actually have a 2-barrel system out there with the 2300 flange on it. So 37001 part number, I believe, or no, 39001. Sorry. Part number. Check that out.
Excellent. All right. Rick is out there. He goes, I put the Go Street EFI FiTech on my old school basic small block Chevrolet, and it is awesome. Now I can jump in my Camaro, hit the key, go no matter the temperature. Awesome throttle response to easy setup. So there it is, an endorsement from someone out there.
That's awesome.
Convenience. And isn't that just what drives home the point? People want ease and convenience. They don't want to step back in the 1960s, and like you said, choking a car in the weather.
Yeah, it's true, man. You got to find that special trick of hitting the gas pedal, or one of the cool things about our system too is a lot of people don't know that we have a built-in barometer in our system. So elevation change doesn't matter to us. So you can go up in the mountains, come back down, and no changing needles, and you're good to go.
I still don't think I've ever tuned a carburetor, and I imagine an 800 horsepower engine even 20 years ago, like trying to drive that on the street.
Yeah, no. Yeah, drivability. Well, drivability, exactly. That's the deal. Brandon, I've enjoyed my FiTech setup. Jeremy actually helped with some tuning issues on the Power Tour a few years back.
Cool.
That's Brandon Hastings. And what about that? Like, we're talking about how easy it is, and that's great, and it's appealing, but what are some of the challenges that do come up that you guys run into occasionally?
Install errors would be the biggest one, or burnt plug wires. Burnt plug wires can kind of wreak havoc on signals and the running, and then it'll cause things like shaking or popping in the exhaust or backfires. The ignition system is probably the biggest problem with EFI.
Well, that sounds just like Steve Darnell's 57 Chevy on the dyno.
Oh yeah.
I had plug wires on the headers. We burned. What did we burn them all? Did we burn all
7?
of them? I think we burned 7 of them.
It was. We were making fun of you. Remember? Listen for the click, Steve. Listen for the click when you put a plug wire on.
Oh yeah. You had those things wrapped around the crank signal. That was the problem.
Well, the thing is, it's weird for me because diesel injectors don't have those, so I just tighten them on.
Yeah.
So.
All right, here's one from Alex Cruden. Can you make the prime shot on the handheld temperature editable like the crank and warm-up fuel is?
Well, the prime shot is temperature dependent. So the value that you're editing in the handheld is kind of like an overall scaler for the prime shot. But so the prime shot itself will come out really huge when it's cold and a lot smaller when it's warm, based on the crank fuel calculation. So it's kind of a scalar to the crank fuel pulse width. So, you know, your warm prime shot should be about maybe 25% of what your really cold engine prime shot would be.
Excellent. We got many questions stacking up, but I do want to take a second because not everybody sticks around for the entire seminar. Real quick, guys, for people that are interested and are already realizing like this is the way to go, what is the best way to get a hold of you guys to get more information about the product and, you know, continue forward if they're already interested? And then we'll dive back into the questions.
So we're available at every major retailer of automotive parts. So you can find us almost anywhere. If you want to go directly to our website, it's phytechefi.com. All our products up there. All our social media now has direct links to our stores. So you can go on our Facebook, you can go on our Instagram, and you can find our product there. So that's a good starting point.
Excellent. And we'll do that from time to time for people who are checking in. Like Braden says that Phytech is like the KISS system. Keep it simple, stupid. Their product speaks for itself. Old school, Mopar friendly, and packs a punch. So checking all the boxes there.
Yeah, we're trying to. When you got to remember we love hot rods. I mean, that's what drives us, you know, and that's what we want to be, and that's the industry we want to be in. And we build our own cars. We have Jeremy. I don't know if you guys saw his first bio he sent out, but there's like 33 cars on there he's owned and fixed and built, and most of them he still has. I mean, it's just our passion. So we want to see you driving your car. You know, we want your problems solved. If you have issues with our product, we take care of you. You know, we stand behind what we do. So we appreciate we see a lot of kind comments coming in, or I'm reading them as you're seeing them, and it's cool. It's cool. I mean, there's Johnny with the 6-pack, which has just been an awesome build too.
Well, and I'm a Pontiac guy, and so when I saw that, I was like, all right. So Phytech recently installed the 6-pack on my Pontiac 455, having 3 throttle bodies. Also has a coolness factor. Yes, it does. The throttle response is night and day compared to the carburetor setup I previously had. Love that system. Continues to learn as I drive. Keeps getting better and better. Having to adjust the carb from time to time no longer exists. I love hearing that, as the EFI system manages all that for you. And thinking about, like, I've never driven a 6-pack combination, but I've heard people talk about it. And yeah, it looks cool, but there's a lot going on there. And you guys seem to have solved that issue.
Yeah, Jeremy can probably highlight a little bit more on it. I can tell you it's 1-to-1 and it keeps the intake wet throughout the whole thing. So there's not that tri-power lag anymore. So then Jeremy can highlight what he did.
Jeremy.
Yeah, with the wet flow, it's like driving a 6-barrel, so it's pretty snappy. But it's definitely a cool looking throttle body. That was the main.
It is one of the cooler ones that we have.
Every time I look at it, I'm still like, whew, getting a little flush.
Yeah, I seen it laying on the floor in there when I was back there in Mike's area, and I was like, dude, that is so cool. Is that a 6-pack for, you know, whatever? And I think back, my dad has had a 65 GTO with a 421 tri-power on it since I can ever remember. Like, since I was a little kid, he's had this car. And about every 2 years, it's like, take the carburetors off, go through them again, and clean them all up. And every couple of years, and I'm telling you, I'm trying to beg my dad into putting that tri-power system on his GTO, because he would actually want to drive it. I think he don't drive it because, you know, first of all, he don't drive it very much, but when he does, he just puts it around. But if you had that, I'm telling you, that throttle body that you have for a 6-pack is so cool. I'll bet he would love to drive it. It would just make a whole new car out of that 421. I know it would.
Yeah, we'll wake it up.
Yeah. I want to get him one someday.
And Jeremy referenced the difference between driving around on a 2-barrel and then smashing the gas and you got 6 versus the more even distribution of a fuel injected 6-pack, if you will, that's just always working, right? Like that to me that's part of the evolution of the technology. It's got to be better for the engine.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's running at the right air fuel all the time. So it's
Yeah, you're not guessing, and you're not fighting trying to tune 3 individual units either.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
That's the game changer.
All right, Brandon says, can the Ultimate LS kit control nitrous? I have seen mixed info on this. I want to add nitrous, but couldn't find out how to connect the Phytech control nitrous.
Yeah, you can connect it to the air conditioner input now and enable that air conditioner input as a nitrous input. That will let it. You also have to turn that on in the initial setup, and then that'll let you retard a little timing and change the air fuel target, and then it won't go chasing a leaner air fuel while you're on nitrous.
And on that note, for people who purchase, customer service is always a big deal. Being able to reach out, connect, I got a question, I'm stuck. How do you guys handle that?
So we have a whole tech team that's based out of El Paso, Texas, where our general manager, Julie's based out of. And there's a team of 8 there that's there to answer the phone Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 Pacific Standard Time. And, you know, what's cool about our tech team is, for one, you have to be super smart. 2, you have to be able to diagnose just about every make and model that's out there that's a classic car. 3, 90% of the time you're chasing a problem that's not related to your product. So these guys are good enough to figure that stuff out. And if they're not, we pass it up the food chain. Jeremy will jump in there and help out. But they'll spend an hour on the phone with you, 3 hours on the phone with you, 4 hours on the phone with you till they figure out what's going on. They don't tend to give up. So we do get a bad rep in the tech side because you do have a long wait to get a hold of one of our techs. But usually when you get a hold of one of them, they hold your hand and try to get you through the whole problem. And then on top of that, they find out, you know, it's Phytech related. Our warranty team is phenomenal about taking care of you on that side. We get the product in here and we get it back to you. Now we're on a 24-hour turnaround. Some days it's 48-hour, but normally it's 24-hour turnaround. And then if you need a replacement part, say you got a faulty injector, because it is electronics, you are going to have items that go bad. It's part of the game. We do 2-day free shipping on those parts to you. As long as you're under warranty. So if you're buying a part from us, we still do 2-day shipping on a small part.
Excellent. Question about fuel filtering. Is 30 micron fuel filter enough? Would a 10 micron be too restrictive? And I think Jeremy has answered, but the people viewing out there, what about that? The fuel filtering, what is right?
10 micron would be a good post filter. So that would be the one that filters the fuel entering the throttle bodies. 30 micron is a little coarse, and
we say that's the minimum. I mean, that's like the minimum. If you 30 microns your minimum filter to use. 10 micron is what we recommend.
Let's see. Thank you for the info on direct port. Will you offer that for the 351 Windsor? I currently have the 600 kit on it and like it, with the exceptions you mentioned about the advantages of direct port, says Barry.
So we have a GoPort setup that would actually work on that. He would just have to find his own manifold, his own ported manifold. But we have a part number 30,014. Check that out. That'll work for him.
Excellent. All right. And this has been great that everybody is so active in the chat section. I'm pretty excited about that. Mike, what parts of the system are self-tuning and what are not?
I can do that one.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
The self-tuning parts would be the fuel control while it's running. So you kind of pre-program it with a CAM map that's like a VE table, if you're familiar with EFI, which kind of has different fueling based on the vacuum and the RPM. That's kind of the standard way EFI works for what we call speed density. Is it's based off of the vacuum and the RPM. But so there's a grid there, kind of like the old block learn stuff of GM, if you ever were into those, the old TunePort stuff. So there's a learning that goes on behind the scenes also. So it's going to correct for the air fuel ratio in as fast as it can. So like you'll see an AFR target, and it's going to adjust the fuel to get that. And then it'll let's say it has to add 20% in a certain area, it'll try to learn that in that area only, and then different areas may have different amounts of correction. Then there's starting fuel doesn't learn, so that you'll have to maybe have to adjust. Out of the box, it's got a pretty good curve behind the scene based on temperatures and the amount of time you're cranking. And then accelerator pump also doesn't learn yet, but I've actually written some code to try to get accelerator pump to learn. Different engines, different manifolds do have a different amount of what we call like wall wetting. So it's kind of a hard thing to just do out of the box perfectly for a wide variety of things, but it's, usually you can get away with just a little too much fuel and you're good enough. And then things that also learn would be the idle air control. So that's called the IAC. We do have a lot of people that have to call in and say, my idle's bad. But if you end up following the instructions right, it's pretty simple to set up where there's a screw to adjust the throttle blade's stop point to let a minimum amount of air in. But you need to set that correctly for the idle air control to work at full range, so that when you're cold engine or hot engine, you can still control the idle to what you want it to be. But it does learn that. So let's say you're off by, a turn on the throttle screw too low, it can learn up, but it may cause, let's say your engine's really cold and you don't have enough of that screw in, the idle air control motor opens up pretty far, but it is still limited. So, if you do adjust it right when it's hot, you'll have better results with that. And I think that's probably one of the number one problems that customers would have, is not adjusting that screw.
That's the one manual adjustment you have to do to our system.
Yeah.
Interesting. Let's talk about the Nemesis system. What makes the Nemesis special as we move into that?
It's huge.
Yeah.
58 millimeter bores. That's like the biggest one available, that'll ever fit on a 4500 flange.
Wow.
We're going to have it up to 12 injectors. So, that's a lot of fuel. We haven't finalized every injector, but it's going to be adjustable you can change out the injectors as needed. And then also it's got discharge rings that have our annular discharge, but we're going to have a variety of them so that you can tune it for your particular fuel and engine combo. So maybe your fuel doesn't need such fine atomization. You change it out for all right guys, you can change out the rings to make it more or less atomized fuel. Maybe you have some methanol that you don't really want to have too finely atomized at the throttle body, so you can change those out. It's got 2 throttle position sensors, so that maybe we could set it up with progressive, so you can drive it around. It's going to have parabolic ramps on the throttle blades, so that it'll actually be drivable. That's going to be a new feature we're coming out with on all our throttle bodies. So it's
dual IACs.
Oh yeah, dual IACs, because we're putting these on huge motors, and they need as much idle as you can get out of them.
Right. The challenge of where things have gone with cars on the street, and 1,000 horsepower is not uncommon, which 10, 15 years ago you wouldn't think of it. Now you got to figure drivability with 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely. This system's going to be rated up for 1,600 horsepower is what we decided out of the box. So it can support up to 1,600 out of the box.
Yeah.
Jeremy even went out and bought a race car, so we would have to develop this. So now we're actually.
I got one.
Yeah.
I got one. We could try it on something I got.
We can race each other.
And what's that? And what's that, Steve? What are you volunteering?
Well, I have we've been talking about, I got a 30 Model A coupe with a stroked big block. It's a 871 blown, chopped and channeled Joker is what we call it. The Joker. It's
that's right.
We need to play with the Joker. It would be really cool. If you've never seen the Joker, you need to Google it. Joker, welder up Joker car. And it's
scared of that thing.
Huh?
I'm scared of that thing.
I'm a little scared of it, but it's fun to drive.
Good.
Tata's car.
We got a lot of stuff. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, our car's called Tata's.
Awesome. You mentioned a supercharger combination. Walt says, any plans for a hat type injector for a blower application?
Thought about it. Yeah, like 4 years ago.
It's on the list, and if it's 4 years ago, it's coming up pretty quick then.
There it is.
So, yeah, I mean, we have this endless list of things we want to do. One thing people don't realize is Phytech's super small. I mean, we're a super small company. Here in Riverside, California, we have 18 people, and that's including all the warehouse, the RMA guys, and all the testers. And that's all the staff upstairs. We have one shipper, one shipping guy. We have one order desk lady, our manager, order manager. We have one warranty guy on the phone that answers the phone all day long for warranty services. What's that?
My garage is full, so it's every time we got to do a new thing, you got to buy a new car.
Get a new car. Yeah, that's product development.
But it's what a great compliment, right? That people are wanting, like they realize that what you guys do and have done is all good, and they want more, and they want you to expand. So these are good problems to have.
If anybody's got a test car that I could and has that hat system without a computer, I can make it work.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah, here I
am. Steve is working it. All right. Yoland says on the 3064 unit, can we swap the injectors for a smaller size? Will the unit recognize it?
Out of the box, it'll if you put a smaller one in, it'll run a little bit lean for a few seconds, and then it'll start correcting, and then it'll start learning. But also, if you go into, say, pro tuning on the handheld, I think it's injectors and VFI, you can set the injector flow rate down to match your injectors, and then it won't really know the difference anymore. It'll just be like ready to go.
Excellent. Excellent. Searching some things for boosted applications. How much better is it to run MPFI for fuel distribution? And how important is the cooling on a wet manifold tune port setup, says Steve.
I ran my blown small block throttle body injected from the beginning, and then I ran it with port. I mean, basically, cylinder to cylinder distribution's probably 50% the air distribution and 50% just like fuel changing, turning corners on, say, on a wet flow one. So if you just went straight from the same manifold from port or from throttle body to port, you'll probably see slightly better cylinder to cylinder distribution, but it's I've done a few systems where I've looked at 8-cylinder wideband, and I'm like, yeah, let's just not look at that anymore. It kind of it'll hurt your feelings how bad it is on some of these manifolds for just for like, you wouldn't believe some like some of them it's like more than a point of air fuel difference, and if you're on the ragged edge of like having to be perfectly tuned cylinder to cylinder, you'll probably want to go port and do a bunch of research on how to get it dialed in, but it's not easy to do. but we've ran these on wet flow, blown, pretty high power, and not lost an engine yet. So
excellent. All right, we're coming down the home stretch. I can't believe how rapidly this has flown by. You guys have been fun and entertaining. Let me ask one more question, and we'll start. What about those that like to go, race their cars? We've spoken a lot about drivability and cruisability and going out for a drive and having a lot of power. But what about those people who have got a car that they go out there and they like to go wide open throttle 3, 4, or 5 times a night, maybe even bracket race a car? The systems function in that environment as well as everything else?
With bracket racing, the system's correcting the air fuel all the time, so it's going to be, maybe it's hard to say if it's going to be more consistent or not, because it may change with the temperature. Yeah, if you just dumped fuel in all the time without knowing, it may, it may not care what the weather is as much until you, I guess it's hard to say. I don't bracket race, but it's correcting it all the time, so you don't maybe have to make any adjustments. So I just can't say if that's going to be more consistent or less consistent based on temperature.
Well, I guess we need to go bracket racing then.
But I do hit the I hit full throttle probably 4 times a day on my way to work and back.
Well, good. Steve, jump in here with some final thoughts on these guys. You work with them. You have a lot of experience. You're well known. And honestly, that's worth a lot to a lot of people, like a reputation, someone they know and trust. And these are the guys you choose to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so easy to deal with these guys. And, like I said, we've became almost like a little family over there. And, that's really, what we're doing here is, taking a guy that obviously has worked on diesel engines and carbureted stuff and just weird things that I've built and created with my crew and learned all this system. But to be able to take the Phytech system and put it on this old stuff and make it run good again and go have fun with it, it really is it's the way that it's going. As much as I hate to say it, we're starting to clean up the environment with, emissions, and the fuel injection definitely does that. And, it's all proactive stuff with the EFI. Now, as far as the relationship with Phytech, we're just on a mission right now. I started a YouTube, a new show on YouTube. It's called Make It Run Again. And we did our first one this week, and we hitchhiked up to Reno, and we found a 68 Chevy truck, and we made it run, and we drove it through Tahoe and all the way back down to Las Vegas. The cool thing is you can bid on this thing on your way back. You can get on eBay and you can bid on this truck, and it brought $10,000 by the time I got to the driveway at my house. Well, Phytech is a big sponsor of mine, and we're starting to work together on really pushing this system. And it's just become like, it's just a family feeling organization. I can call Mike and say, hey, this is what I need. And it's there the next day. You know what I mean? So I can keep making my videos to keep showing my people in my, social media avenue, how it goes and how cool it is to have it. And, that's what this is all about. With our lockup right now with this COVID, we're not getting to go to SEMA. We're not, I'm going crazy over here. I can't go anywhere. So what's really going on right now is what we're doing right now. It's the interaction on the phone or social media. And that's really where it's going. And we're trying to make a move on a product that I believe in. After I put that throttle body system on my 57 convertible with a cracked block 283 points, you open the hood and this thing looks horrible. And it's crazy. I open the hood and people see that fuel injection on there and they're just blown away by how it almost looks like it could be carbureted, but you see that Phytech on there, and it's a dead giveaway, of course, but it's so cool. And that's where we're going. We want to show people that hey, look, you can grab this system, put it on a 289, a 283, a 351, a 460, whatever you got, an old motor, and make it way more efficient. You can clean it up with it, and it makes more power normally. You know what I mean? But it's been a good journey with these guys. I mean, Jeremy's a very intelligent person. It's fun to learn from him when I go there, to listen to what he says. And, Mike's like, he's like a little brother you just want to punch right in the arm every day. Every day. I just want to punch him, but he's bigger than me. So I back out. But it's great. I love it. And, when I went to their facility for the first time, I'm thinking, okay, Phytech's going to be like 5 acres of just stuff, right? No, it's a nice little building. It's well organized. They have motors in there that they bench fire every unit. If there's a problem with one, they bring it back and they dyno it to see what is wrong. So if it's their problem, they can correct the problem. Or if it's not their problem, they can tell the guy, hey, this is what was wrong with it when you installed it. We can't find an issue. Check your vacuum. Check and see if you're pulling air somewhere. And I think that's really cool that they actually have 2 guys in the back that just dyno run these. I watched them do it. I sat there and watched them do it. And they just, if there's a problem with them, they send them back. They dyno them. They find out what the problem is, and they let you know. And that's customer service,
Absolutely. I see Francisque and John on here. So, final comments, Mike, Jeremy, as we wrap up this seminar and wrap up the week. Really appreciate you guys participating. Mike, most important information, let them know, where and how to get a hold of you guys and to continue their journey. This is obviously something that, we're all going to get there eventually.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to with gas quality and stuff like that. Fuel injection is the way to go. You never know what you're getting in your tank, and at least we can adjust for that. You can always find Phytech products at every major retailer. Anybody that sells quality parts, they sell ours. You can always reach out to phytechefi.com. You can see us on all the social media. You could go to all our stores on that. You're going to be able to find us. One other thing I do want to mention, Steve, we do make an LS bracket, just to let you know. So the LS cable brackets all are available. Inside joke, guys. Sorry.
Now we're gonna have to take a picture of that and send it so they can see what we're talking about.
Also, in our LS line opening up January 1st, we will have 1,000 horsepower sheet metal intake set up going out the door now. So we can go up to 1,000 horsepower in the LS for everybody out there. Just wanted to throw that out there because that's been asked. Other than that, man, we really appreciate what ePart Trade does for us. It's opened up a new avenue to a new market that we didn't see before. So this year's been great working with you guys. And, you guys must have predicted that COVID was going to happen because we signed up right before this hit. And, who knew that all this internet help would have been important.
Well, thank you very much. What a great session. Steve, a big fan. I love the energy. I love your show. I mean, you bring tons of enthusiasm. My son watches it. He loves it. I mean, it's really the passion. Mike, I want to congratulate you. You said something that is very, very important. You said we're a small company. Now, this is an industry about small businesses.
Yep.
It's the number one rule about this industry. Okay. And I was very fortunate to learn that 20 something years ago from one of the smartest men in the business, Steve Lewis. And he really taught us that. He said, this is an industry about small businesses. You have to take care of the small businesses because they are the one driving this industry. And then when Judy, John and I, that we've worked together for 25 years, when we build a platform, we basically wanted to offer the industry a level playing field. So now if you're a small little startup or if you're a big gigantic firm and you have racing products to introduce right there on ePart Trade, everybody on the same level. The latest product is right there at the top. Doesn't matter how much you spend, or it's really, serving the small businesses of this industry. So thank you for saying that. We are a small business too. So, so thank you very, very much. We are running a little bit late, so we have to accelerate. Our next session is going to be on suspension with Penske Racing Shocks. Stay with us. Those guys are really at the top of the game. It's going to be very technical. So, Jeremy, Steve, and Mike, stay with us. I'm going to move you as
guys. Thank you.
Watch the next sessions.
Joe, we
and then
appreciate you.
bring the new panelists. Okay, thank you very much. Reed, on to you for a little video. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Later.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Thank you and welcome back. What a great session we had. The next session, I'm delighted to bring our friends from Penske Racing Sharks. I have watched Jim's webinar before. He is an absolute genius. When it comes to suspension, he has a way of explaining everything. And so I'm absolutely delighted. Before we start, I would like to remind everyone that we had tons of questions in the chat this morning. Now, when you put your question in chat, you have two options. You can send your question to all panelists or all panelists and attendees. So you have that questions, Zoom set it up automatically to panelists. But if you want to share your question with the audience, all you need to do when you type your questions, say, I want my questions to go to panelists and attendees. That makes it more fun. So it's up to you. I have a technical question because we have you logged in under Aaron, but we also have James there. So is that the same? Because usually we have you under Jim. So is this the same one, Jim? Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. We just want, so we'll leave that one. You guys are set up. It is 9 o'clock. Joe Castello is going to be your host. Joe, you're in charge. We'll see you guys in 50 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Francisque. Appreciate it. Once again, welcome back, everyone. Good morning and welcome ePartrade Friday. What a great week it has been. We've had so much fun, and now this is something that I'm super excited about. It's folks from Penske Racing Shocks going to join us, Aaron and Jim, and this one was teased to me. This is an area that, frankly, has been touched upon many times throughout the week in terms of racing shocks and getting that power to the ground, generating the grip, and your exposure across multifacets of racing and motorsports is just second to none. So welcome and thank you. And let's dive in. Aaron, Jim, take it away. What do you got?
Well, thanks for having us. First off, this is a great thing you guys are doing here. This time of year, I think everybody's used to traveling somewhere to a show. And it's unfortunate we don't get to see everybody in person, but this is great what you guys are doing, putting this on for everybody. All the racers that are out there, we know a lot of the trade shows, a lot of people can't get to. So this platform hopefully allows everybody to ask questions, feel free to gather information on what's coming up new for us next year. And we've been watching throughout the week, and you guys are doing a great job. So first off, thanks for doing this for us.
Oh, of course. Well, I've had very little to do with it, but I'll take the credit anyway.
That's good. So yeah, so we it's been a crazy year for everybody, but obviously racing's been continuing, and we've been pushing really hard here at Penske Shocks. We're really excited with a lot of the current racers and champions that have been racing this year. Obviously, everybody's trying to get back to normal. Hopefully, 2021 we can get back to normal. We've been excited this year to have a lot of success from the top down. I think our biggest one this year is being able to celebrate another world championship with a group overseas there. So that's very exciting for us to be a part of that. And like you said, we deal with all forms of racing, everything from Formula One all the way down to our grassroots racers, dirt drivers, dirt racers, late models, modifieds, whatever it might be, ATV riders. This year we won another cross country championship with our ATV division. So it's been keeping us busy this year, and we're real excited to jump forward into 2021.
Excellent. Very exciting. So for the people out there who are, I would imagine people are logging on specifically to see this, and we can see it in our numbers, because this is going to be very educational. You're going to walk us through many different aspects of why it's better. But one thing that I found to be interesting is you have so many great relationships worldwide, except everything is made right here in America in Reading, Pennsylvania, which I think is fantastic and music to a lot of people's ears.
Yeah, I can comment on that. Part of our success, as Aaron mentioned, is supplying from the top down. And I think the world would agree that Formula One is the pinnacle of motorsport. So we've been a fixture in that paddock for 30 years, supplying many teams. And it's, we get a lot of credit for our support and our response in that market, bringing a lot of technology to that market, and And it all comes down to how Penske Shocks is sort of set up. You know, we are a small company, which allows us to stay agile enough to support very demanding customers overseas at the highest level. So currently right now, it's kind of like the best kept secret here in Reading, Pennsylvania, is we, you know, historically and routinely are supplying 4 to 5 Formula One teams directly from our headquarters here in Reading. All the dampers are completely designed, built, and supported here from this place. And you know, we have a good reputation of not not sharing confidential information. You know, if we did, we'd be in trouble, and we wouldn't have such a good market share as we do. But we learn a lot from Formula One. A lot of our technologies are developed there, and then they kind of cross-pollinate to everything from NASCAR to short track to you name it. So it's been really good. But again, it really comes down to the response and is going above and beyond and making things happen for our customers.
Excellent, excellent. I see Jim has got his screen shared, and so I'm under the assumption that you're going to walk us through a bit of a PowerPoint or a presentation. We've got some questions already queuing up in the comments section. I encourage people to do that. If you have a question out there around the world, put it in the comment section. We will get to it. These two gentlemen will be with us. There's a lot to learn and a lot of ground to cover. So Jim, take it away.
Sure. Yeah. So Jim touched on a little bit of what we do there. Our main area of focus, a lot of people ask, is what is different about a Penske shock compared to some of our competitors. And we have a design philosophy that we really go into and look at all aspects of the shock, the damper as a whole. Suspension systems and racing are, as sanctioning bodies evolve, a lot of rules obviously get placed to control costs and things like that. But there's a lot of little differences that you can design into any part of the vehicle to kind of maintain an advantage. A lot of what we look at on the shock side of things is going to be friction levels, hysteresis. They sort of go hand in hand. So the damper itself, you really never want to have that restrict or create a force that you can't control. So by using aerospace quality materials, seals, fluids, things like that, it really allows your performance of your shock to be at its best. Allows it to change direction as quickly as it possibly can. By having a shock that can change direction very quickly, keep your tire planted on the track, that's going to give you the most mechanical grip. It sounds easy, but it's very, very difficult. There's a lot of different moving pieces in a shock. Some of these shocks that we have laying on the table here, they're made up of a few hundred pieces. So all those pieces got to work and coincide with each other to produce a good quality damping curve that the racer can ultimately use. And in the end, the driver feels everything that shock absorber is doing. I think that's why it's become such a large focus in all forms of racing. As drivers move through the levels and become more familiar with their vehicle and what they feel, they really feel everything that shock absorber is doing. It affects tire wear, it affects tire life. So it really is a very important part of what the overall handling package is doing. And it comes down, once you get past the performance side of it, you come down to consistency. The consistency of the shock. It's rare to see one racer or one team have one set of shocks. You're going to have multiple sets of shocks, whether you're trying different spring packages or just different setups. You need those shocks to be consistent to one another and repeat, as well as consistency over a long run. In the dirt world, we might run a heat race for the last 10 minutes, but then also we'll go to Daytona and we'll run a 24-hour endurance race. We like to use the same parts in all of our shocks. That's one thing that we're really proud about, is a lot of the pieces that make up any different type of application, they use the same pistons, the same seals. That technology is sort of spread across all of our forms of racing, and we feel that's what works the best. Even in drag racing, we're lucky enough We were on Elite Motorsports. Erica Enders, she won her 4th championship this year in Pro Stock. We're using all the similar materials, F1 technology on those type cars. They're only running 6 seconds, but they're still utilizing the same equipment that we've designed and developed, whether it be an IndyCar, Formula One, NASCAR. So we sort of spread all that technology across the board. And again, in the repeatability, consistency side, drag racing, for instance, it's all about consistency, repeatability in the parts. They're looking at half a tenth here or there. So consistency and the quality of the part is second to none in those types of racing.
And we had a question in the comment section that, we had a question in the comment section about drag racing. It's funny that you should happen to bring it up about whether you guys are involved in drag racing, or is that too small? And I think quite the opposite, right? You're on many of the top tier cars. You referenced Erica winning her 4th championship this year, but Pro Stock, Pro Mod, you guys have got pretty strong exposure over there as far as I know.
Yeah, we're very big in drag racing. I would say probably 98% of the Pro Stock field all use the Penske shocks. We have alongside with our product, we have great relationships with dealers. Drag racing, for instance, we have a dealer, PRS Suspension. They travel to all the races, and they're the hands-on and the technical side of the support. They're talking to the teams, the crew chiefs, helping set up and revalve and do what they have to adjust the shock. But from the Pro Stock, the Pro Mod, Top Sportsman, you name it, we're involved in the drag racing. We're a big sponsor for PDRA. This year we were the Pro Nitrous main sponsorship for that class. And again, we had the majority of the PDRA field as well, running our equipment there as well. So drag racing, I'd say early on in our development as a company, maybe 20 some years ago, we were just dabbling in it. And then probably 10 years ago or so, we really put a big push into it. We were lucky enough to get paired up with Alan Johnson and Mopar. And that really pushed us into the drag racing scene. And we did a lot of development, a lot of work. And it's where we're at today, where we have the majority of the field. We travel to the races. It works out extremely well.
I don't know that people maybe appreciate how much of the performance, they think all about, engine. But how much of the performance, especially in Pro Stock, is in the chassis setup and inevitably the shocks?
Yeah, the drag racing world, it's come a long way. I think when we first started in there, as you said, it's all about engine, and obviously horsepower is extremely important when you're drag racing and it's such a short distance. But we learned a lot when we came in on the suspension side of just some of the, I would say, low-hanging fruit that some of the teams were leaving there. Because as you said earlier, it's all about putting the power to the ground. And that's a great thing we're seeing about like a Pro Mod car. They really have more horsepower than they know what to do with, especially off the starting line. So the suspension is everything. The suspension, the shocks, the springs, however you're setting that up. There's a lot that goes into it. And every year we're just learning more and more. We're getting pretty heavily involved also with some of the grudge racing guys, some of the street outlaw guys, and that's even more difficult. Where now they're going to a racetrack, but it's an unprepped racetrack, so you don't have that grip enhancer on the track that's helping you. So now you're trying to grab hold with a 3,000 horsepower car. You're trying to grab hold of a racetrack that doesn't have any spray on it or anything like that. So it becomes very difficult on when you add the power, how much you're adding. It all works together. So. That's where we're lucky to be involved with really great teams, really great people that know what they're doing, and that just helps accelerate our product that we can then share with everybody.
Excellent. Quick question for you guys as far as the presentation part of this that is running off of your computer. I notice you've shared your screen. Have we completed that? And if we have, maybe unshare your screen just so we can see you guys a little more clearly. Because we're in a tiny little box.
Yeah, sorry about it. Yeah, so this screen portion is as questions come up, we can pop back in there and share some of them.
Sure.
Some of the questions that might come up. So.
I just want people to see you guys there, and you got a pretty great presentation in and of itself. But the way the program works, we get really small out there when we share a screen, so we'll toggle back and forth. One of the questions coming from the chat section, and what's great about this is to be able to jump back and forth from all different forms of motorsport in terms of road course racing, where we're going now. When hitting curbs, what range of speeds, inches, seconds, etc., does the damper shaft see? Most force versus velocity graphs go up maybe, tenths of seconds when hitting curbs, damper shafts, etc., and so on. This is obviously math related, guys, so dive in.
So that's a great question, and it really relates to your application and the vehicle that you're using. So the 10 inch per second, right behind here is a shock dyno. So that's what we use to measure the performance of the shock absorber, very similar to an engine dyno. You're going to put it on there, you're going to give it a certain speed to run, and it's going to tell you how much force that shock's producing at that speed. So to answer the question, it really depends on the application of the car. If you take an open wheel car, for instance, an Indy car, they run off a push rod suspension. They have a different motion ratio than what you say maybe a street car has. If we take a Mustang or Mazda Miata or something and go to the racetrack, depending on the motion ratio and the angle that those shocks are mounted at, and depending on what curve you're hitting, it's going to be a different velocity. We actually just did a road test here recently with our own Mustang vehicle that we have, and we're supplying a new kit for them. And we were going out just driving around the streets here in Reading, and Pennsylvania is not known for the best roads, but we were hitting some potholes and curbs, and being able to take the data and understand what we were feeling in the car and then running it on our shock dyno, we were seeing well over 30 inches per second, which is very fast. If you put it on a shock dyno and see how fast that shock absorber is moving, it's a very quick input. So for certain curbs, you're probably up around there at least, but again, it all depends on your motion ratio and what your damping levels and things like that might be. But it's a good question, but it's great to have. That's where data acquisition is so key in your suspension and understanding what your suspension is doing. You really got to be able to capture that data and then replay it back to really understand exactly what you're seeing there.
Excellent. More questions queuing up. I do like to mention, though, at the start and a couple of times through the seminar for people that are coming in and coming out, where and how to get a hold of you guys, because, people reaching out, maybe they're interested. We'll talk about who those people are going to be. But what is the best way to get a hold of you guys and to continue any journey of information that someone might want to start?
Best way to get a hold of us through our website, PenskeShocks.com. You can go to our Facebook page, Penske Shocks, and then obviously you can call us anytime, 610-375-6180. That's our shop line. Any type of racing, any type of shock application. We do a lot of things with aerospace. We make shock absorbers for anything that really needs shocks, but any racer, we do get some questions a lot where racers are almost intimidated to call us. And I tell all of our racers, it doesn't matter if you're running a street stock, dirt late model, whatever it might be, don't ever hesitate to call us and ask questions. That's what we're here for.
Well, it's funny you say that, because you mentioned that you service and work with several Formula One teams, and I can see that the word intimidation coming up, like someone thinking, well, that's not for me because it's for Formula One. But I was so happy that you brought in drag racing. Of course, Elite and Erica, the highest level, but maybe a little more everyman. But you guys make shocks for everyone. If you've got a quick and fast car, you're trying to go around a racetrack or down a racetrack, you can be helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the drag racing side of it, we got a lot of the street car type applications. We're a factory option on the Shelby S1000 Mustang that comes right from Shelby. We do a lot of foreign cars, a lot of imports, Mustang or Lamborghinis, Ferraris, you name it. Again, if it has a shock, we've probably put something on there, or we can put something on there. And it goes all the way back to the older cars. I mean, we've done 60s. We just had a customer here who's restoring a 50s Jaguar with a really old type suspension that we're going to put shocks on. So vintage type cars, we really, again, if it has a shock absorber, we can make something for it and put it on there.
Excellent. Here's one from Dwayne out there. What range of shock speeds give the driver the feel? Obviously, motion ratio influences this, but it's useful to have an idea of what range of shaft velocities give the driver the seat of the pants feel.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and we have an example. A few years back, we have what we call our semi-active system, and we actually got this piece, and we were working with it with McLaren, and it was a piece that they gave us to try to get out into the racing world because they were no longer allowed to run it. So we developed it for different car applications just to really see what the driver's feeling. And it was really an active suspension system, shock absorber that you could put on and then have, say, 10 different settings. And through a computer, you could just change these settings and completely change the damping curve. A very important test that we did was with a high-end sports car driver. It was a Daytona prototype at the time. And we really just focused on a very short or very small section of the damping curve to see what he would feel. And the feel that this driver, and all drivers are different, I will say that this driver would only feel from 0 to 2 inches per second, which is very low speed. It really controls the attitude of the car, the platform of the car. But that's what this driver was feeling from 0 to 2 inches per second. And when we tried to tune anything out past 2 inches per second, he came in and really said, he goes, I don't feel a difference. And we were making drastic changes, hundreds of pounds. So that's twofold. One is if you're tuning out past that and he can't feel it, it could be a struggle for the engineer or the crew chief. But the nice thing about that is if you go to a shaker rig or if you run simulation, that's sort of free then for the engineer or the crew chief to say, hey, if the tire is affected by anything out past that, if there's anything else we want to do out past that the driver can't feel, then it all just comes down to the engineering side and you can do what you want. Now, when you start hitting curves and things like that, that is more high speed. That's going to be out past that 5 inches and further out. We like to say that's driver comfort. While the driver might not want to feel those bumps, if the car is fast, in our experience, the driver will put up with it. If you tune that out where he's comfortable, but the car's not fast, we'll definitely take the rough ride back and say, I'll deal with the bumps. So.
Comfortable is slow. I get it. You getting some love out there also, Dave. Let's see. Jerry says that Dave Reedy is the Penske guy with our genre of racing, dirt mod stuff. He is amazing. Penske provides a great service through him at our level. So getting some love.
Yeah. Dave's great. He does all of our big block mod, all of our small block mod, Northeast Modifieds here around Pennsylvania. I mean, you can a stone's throw away. There's 4 or 5 tracks you can go to, and the Northeast Modifieds are really big here. And Dave's done a great job this year. We picked up some new teams this year. Mike Guller, Jeremy Guller, that team, they've been running really good. Andy Bacchetti, he's a new pickup that we had. He's had a really great year in the big block Northeast mod. So that program for us is really gaining momentum. And again, that's one we're looking forward to in 2021 for sure.
So we have learned and we see that, cost control is something that's on a lot of people's minds, whether or not that's a good idea. I've certainly had people indicate that the more a rules maker tries to control the cost, it just causes the increase of cost in other areas, right, as people hunt for speed. But being that many racing series have tightened up the rules in so many different areas, in some cases, lots of parts of the car are spec or very strictly controlled. Shocks are an area that there is some freedom. And so when people are looking to go faster, I would imagine they are coming to you guys. Speak on that a little bit and how you can help people who are in series where there are some strict rules about all aspects of the cars, that the shocks are an area where they maybe can find some performance.
Yeah, the rules are always they're always tricky. I mean, you always want to be above board and make sure you're reading the rule book very clearly. There's some very simple rules in some of the dirt modified series where you have to run a steel body or you have to run a steel shock. Those ones are pretty easy. They're pretty cut and dry. The rules themselves, as they develop, like you said, when somebody makes a rule against something, it's usually because somebody else found an advantage with it and it's making them faster. So to control the cost, that will try to implement those rules and keep some of those things down. And it's our job to stay within the rules, but also make our customers go faster. So I would say NASCAR really started this back in the 90s when the crew chiefs really evolved and started to become shot guys and understood. And even I'd say in the early 90s, late 80s on the IndyCar side with our owner there, Roger Penske. I mean, it was really big about, okay, there's got to be something else that we can do here with the shock side of things. And that's really how we started. So the development and the continued development of the shocks is very important. All your big teams have their own engineers and or shock technicians. That's all they do. They work on the shocks all day long. And really you're trying to find that balance between what your car wants, what your tire wants, but also what your driver feel is. In the end, it's a human in that seat. He's the one controlling the vehicle, or they're controlling the vehicle. So you have to have your suspension feel the way they want. But it's hard. A lot of grassroots racers, a lot of private racers obviously don't have the money to hire an engineer or to have a shock person on their payroll. So that's where we come in. We really want to do all that for you. I always tell all of our customers, we're involved as much or as little as you want. So if you ever have a question, if you only have one set of shocks, we can help you tune those shocks. We can rebuild those shocks for you. But we also like to try to give as much information and knowledge about our products and about shocks in general as we can. For a long time, it's been thought of as shocks as this black magic, and you got to be some crazy whiz to work on them. And they're very, very simple. I think the part that gets intimidating is there really is no limit to what you can do with the shock itself. We have probably over 60 different piston options you can run. We have thousands and thousands of shim combinations that you can run. So I like to tell people, if you can think of it, if you can think of a shock curve that you want to make, there's a way to do it. It's just going to take time to do it. And if you think of it and it works and nobody else can get to that point, you're going to have a big advantage over the rest of the people you're racing against.
All right, we've got some other questions out there. One, I wonder if this is a rally guy. Self-leveling coilovers for a 2003 to 2007 Subaru Forester. And so is that something that you have? Just a basic question.
No, that's going to be a special application. With the self-leveling, those are usually some type of air system or air setup. I don't want to say it's impossible because we do have some systems, but it would be very costly for that type of vehicle. You're probably looking for more like an OE, just replacement that you would be able to put on there and take care of that. So.
All right, next one from Stefan. Does the relatively small motion ratio of bell crank pushrod suspension create special challenges in tuning or better precision, or is it just the same curve scale?
We find this a lot where teams are changing the motion ratios a lot, especially in Formula One, where they're trying to get everything tucked in around the aero on the rear, especially. What that means for us is it essentially just changes the amount of damping we need to put in the damper to control that movement. So if the motion ratio is not ideal, you're going to have a very, very short stroke damper, and you're trying to do the same work in that stroke versus a much longer stroke damper, where the loads can be lower, the pressures can be lower. So we take that into account, and we just size the components, appropriately. We have certain rules of thumb that we stick to with internal damper pressures and sizes of components and flow rates. So as long as we keep those in check, it's okay. When you get those out of balance and you have like a very, 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 very stiff damper in a very, very small diameter, that's a very not ideal situation. So we try to monitor that. But the other way, if you have a very long damper, very soft, it's always a compromise for us in terms of mass, size, and performance. Performance being key. But as we've seen, again, especially places like Formula One, the suspension takes a little bit of a backseat to the aero efficiencies and making everything smaller. I think you're going to see that change in 2022 for sure, when aero is a bit less and the tire is more important. So I think we're going to see another sort of renaissance in damping technology in Formula One in 2022, when there's a lot more attention put on it.
I'm looking forward to that. I think that's going to be very interesting. All right, let's dive into. I know that you have many different types of shocks that you guys offer, but let's meld that with the what shock is right for me. How do people go through that process and get as dialed in as they can be before they give you guys a call?
Yeah, so that's always the big question. And I would say, right from my experience, there's a false assumption that more adjusters are better. We get a lot of people that will call up and I want a 4-way adjustable shock, but they don't know how to use it. So choosing the right shock, as we're showing here, first and foremost, it comes down to your rules. What can you run? And like you touched on before, a lot of sanctioning bodies have different rules. And we've seen it where somebody might want to buy a shock and they take the shock and they get to the racetrack and the tech official's like, hey, that's not legal. So the first thing is just make sure you know what shocks you can run. And then really it comes down to, again, your budget. That's always the big thing in racing is what can you afford to run? And maybe a non-adjustable is cheaper, but that doesn't always mean it's going to be cheaper in the long run. Again, we have some smaller, I would say entry-level type, like a dirt modified. They can only run a non-adjustable shock, but then you'll go into a guy's trailer and he has 50 shocks hanging there. Where sometimes if you had a single adjuster or a double adjuster shock, that shock can cover probably 10 or 11, maybe up to 15 different types of shocks just by having 2 adjusters on it. Well, obviously those shocks would be a bit cheaper, but again, that's the way some of the rules are written. And then you're looking at the actual performance of the shock. What are you trying to do with the shock? Are you just is this just going on a street car that you're looking to have a better street ride, better performance there? Or are you taking this to the racetrack? Are you looking for your best possible time that you're getting out of it? And then obviously the maintenance side of it, these shocks are like any other part of a race car. Now I will say we've had customers who buy these shocks and they bolt them on a Corvette and we don't see them for 30, 40,000 miles. So we're excited that you can run these shocks that long, but it's like anything else. I get asked a lot, how often do I change my oil? How do I take care of these shocks? And I relate it a lot to an engine. It's like the more you take care of the shocks, the more you change the oil, the more protection they're going to have, the better off they're going to be, and the longer they're going to last for you. We look at some of the shocks that we just got from a NASCAR team, and they're well over 15 years old, and they perform like they did when they're brand new. Now, again, those guys are taking those shocks apart a lot and servicing them, but they're working really well. So there's so many different options on what type of shock you could possibly use, but it really comes down to the customer's application, what they're trying to do with it, and in the end, what their end result needs to be.
Excellent. Were you going to jump in there real quick?
Yeah, so to touch on a little bit of the different kinds of shocks,
yes.
We jump to our slides there. There are a few different types that are out there from a design standpoint. And I think the most common one that's out there right now is a monotube shock. So that simply is an inline shock that has a main piston with a separator piston that separates your nitrogen from your oil. So the monotube itself, you can see your main piston in the middle section of the body there. When that is displaced, it pushes fluid over into the reservoir side. And then we have a separator piston there that separates your nitrogen from your oil. That is I would say your most common and basic shock that's been around for decades now. We go to these are just different types of monotube shocks themselves. So you can see here, like the 7100 series all the way on the left there, that is our latest shock for actually dirt modified racers. It's a non-bulb shock to conform to rules. But that is a full steel shock. So then we go to our 7120 there, that's a Formula V shock. And then we go all the way up through the 7300 there is a NASCAR shock. That's what all of the current Cup cars, Xfinity, Truck Series, that's what they all run. So you can see the monotube design is really littered across an entire array of different forms of racing. The 8760 on the end there, the 8300 piggyback, that's what we use in drag racing. That's what we use in sports car racing. So you can see across all forms of racing, we use very similar technologies. One of the most, I would go to the through rod next. That's probably one of the biggest questions we get asked is, okay, what about a through rod? Sprint cars are very big with through rods. Open wheel cars are very big with through rods. So the through rod is exactly what it sounds like. Instead of that shaft going into the body and having to displace fluid into another area, this has a shaft that pokes all the way through the shock itself. So you're not displacing any fluid. You don't need any nitrogen pressure, and that's really the advantage there. If you were to take any of these shock absorbers on the table and push them down on the table, you're going to have resistance right away. With a through rod, you don't have that nitrogen or that gas pressure resisting you. You can very slowly just push the shock absorber down. It's still going to create a force based off whatever piston and shim stack you have, but you just don't have that gas force. And that's a big question a lot of racers have, is how gas affects our shocks. And it does. It affects tire wear and feel and things like that. So that's where the through rod came about as an advantage to that. Those are other forms of through rods there that you see. The 9600 series, that's our IndyCar damper. That's been on a few vehicles at Indy this year, done very well. The 8780 in the center there, that's our GT3 platform. We're the supplier, that's on a Bentley GT3. And then the 7700 series, that's a through rod as well. And we actually run that on our sprint cars. So again, a wide array of technology and a wide array of vehicles that the same type shock absorber works on.
Very good. Very good. Let's talk a little bit about the evolution over the years. Like, you're blowing my mind. There's just the fact that the same shock is used on sports cars and drag cars and just tuned differently. Let's talk a little bit about how these things have evolved over the years, starting out what they were. You know, I remember race cars in drag racing, in particular, my area of direct competition. People would get a worn out set of shocks for the front end of their car, and that was what they would do. And it's like, really? I'm sure we've evolved beyond that. Tell us.
Yeah, I think the evolution of the shock itself, obviously there's been different designs like we were just covering there, your monotubes, your through rods, there's twin tubes, there's a bunch of different types of shocks there that have evolved, but really it comes down to the parts inside the shock. Like I said, we have multiple different pistons. We have over 60 different types of pistons, and that's really an evolution of racers. Racers come to us, whether it be drag racers or NASCAR or open wheel IndyCar. We have engineers or drivers or teams that come to us and say, hey, I think this might work for a shock curve. How can I do this? So early on, shock absorbers were really just linear. You're really just trying to control the spring rate. So a linear damping curve was very easy. So you go from point A to point B and draw a straight line, and that's pretty much a linear curve. But like the customer asked before about hitting a curve, if you hit a curve with a very linear shock, obviously the higher the velocity goes, the higher the force is going to go. So when that force goes really high, it's going to want to upset the car. So I think probably a big evolution in dampers was the digressive curve. And that was saying, okay, if I'm on a linear curve here and I see a large spike, I don't want to be at 500 pounds, say, I want to be at 300 pounds. How can I do that? So a digressive piston came about, and we can show you the type of curves here that we're talking about. So the red curve is more basic, very linear. And then we go to our gray curve there, which is our digressive curve. So you can see from 0 to 1, it's a very steep nose, and that gives you a very good platform, very stable platform that drivers like to feel. But then when you hit a curve, you can see that actually the rate doesn't increase as much as it normally would. So we're actually a little bit more digressive, and we can make that even flatter based off the valving and things that we put in there. A few years ago, I'd say early 2000s, that blue curve is what we call our regressive curve. Now that there was a very good example of, it was a Formula One team at the time came to us with a drawing and said, hey, we want our shocks to be able to do this. Of course, we never had anything like that. So we went to work to try to figure out how can we do this. The regressive curve works phenomenal for hitting curbing and things like that. As you can see, at high speed velocities, we can be softer than what we are at low speed velocity. So that allows us to make a very stiff shock. So your initial platform, the driver feel is very stable. It controls the pitch and the roll of the car very well. But then when you hit a curb, when you hit a large bump, obviously it's softer. So it allows that wheel to travel back to the pavement very quickly. It allows the wheel to get out of the way of the curb and things like that. It doesn't upset the car. So the regressive valve, we've come a long way now with the evolution of the damping curve itself, just by different designs, different pistons, different shims. But it's really at the request of racers and engineers or crew chiefs or drivers who, hey, this is what my car is doing. How can I fix that?
Very interesting. Got some other questions out there in our comment section. Feel free to add a question. Can Aaron quickly discuss if the spring rate is changed? Is it necessary to rethink the damping rates? From Dwayne.
Yeah, that's a good question. And yes, you do, because the shock itself, obviously you're just trying to control that spring rate. You're trying to control the energy that spring is producing as it's compressed. So anytime you go stiffer in a spring rate or softer, you're obviously going to be changing that energy that the shock is trying to control. And really that's where multi-adjuster shocks came out, because now you don't have to have a different shock for every different spring rate. Now there are some, obviously there's some trade-offs here and there, but depending on the percentage and the rate that you're going to be changing that spring, if you're going, say, from a 300-pound spring to a 500-pound spring, in 1 inch, that's over 200 pounds of energy you got to control now. So you're probably going to have to make a shock change or shock adjustment to that if you want to control the car. Again, it depends why you're going up in that spring rate as well. The spring and the shock work as one. So you really got to have the two figured out together. A good shock curve and a bad spring probably aren't going to work, and a good spring package and a bad shock, they're probably not going to work. So they really got to work together to control that vehicle and do what you want it to do.
What are the most important parts in a shock? I mean, it seems to me that, we've learned a lot about materials over the course of the weekend. You said it's so simple, but it seems like black science to me. So roll us through some of the, the basic parts that are most important.
Yeah. I think for any shock company, the piston is the heart of the shock. It pumps the fluid through the shock. It controls things. There's a lot of IP wrapped up in piston design, and you can get a lot of performance just from different piston types. As Aaron mentioned, we had probably 60 or 70 piston designs. That was not just because we want to make a lot of money. It's each application kind of came up to address certain handling conditions or requests from customers, and they each found their own advantage from that. So I'd say the piston's a big one. And then friction and seals, again, if you can make that shock perform as efficiently as possible, you're letting the damping mechanisms do what they're supposed to do, and they're not overshadowed by, friction and things like that are hard to measure and hard to quantify all the time. And then, this company was built off of adjustable shocks. So there's a lot of technology in how you get adjustment to the damping curve. So there's a lot of different mechanisms and different devices we put in our shocks to control different parts of the curve or manipulate that. So it's an easy fix at the racetrack, or people are able to tune them efficiently.
Exciting. Bill is out there in the chat section, and he follows IndyCar and kind of wants to understand a little bit better IndyCar shock parameters. I wonder, does he mean specifically at the speedway or on road and street courses as well? And wants to know about simulator work and if shocks are something that is tuned in simulator in addition to on the track.
That's a great question. Obviously, with a lot of sanctioning bodies trying to reduce costs, at-track testing is very expensive. Obviously, you're putting miles on your engine, you're going through tires, personnel at the racetrack. So simulation has become huge. And really, again, it started in Formula One. Formula One is the pinnacle of simulation right now. They spend a lot of money on simulation, but with that simulation, they're becoming more and more accurate. They can model and represent almost every aspect of that car, including the shock absorbers and what force they're producing at what velocity. Again, it comes with a price tag. Now, the simulation has become more popular in recent years, really because of the computing power that's out there. Years back, obviously, to have a computer that could run all this simulation and run all these different parts of the car, you needed a very special computer. As computers evolved and got better and got faster, now your simulation is getting better and faster. So the better, yeah, simulation's getting great. It can definitely shortcut you to get a good baseline package. But I'm a firm believer in you still have to trust that driver. There's a lot of smart people out there, and I think if simulation was the end all be all, everybody would be at the same answer and everybody would be running the same thing. And that's definitely not the case. Now, driver simulators are evolving quite a bit, and they're learning more about what drivers like and how they relate to that in a simulation. So I think every year from here on out, simulation is going to become more important, and modeling the parts and modeling the dampers. It's a very popular question we get asked by all race teams is how can we model these dampers for simulation? But in the end, it still comes down to the driver. The end all be all is that driver in the seat, and everybody's human. Every driver has a bad day, so it can't duplicate everything, that's for sure.
We're coming down the home stretch here of this seminar. Great stuff. I'm going to ask you guys momentarily how to put our audience in contact with you. A couple more questions, though. Let's dive in. In terms of bleed, we hear racers talk a lot about bleed and the shock. And how does bleed affect the shock's performance? And why is bleed so important? That's a term that we hear. If you could explain it for us, it would be great.
Okay, so bleed is very important. Bleed, what we're showing here on the screen is a simple bypass. It's a path that bypasses your shim stack. So it's free flowing. And what that bleed is, that controls your low speed. Like the gentleman before asked, what part of the velocity is the driver really feeling? And it's really, most drivers are anywhere, I'd say 5 inches and below. So 5 inches and below, and that's really where your bleed is affecting. It's the real slow movement of the shock itself. And that is what bleed is controlled by. The double-edged sword here is if you use too much bleed, you can't control the shock now. So now the shock can't control that spring at those slow movements, and you would almost get like a Cadillac effect. So while you need bleed for tire wear, grip, and driver feel, too much bleed is not a good thing. It's a great example if anybody out there has gone to a shaker rig, if you just put a lot of bleed in the shock, the shaker rig comes back and says, hey, you got a ton of mechanical grip. Obviously, if you go to the racetrack with no control in the vehicle, the driver's going to be like, there's no way I can drive this. It's just all over the place. Your mechanical grip might be great, but obviously it's not something you could race. So there's that double-edged sword of how much bleed is too much. And again, this really comes down to drivers. Some drivers like a car that moves around and they can control the chassis that way. Some drivers, they have to have a very, very stiff platform. So when you have to have a stiff platform, say like on an LMP car or an endurance type car where it's got to be very stiff and stable, it's tricky to get bleed in there without the driver complaining and saying, hey, this car just moved around too much. But bleed is very important. There's different ways to do it. You can just drill the piston and bypass it. You can use bleed shims. There's a lot of different ways to introduce bleed. It really comes down to the most effective way for your setup and what your driver is going to feel.
Excellent, excellent. What about the future, guys? This has been amazing to see the evolution of racing shocks and what you guys have been able to create. But 2021 and beyond, what can we look for from Penske Racing Shocks?
From our side, we're obviously just want to keep producing and pushing as hard as we can. We love really what you guys are doing here. I think this has been great, and I think a lot of, from our side, we have some new products coming out, but we're going to be pushing very hard on the information side of things, the teaching side of things, the schooling side of things. We love when racers call up and ask questions and they want to build their own shocks and they want to learn about them, because ultimately that's what's going to make them better. And what we feel makes our product good is, hey, we can just teach you about any shock absorber or suspension in general. Hopefully roads lead back to Penske Shock. So from our side, you're going to see a lot more out there information for all types of racers. We have some new products coming out, and we look forward to seeing everybody at the racetrack. And hopefully what you guys are doing, you're going to keep seeing us here on ePartrade and doing some more webinars and things like that, just to better inform the racers of what we can do for you.
Exciting. And I see John and Francisque are already coming on. We did have one more in the comment section. I'm going to get it in for Doug, who was so patient. When reading a dyno sheet of an adjustable shock, at which speed is a good starting point for general racing asphalt circle track? It's from Doug.
Great question. So asphalt circle track, the industry standard right now is a 10 inch per second. And really that started with NASCAR back in the 90s. And crew chiefs just wanted a sort of default graph to say, hey, I know what my shock is doing, and they wanted to be able to compare them very quickly. So a 10-inch graph is a really good place to start. As you start to narrow it back, I would look at a 5-inch per second graph, and that's just going to give you more detail in your low speed area. That's going to give you more definition of what your bleed's doing. And from a driver standpoint, tire wear standpoint, you're going to see more accurate data if you run it a little bit slower. But your 5-inch and 10-inch runs are going to be your most important and your best place to start.
Excellent, gentlemen. You've done fantastic. And I see John and Francisque are there. Many questions. People want to know if these presentations are going to be available after the fact. And I think that's a good question for
yes.
Francisque.
Yes, and yes. Absolutely. Great job, guys. I was, Jim, I was watching in the audience, and I saw Gabriel Casella, from Science in Argentina, watching us right now, and that just reminded me, I'll share a little story. Jim and I were invited to Argentina, 10 years ago, to a wonderful event called Turismo Carretera. Ed was there as well, and they took us around to see the racing in Argentina is fabulous. It's incredible. And then they invited us in the evening to deliver a talk to a tech university. So they had a university, it was packed with kids, they were in their 20s, like engineers and very smart. And so we were invited, I was invited to talk about, the racing market, and I got a little applause and people were happy. And then Jim came on and then started to talk about, shocks and the things. It went on for 3 hours. It went from 11:30 p.m. Jim was like falling. That was unbelievable. They were asking questions left and right, and fascinating presentation. Jim stole the show, and I'm sure every guy that watched that presentation is racing with the Penske shock right now. So that was fascinating, and but that tells us also, what this industry is about. It's global. It's about passion, and yeah, we have 110 countries represented in attendance. And hello, Gabriele. Gabriele, say hi. You see, he's putting a little hello. One record from Argentina to my friends. Thank you very much, Gabriele. We're happy you're there. When I saw your name, I just remind me that great stories we had together. And we'll invite you back. Race Industry Week ends tonight. I think I'm going to continue, honestly, over the weekend. No, but seriously, we're going to go back in the beginning of January 2021 into the ePartrade Live Tech Webinar Series. So we'll go back into our weekly schedule, and then we have a lot more coming with our great friend at Racers. We'll do more of Online Race Industry Week. We'll do more of those tech webinars. They are a wonderful way to connect, engage, interact with one another. And thank you for being part of this webinar. So, gentlemen, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
move you back as attendee. That way you can watch the next sessions. And then I will ask our producer, Reed, to share a little video with us, and then we'll come back on.
Thank you, guys.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Later.
Oh, well, we have a little technical issues right now, so we'll wait. We haven't had any so far in the week. So we'll have a little issue with the sound, but Reed is fixing that. And while Reed is doing this, John is going to be a host for the next session. So I'm getting a signal from our producer. We're ready to go. That's it.
Registering on ePartrade is easy. Fill out your name, email, phone number, and create a secure password. Next, select your business type. Choose supplier if you're looking to display products or services and connect with buyers. Choose racing business if you're looking to find new parts and connect with suppliers. Choose race team if you own or are a member of a professional racing team. Begin typing your company name. We most likely already have your company in our database, which you can select from the drop-down. Then, enter your job title. Choose Claim Company if you'll be editing your company profile. Other members of your company can choose Join Company if they'd like to use ePartrade as well. You can view and agree to our terms of use here. If you'd like to receive our weekly newsletter, choose Accept. Click Register Now, and your registration will be submitted for approval. You'll need to confirm your email once it goes through. To keep our platform industry only, you'll be approved shortly after. If we require additional proof of business, we'll reach out. Welcome to ePartrade.
Thank you, Reed. Welcome back. We had a little technical issue. That's what happens sometimes. It's the beauty of being live, but we carry on, John. That's what racers do. And I got a note also from the chat button that they had issues reading the video. So, well, this is what happened, but we have plenty of great content coming up. John, do you want to share with us a little bit what happened this morning and what we have coming up?
Well, we just had a great morning, beginning with Bobby Rahal. We have a lot of great tech webinars coming up, and we have the head of Ford Racing coming up at noon our time, Pacific time. Head of Chevrolet GM Racing will be about 4 o'clock our time. And then at 5 o'clock, we're going to kind of have happy hour. And I think we're sharing rental car stories in racing. Is that right, Francis? No, I don't think so. I mean, I've heard things. So we're having a great time. And then our structure in doing Online Race Industry Week is we start right on the hour. So when I say we're starting at 9 a.m., we're starting at 10 a.m., we really don't start 2 minutes earlier because people are coming into the audience, walking into the meeting room. So we just bang on right at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. We get started. We kind of wrap it up about 50 minutes in, and allow ourselves 10 minutes kind of as a buffer so we stay on time. And then, some other messaging we'll have in that final 10 minutes of the hour. I want to say, put us out there on social media. So we still have some great events left today. Invite your friends, invite your colleagues, invite the whole shop to watch, have them all sign up and register and watch from their computers. Or get your top performers in the shop and say, come in here. I want to watch this together. I want to get your opinion on this. And then also a lot of these tech webinars are great training tools. So you get your guy in who connects with the tech webinar, let him watch it, let him ask questions in chat. And then it's just a good exercise, an approach to kind of the technology. And then a star attraction in terms of content, a star attraction of Online Race Industry Week are the new products on ePartrade.com. So we're hearing stories about suppliers getting connected to buyers, buyers connecting to suppliers this week. So head to ePartrade.com. we actually have all the suppliers in racing worldwide on epartrade.com. So the whole industry is on epartrade.com. So there's 6,000, I think, roughly suppliers from around the world on epartrade.com. So you can source that database yourself for whatever you're looking for. Our smart sourcing software makes it easy. You can get answers within minutes. You can shop the whole world. And then we have hundreds of companies who have taken the step to become what we call a pro account supplier. I think it starts like $139 per month to have a special space on ePartrade. So it's affordable, it works. And we have hundreds of companies that have a showcase for not just their new products, but technical webinars, technical white papers, special promotions. So get familiar with epartrade.com. If you haven't yet, just plunk around. And you'll find it a valuable resource that you'll be going back to weekly. I say have your morning cup of coffee with ePartrade because there's tons of new products there every day. When somebody posts a new product on their showcase on Thursday morning, that minute, it goes to the front of our homepage. So the front of the homepage is new products that have been basically introduced on the showcases that minute. So it's really up to the date.
And Edge Welding is the perfect example. So good morning or good afternoon to Eric and Daniel. Hello from Judy. She is working with the production team, making sure everybody is on time. She keeps an eye on the clock. It is 10 a.m. here in California. We always start on the hour. So gentlemen, on to you.
Okay, let me just give a kind of an introduction, Eric, and I'll hand it over to you. So welcome to the webinar, Taking TIG Welding to the Next Level, Superior Gas Coverage for Quality and Efficiency by Edge Welding Cups. We have Eric Mueller here, owner president of Edge Welding Cups, Daniel Adams, fabricator, chassis builder, CT Raceworks, a fantastic UTV shop. Some companies in the racing industry have a kind of a single great idea, but it's not necessarily easy to do, but they find a way to do it well. And the racing industry gets the benefit. And if you're doing welding, for those reasons, you just have to be aware of Edge Welding Cup. You just have to be at this webinar. You have to look at ePartrade and the showcase, see what they have there. I'll just read their company description. Edge Welding Cups are the most premium line of scientifically engineered Pyrex glass TIG welding cups in the market to date. Each of their welding cups, diffusers, and adapters are expertly designed. Edge Cups provides exceptional performance and offers superior visibility for GTAW TIG welding projects. Edge Welding Cups are extremely durable, high quality, high temperature cups that offer incredible potential for the welder. With over 35 years of scientific glass blowing experience, brings many capabilities, allows Edge Welding Cups to offer the widest range of sizes and shapes for a large variety of torches, both gas lens and collet body applications. And if you're not finding a specific cup size or in need of a unique cup for a special job, Edge specializes in creating custom cups to fit your necessary specifications. So Eric, glad to have you here. It looks like we have something fun going on. What are we up to, Eric?
Well, good morning. We're actually, we're going to do a little bit of a different kind of presentation this morning. We actually have Daniel Adams here with us this morning. Like you said, he's a master chassis fabricator. And then we've also got Jeff Iglesias behind us, and he's actually going to be doing some TIG welding at the same time using some of the Edge Pyrex cups. And at the same time, we're here at CT Raceworks. And CT Raceworks, what they do is they actually specialize in building chassis for UTVs and all kinds of off-road and body armor and whatnot. So this is actually, we're sitting here in a production shop. And so it's a little bit unusual. We're not sitting just behind a computer and in a clean background. So you might hear some bangs and clanks and whatnot going on around us because they actually shut down production today so we could do this and spend some time with you showing you what our product line is.
Fantastic. We'll carry on. Show us the product line.
Okay. Again, my name is Eric Mueller. I'm the president and owner of Edge Welding Supply. We're located in Mooresville, North Carolina. I'm here with Daniel Adams. Again, he's a master chassis fabricator. He's one of the guys who creates and makes ideas come to life for the UTVs.
And on top of that, we've got Jeff behind us, and he's actually going to do some welding so that we can see how the product turns out at the end. So he's going to be welding on an A-arm today, and he's going to show us what can actually be done and what the advantage of the edge welding cups are. So I'm going to let Daniel do a small introduction to CT Raceworks, kind of give a description of what they do and what they specialize in, and then we'll get into our actual product.
Fantastic.
My name is Daniel. I work here at CT Raceworks. I've been here for roughly 3 years. We've been in business for 13 years. The business was started by Alex Reed, and he's really built one of the leaders in the industry. We build everything from King of the Hammers cars to short course cars to Best in the Desert cars. We also do a lot of play UTVs, from roll cages to suspension setups. We do offer one of the strongest suspension setups for the Can-Am X3. And I'll grab one right now. And this is what Jeff is welding right now. This is a full tubular A-arm, inch and a quarter, 4130, 120 wall, fully TIG welded, ER80S, D2. We take pride in sourcing everything in the US, from our filler to our metal to the process. Everything is made in-house. Yeah, that's.
So Daniel is actually one of Edge brand ambassadors, and Jeff is also. And what they do is we like their expertise because they're actually using the product. And what they do is they give us real world feedback on our product, which then allows us to redevelop and improve our product on a daily basis, basically. And so him and another team of people that we put together who are actually experts in all different industries, everything from racing to nuclear welding to just all kinds of crazy stuff. We just built everything for everybody. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get into our product line, because people should be somewhat familiar with gas tungsten arc welding, TIG welding, more commonly known. And so what we have is we've got our product line here in front of us. It's everything from somebody who's using a gas lens to somebody who's using a collet body, things with monster cups, all the way down to basic setups. We have it all. So what we've done is we've taken the pink ceramic cups that people normally use. And what we've done is we've taken that whole line and redesigned it into glass. The reason that we put it into glass is because it allows you to do what Daniel and some of these other guys are doing, and it allows them to be able to see through the glass at the same time, whereas pink ceramic, you get into a blind corner and you can't see what you're doing. So that's where our basis was to begin with. Then what we did was we came out with a larger design cup, and these larger design cups, it has what we call our diffuser technology. Our diffuser technology actually takes the gas as it's coming out of the torch, and it makes it more into a perfect laminar flow. And why that's important is because it actually covers the gas pool, or the weld pool, better. And that's what you're trying to do, is push your oxygen away from the weld pool, and that's what keeps it clean. So with the diffuser technology, it's kind of like, let me explain it this way. It's like if you have a faucet in your kitchen or your bathroom, and it's got a small, basically a diffuser on it. And what happens is you put that diffuser on, and all of a sudden the water comes out straight. Well, you take that same aerator off, and the water just kind of tumbles out and it boils out. And that's the same thing that's happening, with the difference between using our diffuser technology and not. A lot of people will use just a gas lens. The gas lens is okay, and it does well compared to a common collet body. With a common collet body, you've got four holes in a collet body, and what the gas does is it comes out, bounces off the walls, and then it kind of tumbles out. Well, as it's tumbling out, it actually collects oxygen at the same time, and then redeposits that oxygen onto your weld. So what we wanted to do was come out with a way that would actually push the oxygen out instead of collecting more oxygen and then redepositing it. A lot of times when you're on Instagram or Facebook or whatever your common social media is, you'll see guys that have these beautiful welds that got different colors on them. And where they're coming up with that is because they're actually coming up with good gas coverage. And that's difficult to do, especially if you're in a working shop like this.
Yeah.
Because a working shop, as Daniel can attest to, you've got airflow coming from different directions, or you've got different contaminations. And so that's where the good gas coverage comes in handy. Anything to add?
So that's the biggest thing about these cups is in a tube joint, when we're deep into the corner, we have a big stick out of our tungsten to get up there. With the laminar flow, we do have shop doors open all the time. We do have an exhaust fan system. So with this cup setup and their new diffuser technology, we're able to focus the gas flow into that corner so we don't get crossing our welds or a bad weld per se.
So what we did was we came out, because there's so many different designs of torches, we thought you can't just have one setup for only one kind, because you've got guys that are just starting to learn. You've got guys that have been welding for 30 years. And so we needed to have a product that was good for everybody. So most of the time when you buy a new machine, it's just going to come with a basic torch like this, and it's just going to come with a basic collet body. And some of the guys, depending on where you're at in the world, they're okay with just using that. So we went ahead and came out with a cup system. It's basically the same as a pink ceramic, only it's glass. It allows you to see through the cup, and it works the same as a pink ceramic would. Then we thought, well, why not make one for a gas lens for the same torch? So we went ahead and came out with a full cup line on that one also. Then we got further into it. See, my background is actually in glass blowing. My background is not in welding. And so that's the reason that I needed to bring more experts in to help advise me, because I knew I could build the product, but I wasn't sure what people actually wanted. And so in order to actually supply the customer with what they want and not what we think they want, that's the reason that we have people like Daniel, so that he can actually advise us on better ways to go. So that's when we came up with the full design on, so these are for a gas lens 17 or an 18 torch. These are a WP World Products 17 or 18 torch. This is the same torch. This is a World Products 17 or 18 torch. The only difference is this one is collet body, this one's a gas lens. Then we came out with our 9 series, which is for a WP9 or a WP20 torch. And we were discovering as we were designing that there was more than just your standard cups, your standard short cups. We were discovering that there was more of your longer cups. And then on top of that, because we have a full glass blowing shop, we actually do a lot of scientific glass blowing. And so we know the technical side of making it, but we were discovering that there was a lot of guys out there that were in specialty areas, not necessarily just the racing areas, but what we're finding is a lot of these guys have hobbies that include racing, but outside of the racing, we've got guys that are out there and they're actually doing more like nuclear welding or orbital welding, or they've got a company out there that has other needs. So what we started doing was we started coming out with custom products, and our custom product line has just gone crazy because you can't get that with ceramic. Because with the ceramic cups, what you're really limited by is the cost. Because with a ceramic cup, you have to come up with a mold and they have to mold it together. Well, for them to come out with one mold for 5 cups is just not cost effective. It's going to cost you thousands of dollars to have one cup made. Where we can go into our shop, we can actually take the material, we can put the material together, we can mold it to however people want it. It's cost effective, it's it's a lot less expensive, and we're actually dealing with a lot of companies that are actually in the nuclear field. We're dealing with medical. We're dealing with a lot of other industries besides just the racing. But what we're doing is we're focusing on the racing. Yes, sir.
Eric, we're getting questions from the audience, and you can just go to the chat option at the bottom of the Zoom screen and type in a question. We've had 2 requests to see the product up close. Is there a way you can just bring something towards the camera and show one of the welding cups?
Oh. There you go.
Okay, that's what we're talking about right here. Very good. Okay, I'm getting this very good. Okay. All right. Thank you for suggesting that. That was a brilliant suggestion. All right, there it is.
And you can actually see our diffusers are independent from the cups, and so they can be replaced also. And we've actually got different sizes because not everybody uses the same size tungsten in their torch.
So this is another one that they make.
Very good. Okay, we're seeing that one very well. That's very helpful.
So that cup actually gives you an idea of some of the custom product that we can make also. And like I said, it's not necessarily for the racing industry, but we've got a lot of guys that do things outside the racing industry also. But we came out with things all the way from a number 4, which would, with the welding cups, they're measured in 1/16 inches. So that's how they come up with the number system. So number 4 would be a 4/16, number 5, 5/16, all the way up. And what we've discovered is that you've got guys that are doing titanium exhausts, for example. And what they're really needing is they're needing good gas coverage with titanium. So what we've come out with is we've come out with the number 18. And we did a lot of scientific
very good
analysis with the number 18 and a number 12 and so on with our diffuser technology. And we've actually partnered up with the company that actually does a lot of orbital welding. Well, this company is really big and they've got a lot of resources. And what they did was they helped us to actually modify and improve our diffuser technology so that it is actually the best diffuser technology on the market. Right now, you can't get anything better than what we're offering. And we've got everything from, like I said, your small basic cups, all the way up to your monster, your bigger cups, like we have here, what we call our flooding cups, because it just floods the whole area. We've also come out with some different kind of cups for guys that are actually making chassis. And we came out with a narrow cup, a narrow series. And what this is designed for is this direction, you have a number 6 cup. This direction, you have a number 12 cup. So if you've got 2 tubes that are coming together at a tight angle, and you don't necessarily want to flood the whole area with a big cup, you can actually focus your gas more into an area like this. Let me see if I can get out of the way here.
Yeah.
So you can actually focus your cup into that area. The other nice thing about us is that if a guy runs into a situation where a cup is too long, because we make everything in-house in our shop, we can actually modify our existing product line too to meet up to what they need.
Okay, Eric, we have a very good question, very practical question from the audience. What does a cup look like after use?
So I saw that question and I went over to my personal welder and I pulled off a cup. I ran this cup for about 2 weeks now. It's a 15. It is my favorite, but it does get a little dirty. But that's about it.
That looks great.
So what we did afterwards is we ran into a problem with guys that are welding aluminum, and some of the guys that are welding heavier aluminum, these cups are actually made out of Pyrex. So what these Pyrex cups are, it's like your wife's kitchen dishes that she bakes a casserole or whatever at home. Pyrex is a brand name, and so this is actually called borosilicate, is the technical name for it. And the borosilicate is good up until you start welding aluminum. And aluminum gets so hot that the Pyrex doesn't hold up well if you're welding for long sections. Now, if you're doing shorter sections, what we found is the Pyrex is okay as long as you're using a larger cup, like a number 12, maybe a number 10, 12, 15, 18, because what you're able to do with our diffuser technology is you're able to push your tungsten further out away from the cup, and then it keeps that heat away from it. With our diffuser technology, it actually, because it comes out in a laminar flow, it actually comes out in a stream. It still covers that same tungsten, and we've had guys testing all the way up to 5 inches of tungsten stick out. And I'll repeat that. That's 5 inches of tungsten stick out. And anybody that does welding with TIG welding knows that tungsten should not be stuck out 5 inches when you're welding.
Correct.
So most guys are used to a ½ inch, an inch of tungsten stick out, and then you're ending up with problems. We're welding with some of our companies, with Orbital especially, 5 inches of tungsten stick out. So what we did, let me get back to what I was saying. What we did was, for the aluminum welding, is we came out with a quartz line. So the Pyrex, the borosilicate cups are good to about 950 degrees. And as long as you're not walking the cup, and as long as you're welding on steel, as long as you're welding on Inconel, exotics, stainless, you're okay at that point. But when you're welding on aluminum, it just gets so hot. Especially, I've had guys that are welding on semi-trailers and things like that. So what we did was we came out with a full line of quartz cups. The advantage to the quartz cups is that they're good to about 2,500 degrees. So the quartz cups will handle so much more heat. Now,
another question, Eric, is how do you clean glass cups? Is that an issue? Is that pretty easy?
Yeah, it's easy. You just buy another one.
I've used denatured alcohol to clean the glass cup. If I do have an issue to where I do have, like on my quartz cup, I've had an issue to where I dip the tungsten and cause a soot blowback, I'll actually grab some alcohol or a small little bit of acetone and clean the soot out of the cup.
It's not hard.
It's not hard. No, it's not.
No, the worst thing is because guys don't properly clean their weld.
Right.
And a lot of times when you don't properly clean your weld, you end up with metal that pops. And when it pops up on the Pyrex, it'll actually adhere itself to the Pyrex. Yeah. And so you'll end up with a small divot in the cup, but usually a lot of times that'll just wipe off. And it's just like the pink ceramic where it becomes discolored. Now with the quartz cups, because it's such a high temperature, even if it pops, 99% of the time it's not going to stick to the cup because it's so much higher temperature.
You can actually see on this cup, I had some aluminum blowback right here, and I just stuck my finger in there, and you could just peel it out and get rid of it and then wipe the cup down.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I saw everything there.
So we came out with what I was saying earlier about the tungsten, and the tungsten having different sizes. The most common size that we run into is guys that are using 1/16, 3/32, and 1/8. So what we did was we actually came out with a size specific diffuser technology for each of those sizes. So we have one for 1/16, we have one for 3/32, and we also have one for 1/16. The reason is because we're trying to eliminate as much blow by through that center hole as your tungsten's going through there, and so that you can actually get as much gas coverage coming through the screen as possible.
So that's the 1/16 diffuser. And then this one here is the 3/32 diffuser, and you can actually see the difference.
Another question from the audience: do they crack or shatter if dropped?
It's the same. It's the same as the pink ceramic. If you drop a pink ceramic cup, it's going to break also. What it really comes down to is how rough you are on your stuff.
Right.
If you're constantly crashing your stuff into something, or if you're constantly dropping your torch, it's going to break. It's glass.
But I've dropped the torch and the cup has survived, so it's really hit or miss. It's it depends on how hard the actual impact is on the torch.
So part of the reason, and you actually bring up a good point, part of the reason that we came out with the borosilicate is because it's laboratory glass. The laboratory glass will take a bigger impact, and that's the reason that they use it in a laboratory. Now, the quartz has a disadvantage that it is a little bit more fragile, but the temperature is so much higher. As long as you're doing like Jeff's doing and you're working and you're taking care of your product, then it's going to last longer. We've got guys that use it for a week and they break it. We've got guys that use it for 3 or 4 or 5, 6 months and they still have the same cup. So really,
this is going fantastic. We got about 1 minute left, and then we're going to have to start going on to the other event. So do you want to kind of wrap it up at the end here, Eric?
Yeah, I can. I'm going to actually have Jeff bring over his product so that you can actually see the weld that he's been welding with. And you can actually see the quality that you're going to end up with using the product.
Have him bring it up to the camera. There we go. Okay, I'm seeing all that. Very nice. You're sharing it with the worldwide racing industry. Thank you very much. Any last comments to wrap it all up, Eric? They can find you at epartrade.com. They can find you on the Edge Supply website. And I really think it's a cool idea. And then you move the company to Mooresville, right? Just to be in racing.
Yeah, we're right in the center of racing industry right here. Yep. One thing I am going to do is I'm going to give a shout out to Adam Reed and thank him for allowing us to have our webinar here at Alex Reed at his shop at CT Raceworks. Again, you can find them at ctraceworks.com
or Instagram at CT Raceworks.
And then also, yeah, like you said, you can find us at edgeweldingsupply.com, sales at edgeweldingsupply.com. You can find us online. Our phone number's on there. And you can also find us on Instagram and on Facebook.
Well, thank you for being part of Online Race Industry Week. I think you just have really hot products. And I'm really glad we might have introduced a few people to Edge Welding Cups. And that's kind of our mission because I'm a believer. So thank you for being part of Online Race Industry Week. Francis, back to you.
Thank you, Eric. What a great, congratulations. What a production, you know. You see, you can do so many cool things online. I mean, it's just, Ultrasonic did it, you guys did it, Joe at HMS Motorsport did it, and I think a lot of people will want to do that too, you know, and so congratulations, thank you for being, a pro account supplier on ePartrade. We brought you onto the platform a few months back. And I was kind of like, wow, this is something cool and new. And I remember Jeff Hammond, who is kind of a big, tech guy, loved it and said, Judy, watch those guys. And we wrote a story about you and thank you. And we're delighted to have you. Thank you very much. Stay with us. Our producer is going to move you back to attendee. That way you can watch our next session. And while we do this, we are going to take off who's coming next. Actually, we're going to stay in North Carolina, and we're going to go see our good friends at Exodyne. And they have a big announcement to make. And my understanding, not my understanding, but I know that within their group of panelists, there is a good friend of mine who is also, grew up in France. He lives in France, Jean-Charles. So Jean-Charles will be with us. I'll be delighted to see Jean-Charles. And it's great to, Paul Fanner said it many times during the this week is like, feels like we're seeing all our friends, it's just like one after another. It feels like, well, we're back together. And that was the whole idea of Online Race Industry Week. John Kilroy came up with these brilliant things like all together now. And this is happening. This is, I see Joe Castillo, who's back with us. Joe has been a terrific host. I mean, we have an incredible 5 hosts that are making this week memorable. Joe has brought so much energy, passion. His area of expertise is usually drag racing, but it has opened, to a lot more things this week. We have Jeff Hammond, we have Brad Gilly, and of course John Kilroy and Paul Fanner. So I see Corey on the list here with Jean-Charles, and I think now I'd like to, because I know that Corey and Jean-Charles have worked together for many years. Every time they're together, they speak English. But how is your French, Corey? Have you made progress in French since you've been working with Jean-Charles?
If you listen to me talk, it's almost as good as my English, so it's not that good.
Well, it's Friday evening in France, right? It's 6:30 for you, Jean-Charles?
Yes, it's the end of the week here. Yeah.
Well, we have been starting here every morning at 6:45 in California because we have been traveling the world every day. We went from Australia, New Zealand, we went all over the world, Europe, back here, back again. And we have people watching us from 110 countries around the world. And that is, a testimony of how great this industry is, how global this industry is, and how simple it is to all get together online. How convenient, easy, affordable, and boom, in one click, we're all there. It is 10:30. Joe Castello, you on.
Thank you very much, Francisque. And once again, to everybody around the world, welcome. My name's Joe Castello. Francisque mentioned I do work for the National Hot Rod Association, do love drag racing, but in the past, I've worked at NASCAR Radio on XM, helped launch that. I've done a lot of IndyCar pre-race. And so I love motorsport, and to be able to experience this week with all of you has been tremendous. And I'm really excited about Celandine, and we've got Corey out there, Corey, Jean-Charles, of course, and Keith is there. And it is my understanding that you guys are going to make a big announcement. So we're going to dive right into that. Corey, you're the co-founder. Keith, you're the technical sales. So lay it on us. What do you got to share with Industry Week here in the final day?
Well, thank you. One, we'd like to take the time to thank the ePartrade team, Francisque and John and Judy and everyone for allowing us and having this platform to work from with the trade shows not going on this year. But we're happy to use this platform to announce today publicly that JC and I, or Jean-Charles and I, we'll refer to him as JC, have been basically friends and technical partners in the industry now for almost 20 years. And if I ever had a brother that's not my brother, it's JC. So we share a very common vision about the industry. And JC has developed and started a very successful steel valve component manufacturing facility focused on motorsports and valve train components in France. And again, as a co-founder and CEO, and I've been at this company from the beginning as a titanium valve and valve train component supplier. What we're happy to announce is that JC and I a few months ago started working on a project that we felt like that we could actually increase our total motorsport strength in the global aspect by joining forces. So the Exeldyne US facility has acquired certain assets from Mobiltech, or JC's company, and we're going to relocate the operation to Thomasville, North Carolina, and manufacture all of our titanium and steel valve and valve train components out of a single facility. And more importantly, at the same time, instead of JC and I, we definitely are on teams multiple times a day now, and that would have been nice to have that 20 years ago. But I would say that it's been functional. But JC will be relocating to the U.S. and he will take the position of director of manufacturing and engineering. So we're super happy to have his skill set and his years of knowledge, and more importantly, his passion. His passion for this industry matches a large cross section of our entire business. We're racers here throughout the industry, throughout the entire business, and JC has that same passion.
Exciting. Congratulations to you guys. A merger, an acquisition, however you want to call it. You guys have been working together for so long, and quote unquote, combining forces sounds like a great way to advance your program and get your products in the hands of more racers out there. JC, speak on that a little bit, being able to work together.
Yeah. So I founded Movaltech 15 years ago, and we thought that it was the right time to accomplish, let's say, the final stage of the rocket, and be together in the same on the same page and on the same facilities to build a strong motorsport facility, and be able to be very close to the customer needs, and service the best way our customer worldwide. So European customer, but also to improve our service to the North American market.
Excellent. So let's talk about the Movaltech acquisition. Like, how is it going to help expand your product offerings? Like, let's talk about some of those synergies, and how is it going to enable you guys to be the last stage of the rocket? By the way, racers always with these extreme analogies, and I love it. For the folks in the North American motorsports market, how are they going to be able to benefit?
I'd like to say that in Europe, our premium component was a steel valve component, but also rockers and finger follower. And in North Carolina, these skills was not ready, but with the new the consolidation of our two facilities will offer to the North American market a premium and also a large range of rockers and finger follower solution. So as always, as we try to do since the past 20 years, we really want to have a global solution for our customers. So we are not only valve manufacturer. We are really a valve train component specialist. So we can offer all the equipment for the engine builders. So starting for let's say a rally car engine or a motocross MX race engine. So we'd like to focus on this.
Excellent. It sounds very exciting. And the current environment economically, we all know it. That's one of the reasons we're here online, but we're adapting and we're figuring it out, which is such a racer thing to do. Many manufacturers are diversifying their businesses to serve other markets. We've heard a lot of that over the course of the week. What about Exeldyne? What is your strategy, Corey or Keith or Jake? Dive in.
I'll take that one because we made a decision, and that's a great question. But we made a decision to reshape the trajectory of our company about 2 years ago, and we found that the distraction of other markets was not deserving of the motorsports customer base that we have. For us to be the best that we can be, we have to be laser-like focused on not just motorsports, but we narrowed our focus completely down to the valve train. So we've taken the opposite approach. And so we took the opposite approach. I think some people maybe thought, what are these guys doing? But the objective sign of it is we've had the best year, even during COVID, in the history of our company. And the inertia that we created from that original decision 2 years ago has actually, again, I feel for companies that are down this year, but we've had a record year this year, and bookings, we spend half the morning entering orders now and getting them out on the shop floor. So as difficult as it has been, I would call it fortunate, but there was a lot of hard work between everybody involved to create that fortune. So our focus is paying off.
Excellent, excellent. You mentioned valve train. What's your relationship with PSI valve springs? Speaking of a vital component in the valve train.
You want to take that one, Keith?
Yeah, we are the largest stocking distributor of PSI valve springs. We partnered with PSI several years ago, and we chose them because they're the worldwide leader in endurance valve spring manufacturing. We have all the matching hardware components, locators, springs for every spring they offer that we stock. So we build our parts to work with PSI valve springs. They're a great company to work with.
And to kick that and to heighten our presence, JC can probably expand on his activity with PSI, because it only, as we combined our forces here, it only increases our relationship with PSI Springs. And as Keith said, several years back for us now, it's been more than two decades ago when we forged that relationship.
JC, anything you want to add?
Yeah, as we said, we want to be also a kind of one-stop shop for our customers. So we'd like to offer the complete package for the valve train. So the strong partnership with PSI was really important for us, and particularly for me when I start Movaltech 20 years ago. And it reinforced our strategy to be, as I said, a one-stop shop for engine designer. We are able to offer a really complete solution for the designers and the engineers. And on top of that, to be honest, I think PSI is the top of the spring manufacturer for motorsport activity. You mentioned endurance, but for the European market, with the increase of the mileage of all race engine, having a PSI springs is really a dream for engineers to have this type of component in their engine, reliable and high performance, like a XL9 product.
So Joe, again, as we combine our efforts, we take what's the longest tenure distributor for PSI Springs, the largest stocking distributor, and JC he may have sold himself short there. He's globally one of the best valve train engineers available, and he certainly is a very talented spring designer. So the third part of the equation for us in the future, beyond the inventory, will be the ability to round out the full system design with our own spring design capability.
Excellent. And that was the next question, in that you seem to be wanting to, I don't want to say corner the market, but certainly have the ability to fulfill everything in the valve train for everyone. But let's take a second though, for people who are watching and maybe passing in, to find out like where and how, if they want more information or they want to get a hold of you guys to pursue some more information. What's the best place for them to get a hold of you guys, so then we can dive back into some more info?
I think we're maybe a little different than some of the valve companies are structured. We don't work through distribution. So you can contact us via our contact email on our website, or you can also contact us via telephone. We still have, we have 4 of the best technical salespeople available to answer the calls. They're exceptional on their knowledge. I think I was trying to think about it this morning. There's more than 100 years of experience in motorsports only with this team. So we still like the personal touch of the phone call, because the technical advice that our sales team can offer will be second to none.
Tremendous. And of course, epartrade.com, a great way for everybody to stay connected with one another. But I know there's a lot of people, you say the phone, and I laugh. It's like, what's that? But that's still a great way to stay in touch. Let's talk a little bit about valves and how the quality of valve may differ from a Saturday night racer versus a Sunday racer, as the levels of intensity go up, budgets increase or decrease depending on who we're talking about. You make valves for both. So lay it on us in terms of valve quality, what's necessary for each as we kind of climb that ladder.
Yeah, well, so our valve customers are the most demanding customers in the world. So we produce valves for NASCAR, Formula One, IndyCar, dirt late model, sprint car, all the way into the guys that are racing any type of late models, boats, NHRA. So I literally can't think of a professional or semi-professional motorsport activity in the world that we do not have a market presence. And I can remember, I'll tell you a story. I did my first audit for a Formula One team in Thomasville, and I had no idea what to expect. And during the audit, there was 3 engineers from Germany. I was walking through the shop, and of course, the job they grabbed to audit was a job for a go-kart. It was a titanium valve for a 5 horsepower block go-kart. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna have a hard time explaining this one. But I was straight up, that valve gets made the way their valve and the rest of the valves in the shop made. And at the end of the audit, the biggest thing that they were impressed with was that we have one way to make a valve. So for us, it doesn't matter what market it is. We have that same pedigree, and that same technology flows through our entire product line. And that's something that I've been very disciplined about, because as a Saturday night racer and a guy struggling to make it, I understand that that's where really the quality needs to be applied, because these guys have less engineering effort and less technology at their disposal. So it's our job to provide these guys the best product possible. So the short answer would be there's really not much difference at all. Maybe a few coating technologies, but the base valve is the same throughout our entire product line.
That's comforting to people out there. That's what they want to hear, that they're getting the technology and the experience from the cutting edge of racing, and then they can apply it to their own situation. So when purchasing valves, valve springs, retainers, locks, that whole ecosystem, if you will, tell me a little bit about a system approach and how that makes a difference when you're getting everything together for the most part.
Well, when we talked about springs earlier, we designed all of our retainers and locators to fit these PSI springs correctly. Along with that, we design our locks to fit with our retainers and our locks to fit with our valves. So, several manufacturers make a lot of these parts, but everybody has their own thoughts on their tolerance ranges. And that's why we prefer using our stuff, because we know it works well together.
So it's a global approach of the entire system that everything has a purpose in this system, and and we can arguably say the valve train is where the power is developed in the engine. I think most people would agree with that. And so it's extremely important, whether it's for performance, endurance, both, that these components interact as a system and designed from the ground up to interact proper together.
Makes, first of all, it makes sense to get all those parts that are going to be so closely related to one another from the same engineering staff, frankly. Where's your the manufacturing going to be going again? Now that Moviltech is coming on board, JC is coming over to the States. It sounds super exciting. Lay that on us one more time, as Francisque and John are already back.
We are located at 37 High Tech Boulevard in Thomasville, North Carolina.
Excellent. Excellent. Gentlemen, congratulations on your new merger, venture acquisition. Any, people who have been able to work together for 20 years and continue to advance and grow at the level you have. I'm so enthusiastic about it. Congratulations, and thank you for taking part here this week.
Hey, thank you guys. We really appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That makes perfect sense. I mean, that makes absolutely perfect sense. I've known JC now, I guess.
Francisque, why don't you, just for our entertainment, since it's Friday, why don't you try out some of your French on Corey, and let's test him in front of the world.
Bonjour Corey, comment ça va?
Good day, how are you? Merci for, so that is the one thing. JC's been very tolerant with me over the years because again, I will not kid you. As you heard me speak, English is a challenging language for me, so French is beyond my grasp.
You know what? I would tell you a story but first I wanted to say, I'm so grateful to see this partnership coming into fruition like this. I've known both you guys for years. I've seen you around the world, especially at the European shows all the time. So I'm very happy for both organizations. Now, Corey, who really surprised me in French, John Kilroy did something absolutely amazing years and years ago. We were invited during Le Mans, during the week of Le Mans, by a trade organization to talk about the US racing market and the globalization of the industry. And it was a very fancy room in Paris. Were you there, Jean-Charles? At the MEDEF? At the MEDEF. That was at the MEDEF in Paris.
Okay.
So it was a group of French company, obviously, and John came with me, and we went after that to Le Mans. But John always surprises. That's the thing you need to know about John Kilroy. Always watch your back, okay? Because he's going to always have something at you. And so we had this big room, like it felt like the United Nations. It was incredible. It was like I've never seen like a table like this. Like how would you describe it, John?
It was like 50 people could sit around that table.
Oh, it was spectacular. Everybody's packed, and so who's who of the industry in France, and we also had some guests like Eve from Stand 21. People that had been doing business in America, and so I introduced John, and I said I'm going to translate the questions, etc. And John stands up without any paper, and he starts like going blah 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 in French with a beautiful American accent. And I did not believe that he did that. And so really, he basically what is speaking English, translated, memorized it. But the best part, that after he's done, everybody went to him and talked in French, and he couldn't understand it. Excuse my French. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, please. So anyway, so that was really funny. And there was a very famous Formula One driver who it passed Jean-Pierre Jabouille. No. Jean-Pierre Beltoise. Oh my God, I thought I had a blank. Won the Monaco Grand Prix, and he was there with his sons, and he came to John and told him like, everything. And John had a blank; he couldn't understand one thing. So, sorry, I'm sometimes here. I should not. I have my producer looking at us. Okay, so read on to you. We have a video to thank our sponsors. So read on to you. JC and Corey, stay with us. We're going to move you back.
Thanks, guys.
That way you can stay with us for the rest of the day. Okay? We have plenty of great things coming up.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Thank you and welcome back. It is almost 11 a.m. here. I can't believe we have gone so fast over 4.5 days. I mean, I'm like, wow, and that's incredible. So we have Andy with us here. A big thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race powered by BorgWarner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, and AEM Performance Electronic. We are going to be talking welding in this next session. We're very excited, and we have somebody who's like, very well known and very respected expert in the industry is going to share with us all the tips. But so John, before we move into this session, a few words about what's coming next.
Yes, stay tuned because after Andy, we'll have kind of an hour with Mark Rushbrook, Global Director of Ford Performance and Motorsports. And one of the many wonderful things that we've kind of discovered about Online Race Industry Week, it's great to have a moment with Mark Rushbrook that's an hour. So it's not just a sound bite, on television or something like that at a race. I mean, it's an hour, and things can come out within an hour that are really educational, give you insight, motivate you, inspire you for the next year. So stay tuned right after this, an hour with Mark Rushbrook.
It is 11 o'clock. Let's get started. On to you, Mr. Kilroy.
Okay, Andy, let me give an introduction here, and then we'll get down to business. So welcome to the webinar, Andy's Welding Solutions for the Aftermarket Performance and Motorsports Enthusiasts, organized by Miller Electric. We have with us Andy Weinberg, Aftermarket Performance Motorsports Manager. And as part of my introduction, Miller Electric is involved in a lot of different industries. And I just want to say that I'm grateful that Miller is involved in the racing business, as active as they are. It's hard for us to imagine a racing trade show, going back a long time for me, a racing trade show without Miller. I can't imagine it anymore. And it's hard for us to imagine Online Race Industry Week without Miller. Just great products that you see all the time in race shops. I mean, there's always that blue equipment somewhere in the race shop. You see it pretty soon. And then it just seems that Miller never stops attempting to educate welders, whether it's new welders or even veteran welders that need to know some new tricks. You go by a Miller exhibit and they're spending time educating, which is really cool. And it's a big deal for us at ePartrade and Racer to have Miller as a presenting sponsor. Do that. Of Online Racing Industry Week. So thank you for that. Welding in racing is a real craft. When you watch someone who's good at it and you see the results, which is really fun, you really see craftsmanship of the highest order. And I love that. The thing about racing, it has to be technically correct because the weld ultimately relates to keeping the driver safe. And somebody could say it's not brain surgery, but well, you know what? A life is on the line. And when you go to the ePartrade showcase for Miller, which is a great showcase with new products, popular products, technical videos, technical papers, go on and search out Miller and go to the showcase. And here's how Miller describes themselves. Miller is about building things that matter. We lead the welding industry in building advanced, solution-focused products and meeting crucial needs for welding, health, safety, and health. We're about the partnership and the work. Our products are designed with our users for manufacturing, fabrication, construction, aviation, motorsports, education, agriculture, and marine applications. And so, Andy, before we get down to welding, tell us about Miller. Is this a great company?
Oh yeah. Well, I've actually worked there for, oh my gosh, it's going to come up on 31 years. So that in itself is a testament to how good a company it is. Most of the people who start working with Miller, they spend a career there. They're very family oriented. They're very, they're conservative, but at the same time, they're innovative. They want to make sure that we put out the right products at the right time, and at the same time too, we're always striving to make the products easier to learn to use, more intuitive. Also, even for the beginners, you mentioned earlier those, we try and strive to train people. When people come in our booths, we spend the extra time to get them comfortable and actually learn some of the welding. And our machines are now getting easier even for the beginners to even jump into welding. So people who normally would be maybe apprehensive about it, they can now take that step a lot more comfortably.
And where does racing fit into the picture at Miller Electric? It just seems to be racing is prominent. You go to the website, and Miller seems to use racing to help brand Miller with other industries. Where does racing fit in?
Yeah, we love racing. For me, I grew up racing, but at the same time, I kind of fell into this position. I'm pretty much one of the only people at the company that speaks race, so it's a different language, right?
Glad you're there.
It's a different type of fabricating. It's you have to know what component actually is being used for on the race car, so you can suggest the right material or the right filler metal, or that type of application. So I kind of fell into it. But for us, Miller is the epitome of performance now, and for us, that's what our machines are. We have a full line of performing welding machines. And the neat thing about us as a company is we don't create something special for a race team, even though they have special needs. Our machines are the same machines that you can go out to a regular distributor and buy right off the shelf that the race teams have. So, it's not something that's being made or created or special programming just because they're doing some more exotic materials, but it's basically the same machine that you can get right off the shelf. So we love the fact that the racing industry needs reliability, they need quality, and they need performance. And we feel that outside of painting a number on the side of our welding machine, we feel that our welders are racers.
Yeah, I agree. And what forms of motorsports do you get to work in?
Oh my gosh. If it got wheels on it, somebody's going to race it. And I work in everything from off-road. Again, the majority of the stuff I do is probably in that stock car circle track market, just because the numbers are there. It's just, we prioritize our involvement based on how they are positioned in the market. There's so many segments of motorsports, but I have IndyCar teams. I have NASCAR teams, drag racing teams. I have monster trucks. I have, I don't know where it ends, unfortunately. I do road racing. For the most part, sometimes there are years I'm in the desert at the King of the Hammers, and then a couple weeks later I'm down in Daytona. So it's a little bit of everything, and that's great because we have products that fit each one of those segments, and there is not one machine that fits everything. We have some machines that are doing a pretty good job of getting there, but there are some segments of motorsports, again, like the monster truck industry, right? There's thicker materials, and so they need some higher amperages and higher duty cycles. So, but outside of that, a lot of the other segments can use a lot of the same types of products that we make. So, but yeah, it's fun for me because I get to see it all. I grew up circle track racing, but I love it all. Yeah, so I'm just a horsepower junkie, I guess.
So many of us walk around in the pits and other places, and as we talk, we're working, but we'll say, "Yeah, I'm having fun." So, I mean, there are moments in this industry you don't know if you're working or having fun, which is really a great place to be.
Exactly.
And so you're still doing a lot of welding. Just to be clear, you're still doing a lot of welding.
Yeah, I grew up welding in my dad's welding business, and then I thought I knew better. I didn't want to take over the family business, so I joined the Army, and and then took my college money, went to school for electromechanical, and then darned if I didn't get a job at a welding company. But I did it because I needed to do it. And that's usually what most racers end up doing in this industry. Is it's a need, it's a means to an end. They need to use the welder. Might not be their favorite tool, but it's a means to an end to get them to the racetrack, right? And I still do a lot of welding. I build a lot of cars. I don't race really much anymore. I've got a couple of car owner friends that I can borrow cars from when I need to, but ultimately I build more performance street vehicles, pro touring cars, track cars. The car behind me is going to be it's a 69 Trans Am that's getting fully pro toured with all racing suspension. So we'll be taking that to track days and, you know, beating the snot out of it. So yeah, I still do a lot of welding, just not as much on the manufacturing side. I used to build chassis, but just, you know, now I'm kind of doing it more for fun.
Cool. And then what was one of your most difficult weld jobs? Is there a weld job you want to talk about that really pushed you?
There's got to be a lot of those that are difficult, but you know, I mentioned King of the Hammers. That's probably one of my worst weld jobs. We sponsored that event for a few years, and we used to bring a big like 4-bay tent that we set up out in the desert, and we allowed the racers to come in. We would do weld repairs. It was like a mobile garage, right? A mobile fab shop. And after one of the practices, one guy rolled his truck in there, and he hit the bottom of a rock. He hit a rock so hard it broke the skid pan off the vehicle, and it punctured the cast aluminum oil pan that was on the LS motor that was in the car, or in the vehicle. And so it's still full of oil, you know, and I had to weld that thing upside down in the sand and dirt and make a patch to fit over it. Again, there's still oil in this thing, and oil and welding don't mix. And so trying to clean it as best you can to get this guy back on at the event, and basically made a big aluminum band-aid and welded it all around upside down, and damned if it didn't hold, and he finished the event. So I would have to say that's probably one of my hardest ones.
That's a pretty radical event, and it puts a lot of pressure on the weld, I assume, because those cars bounce around. King of the Hammers has come up a couple times this week. We had the director of the King of the Hammers event here in a panel discussion. And I want to tell everybody, if you haven't heard about King of the Hammers, look it up and watch a YouTube video about King of the Hammers. I mean, they put the trucks, they just put them through the ring in all the different vehicles. I mean, it's wild.
It's barely managed chaos. It's amazing.
Somebody referred to it as the Burning Man event for motorsports.
Yeah, it is in that area, isn't it?
And then I also want to say you can ask questions of Andy. So go down to the bottom of your Zoom screen. There's a chat option, and just kind of go in there and write out any questions. I'll keep an eye on it and we'll put your questions to Andy. Miller makes a lot of different welding machines, and I know that can be difficult to decide on what product fits your needs the best. And this is a big question, Andy, but I'm sure you get asked this. What's the best way to determine which welder is right for me?
Okay, that's an excellent question, and you're right, we get it all the time. And again, it's probably going to be based on the first thing is, what kind of power supply can you give the welder? Is this in your home shop? Is it 120 volts or 240 volt power? That's the first thing I'm going to ask somebody. And then that puts me in the category of machine that they're going to need. Are you going to be using it as a hobby? Is this a production machine? That's going to tell me how long you're going to be welding and the duty cycles of the machine. So those two questions are going to be critical. Then I would put you into, what is your experience and what type of machine are you looking for? Are you looking for just a MIG welder where you can just pull the trigger and start welding? Do you need something that's TIG based where it's a lot more precision? There's a lot more operator involvement there. So those things will also point me into the right direction of what products that we make, which is another good reason to analyze how you want to pick your machine is cost, right? Everybody's got a budget, and again, I think welding machines are kind of like shoes. We make a pair that fit everybody. You know, there's not one pair of shoes that'll fit everybody, but we're getting close to making welders that fit a much broader footprint. And one of the products that I think that is really moved up into the top 5 of my list of machines that Miller makes is the newer, it's a, well, it was made a couple of years ago, or maybe about a year and a half ago, is the Multimatic 220 AC/DC. So that machine, it MIG welds, it TIG welds, it stick welds, you know, AC for your aluminum and your DC for your steel. So it right now it's the best all around machine, you know, that doesn't break the bank for this industry. I mean, when you look at this industry, you know, we're typically not welding 3/8 thick steel, right? Or, you know, um, it's more of that. I mean, realistically, most of the chassis on these race cars are 1/8 inch and under material. You know, you got 1/8 inch frame rails, you know, you got 083, 065, you know, there's a lot of that smaller type tubing. And then you get some of the exotic metals if you want to get into, you know, if you're getting into titanium, things like that. This, you know, maybe you're a drag guy and you're making some, you know, you're making some titanium wheelie bars, or, you know, something that's more, you know, lightweight like that. You know, this machine can still accommodate that as well. I actually have one in my shop, and I have literally took all the rest of my machines out of my shop and just put this one machine in there. And
repeat the name of it again.
It's called the Multimatic 220 AC/DC, and I have a number of cameras set up, so I can switch cameras and show you different things. I have a weld camera set up, so I can do some live shots. I have the camera actually sitting on the machine. So this is what it looks like. It's quite small. It's not you know, it's not large at all. It runs on 120 and 240 volt input power. It has the ability to run a spool gun if you want to put a spool gun on it. The package is the machine right here. This little package does everything that I need to do in this market. And it's just amazing that you can fit 200 amps of power in this little box. And it does MIG welding, stick welding, and TIG welding, both AC and DC. So, you know, the neat thing about it is with this, with the optional cart, I have 2 gas cylinder bottles on it. So I can do all those processes without even switching my gas bottles. Everything is there. There's 2 gas solenoids on the back of the machine. So it feeds all the gas it needs to the machine. All the machine does is pick which bottle to pull gas off of, depending upon what process you're using. So it's pretty impressive, especially with the amount of power that it has. I would say, you know, unless you're a manufacturer and you're running high duty cycles, you know, and I don't weld cylinder heads and stuff like that anymore. So I got my big Dynasty machines, they're in storage. You know, I don't even use those anymore right now. You know, this machine does everything I can need to do in this industry. You know, we've got them at Hendrick Motorsports building cars. They love it because that one machine takes the place of 2. You know, they would have a TIG machine and a MIG machine on a plate where they're building a car, and now they have one. So yeah, definitely much better.
Yeah, and I guess, is that your favorite welder, or is there another welder that you favor?
Well, I'm a Dynasty guy. I'm a TIG guy, and I still love the Dynasty. The Dynasty is the Lamborghini of welders. I mean, you know, you're not going to find anything better. It has a lot of options, different waveform capabilities, pulsing capabilities. It's, you know, but again, in this market, like I said earlier, this little machine has moved up into the top 5 of the machines that Miller has ever made, and it's all I need in this shop. And I had to have this hard conversation with myself: was do I really need this Dynasty here, even though it's the love of my life? You know, no, I don't, and it's taking up room. I don't have a very large shop, you know, and so this machine solved some of those problems for me. I literally got rid of 2 machines and just have one. So yeah, it's definitely the way to go. And the other thing I love about it is its ease of use. This machine is very easily suited for the beginner welder and also the more advanced guy who wants some of those extra features. one of those features that I love about this machine, I talked to you about all the different processes it does. It does MIG and TIG. One of the processes, the things that it does is it has a feature called QuickTech. And what QuickTech does, I'm going to bring over that machine camera again. What QuickTech will do is it will automatically switch from the MIG process to the TIG process depending upon what trigger you push. So right now the machine is set up for MIG. If I go and step on the foot pedal for the TIG, look it switches over automatically. So I don't have to even go back to the welding machine to make some changes to it. It remembers all my last settings that I was TIG welding at. And if I pull the MIG gun and pull the trigger on that, it'll automatically switch back to the MIG process, and I don't have to wait for the machine to be changed over. I can, if I'm here's one thing that might be a good practical application for you is, sometimes when I'm putting a roll cage in the car, and if I'm TIG welding it, a lot of times you're trying to hold this, you're trying to tack it into place. It's pretty difficult, but now I can literally take the MIG gun, put a little spot tack on it, and then pick up the TIG torch and step on the pedal and start welding. And it's seamless. I don't have to go back to the machine. I don't have to crawl out from under the car, and it just makes it a lot easier for me. And I can actually do a sample if you want to see it.
Sure.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah.
And this is all live, folks.
Oh yeah, this is yeah, you can see me screw up live right here. Yeah, let's hope not.
No, you're sure it's fine.
Oh, don't be that sure. I've screwed up easier things. So I'm just going to take these two pieces of metal and I'm just going to tack them together first. And let me put the weld cam on. This is the first time I'm doing this through Zoom. So if this works out, it'll be awesome.
Another first for Online Race Industry Week.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see if I can get it positioned where you can see it.
Kids, don't try this at home.
Exactly. All right, so I'm just going to take this and tack it first with the MIG gun. So here's my MIG gun. I'm just going to tack it. All right. Now I'm going to take my TIG torch. I'm not even going back to the machine. Got to grab a piece of filler metal. I don't know if you can see that, but
yeah, well, we can see the light, so it's kind of metering according to the light, but we'll see it afterwards. There we go. Oh wow, nicely done.
Okay, so there's a post flow gas coming out of the torch after your TIG welding, so that helps cool the weld puddle and cool your tungsten. So that was basically, I didn't even have to get up off the machine to do any of that. So the other cool thing about the machine is it has what's called auto set. So for my beginners, I love telling them how to use auto set because auto set, and I'm going to switch it over to the MIG. Auto set is an easy way to get the machine in the proper weld parameters for a particular thickness of material. So if you look at what I have set up right now, I'm using 024 wire because I was welding some wheel tubs in last with this, so I have the smaller wire in, and all I need to do, instead of deciding what voltage and wire feed speed I need to set the machine at, all I'm going to do is tell the machine what my material thickness is, and I'm just going to select that. So if I'm welding 1/8 inch, the machine puts you in a right window. If I'm welding 3/16, again, it jumps you up to these other settings. Now, if I can go all the way down to basic real thin sheet metal. This is 22 gauge, there's 24 gauge. But the other neat thing about this auto set is it gives you a window that I can adjust in. So if I want to fine tune my weld, I can still do that without getting outside of a weldable condition. Okay. Now, if I want to turn the auto set off, now I have full range of my voltage and wire feed speed, kind of like more the professional welders want to do. They want to have full range of that. But for my beginners, turn that auto set on, puts you in that right range. And now you can also learn about what voltage ranges are proper for that material thickness. So eventually you may not use auto set, but I would consider myself a professional. I weld a lot, but I still use AutoSet. It's easy. I don't know what else to say. It is just easy. And the only time that I probably don't use AutoSet too much sometimes is when you get into the TIG welding, which again, there and again is another thing I love about this machine is it has AutoSet in every process. So if I'm TIG welding aluminum, which I'm just changing the machine over to that, turn my auto set on. Again, I'm just going to tell it what tungsten is in my TIG torch, and then just pick my material thickness again. And it puts me in that amperage range that'll fit that material thickness. So if I want to do some more of the advanced settings of the machine though, because the auto set is designed more for the beginner, I need to turn that auto set off. Now it's going to give me 2 extra settings that I can adjust. One is going to be the frequency of the AC. The frequency focuses the arc. It makes the arc tighter or wider. Okay, now I can adjust that manually. And the other one is the balance control. The balance control adjusts the cleaning area of the weld. And I'll show you what that looks like. So the cleaning area, have you ever seen aluminum and it has that white etching area next to the weld bead?
Yes.
That white etching is the cleaning zone. Now this one looks pretty good, this was just a sample weld I did to see if the machine was gonna work. And that etching is fairly tight up to the weld bead. Now, in some cases, you'll see that white etching zone is way out to the side of the weld. And that's a waste of energy for one, but also aesthetically, it's not as pleasing either. So, this is like an expansion tank like we'll make for some of the race cars, so you can see the welds on there, that white etching area, it's right up to the weld puddle. So it looks a lot nicer. If you're doing anything like anodizing afterwards, you don't have that post weld cleanup, where you have to brush that stuff off. So it works a lot better, if you can adjust that. This is a power steering reservoir tank that we build. I'm going to put this actually in the beast behind me. This is going to be mounted. I make a lot of my own custom tanks because, this is going to fit in that front bay bar that goes down right in front of the front suspension, that ties into the A post of the center section of the car. So this will fit inside that bay bar and it takes up very little room. So, for those people who want to start making some custom parts for your cars and for your race cars and stuff like that, this machine can handle all of that. Again, with 200 amps of power, you've got enough power there. I'd say 1/4 inch on aluminum is going to be about max. And again, you're not going to be welding 1/4 inch aluminum for a long period of time. It's not designed for welding 1/4 inch all day long. So I would say this would be something where, if you had to weld 1/4 inch, it'll easily weld 6, 8 inches, a quarter inch for whatever project you're building. But if you're in a manufacturing environment, you need to jump up into a machine that is built for higher duty cycles and probably has a water-cooled torch. This torch is not water-cooled, it's air-cooled. That argon gas coming through the torch is what cools it. So, your hand is going to start getting uncomfortable if you're welding quarter-inch aluminum with this machine. So, but anyway, if
I had another question. What is the model name again of the machine?
It's a multi-process machine. It's called the Multimatic. So a lot of people are familiar with the Millermatics. The Millermatic big machines, they've been around since the 70s, 80s, right? So the Multimatic is a multi-process welder. This is the Multimatic 220, which is the amperage capability, 220 AC/DC. So we do make a Multimatic 215, but it's not AC/DC, it's only DC. So it does TIG weld, but it only TIG welds your steel, stainless steel, all your DC applications. If you're looking to do any aluminum or magnesium, you need that AC capability. And that's where this machine's gonna fill that gap. So the 220 AC/DC, Multimatic. That's and I mean, truthfully, if you're in the market for a TIG machine, TIG machines are expensive. They're more expensive than MIG machines. You cannot buy a TIG machine and a MIG machine for what you can get in that machine for. It's cheaper as one machine, which is, again, it's phenomenal. I don't know why every school doesn't have it. I mean, that's really, every school should have that machine. It's really the answer for that kind of an area, especially, again, they have smaller spaces. They don't have, you have one machine that does all the processes that they want to teach. So, yeah, definitely a killer. It's also got an inverter engine. So again, it's lightweight. That machine's easily portable. It's got a handle in the middle. I can pick it up with one hand. It also has 2 handles on the side. So, whatever you're most comfortable with. The other cool thing about it is with this inverter engine, it'll run off a generator. So if you're one of those guys that likes to be prepared at the racetrack and you unload your whole garage every time you go to the racetrack, this thing will run off your generator. So yeah, very power efficient.
That's great. For Online Race Industry Week, our goal was to provide a trade show experience because the trade shows were sensibly canceled this year. And if somebody wasn't aware of that piece of equipment from Miller, they just got surprised. And I think surprise is really a big part of the trade show experience. It's going to a trade show, seeing something that you weren't expecting to see, and kind of having that happy moment of shock. So thank you for picking that equipment out, especially for us and for the racing industry, because I think it's winning over a lot of people right now.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite pieces. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can get into a TIG machine and a MIG machine and especially be this comfortable with it. This machine really works you through it. It's easy to set. The quick tech makes it, it almost makes me lazy. I don't even have to get off my chair to go back and turn the machine to a different process. So, I hate to say that, but, I wouldn't call it idiot proof, but it's definitely Andy proof. So
yeah.
It's good.
Very good. And then again, talk about this idea of a trade show experience. You have a showcase on ePartTrade, which is kind of like the exhibit of a trade show. What are you introducing kind of in your trade show exhibit this year, if you will, for 2021? Are there new things at Miller we should know about?
Well, I think we're still working with this product. The Multimatic 220 is probably still going to be one of our core products. The market is starting to understand the multi-process machines better. There's been this area where people are pigeon-toed into MIG machine, TIG machine, stick machine. And in their head, when they say, well, I need a MIG machine, and they go look for a MIG machine. And so they don't even see this product in that particular page of our website or in the catalog or, online. If you're searching MIG machine, that's what comes up. I believe that this machine is underexposed because it's an awesome MIG machine, and it's for the cost, you could get this machine, and even if you have aspirations of getting into TIG later on, this is still going to be the most reasonable way to get into that and learn the TIG process as you go. So I think right now we're concentrating on this product. We also have some newer offerings of the Millermatic line. We have the Millermatic 255, which is basically a higher end, more capable, has more features than the Millermatic 252. We also made that same product in a Multimatic version. So it's a Multimatic 255, but it doesn't do AC. It just does DC TIG and MIG. But the other cool thing for you guys who like MIG welding and understand Pulse MIG is a process that it's not necessarily new, but it was usually relegated to the industrial segments. Now that 255 is a real cost-effective answer for people who want to get into pulse MIG and even pulse MIGing aluminum. It's actually outstanding. We did some live stream presentations on it a couple of months back, and I pulse MIG'd stainless steel that was only 18 gauge thick, and that's very hard to do with a regular MIG machine. Because it's so hot. But pulse MIG pulses the amperage high and low really, really fast so that it doesn't put too much heat into the weld. But those are probably, I would say, our newest pieces.
Okay. And then when it comes to welding and everything you've seen, you've been at it in the racing industry for a long time. Are there kind of classic mistakes that you see people making as they're welding for a race team?
Yeah, I see a lot of mistakes. Sometimes it's things that are they've done it unconsciously. They may have changed the roll of wire in the machine and because they're welding something thinner and they went from a 030 to a 24, but they forgot to change the consumables in their gun. The consumables are sized for the wire that they're using, so they have to be matched in order to have the proper contact on the wire. The other most common thing I see too is the contact tips are loose. Every heat cycle you put this thing through, it has the potential to possibly loosen the tip up. So periodically you should tighten your tips. And even the connection points, if you have a machine that has the older screw-on lugs, those can loosen up over time, as well as the ground clamp. Your ground clamp is another area that I find people, they don't pay attention to it, and usually the bolt on the ground clamp that holds the cable on is loose. So the only way I can get these people to understand that is to say, go out to your car, pop the hood, and loosen up your battery cables, and see how long you can actually keep starting your car with loose battery cables. And a welding machine needs to jump up. When you start the arc, a welding machine has to jump up to 200, 300, 400 amps of power just to start welding. And if your cables are loose, you're going to have really poor arc starts. The welds aren't going to look as good, especially when they start getting hot. You're going to start losing some of that weld quality. The other thing I find in my TIG welding guys is a lot of guys don't brush or clean their material when they're going to start welding. So on aluminum, that's critical too, because let me switch camera. It might be better look on this other one. Okay, so you see that brushed area? So I brushed that center area of the weld. And so the outside edge of the aluminum, I mean, it's shiny. So this is what the aluminum looks like without, and it looks clean. You know, I could weld right over that, but that nice shiny area is an oxide layer. That oxide layer melts at 3,700 degrees, but the aluminum underneath it only melts at 1,200. So that oxide layer also contaminates the weld. Now, the welding machine does have the capability of blowing that off, but it's always a best practice to brush it too. Brush it first and mechanically remove it. Now on steel, same thing goes with steel. You know, this piece of steel, it's clean. You know, I wipe everything off. I take some acetone and, you know, wipe all the dirt off of it, you know, but that piece that I welded on earlier, let me see here. This is kind of hard to see. So do you see that top part here where I ground off that?
Yes.
So now that steel, it does have a little bit of mill scale on it when it's made, you know, and that mill scale, there you go. Now I can see it. That mill scale will also cause some impurities and not as good of a weld. But when you just take, now this is done with a little Scotch-Brite pad. You know, I just took a Scotch-Brite pad and I cleaned off that mill scale, and that'll give you a much better, especially with TIG, it'll give you a much better TIG weld. Now, when I'm doing chromoly, if I'm doing chromoly or anything like that, I'll take that and I will grind that off, or it's not even grinding. I take a belt sander and I'll grind right at the weld joint where I'm going to weld. I don't grind my whole tube. You know, that's great if you can afford ground tubing. You know, when you're purchasing it, that's awesome. Ground tubing welds a lot nicer than the original stock. But I just take my chromoly and I just run my belt sander. I also have a portable belt sander that I'll use, and I'll just run around that weld joint, and again take some acetone and clean it off, and that makes the weld look much better. So if you're TIG welding, especially chromoly now, even steel, and you find that your weld puddle doesn't look shiny, it looks dull, you know, and in the worst case scenario, it kind of even looks a little sooty, it's probably because you're not removing that surface contamination.
Okay, very good. And then we have a question from a welding teacher, a high school welding teacher. Again, what was the name of that welder that you're talking to us about?
Yeah, Multimatic 220 ACDC.
Okay,
yeah, Multimatic 220. Yeah, in fact, I can let me go back to the faceplate of the machine. So I don't know if you can see that or not, but it's
yeah, we see good.
But it's very operator friendly. Again, especially for students, I love it for students because of the auto set feature. For students, for me, the key is working on technique, because if they don't understand setting the machine, they can never start working on technique. You know, and the auto set feature puts them right in that window again, that's good to start welding, and they can start working on technique. They tend not to get as, you know, as frustrated if they can start working on technique and they can see their, you know, their problems while they're welding. You know, it jumps their learning curve way up. You know, and the neat thing about this auto set is you can still see those parameters. You can see the volts and the wire feed speed, or you can see the amps. So you're unconsciously learning what range it would be in anyway for that material thickness.
Good. Another question we have, instead of acetone, is it okay to use 91% isopropyl alcohol for final cleaning? It's easier on the skin. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it is easier on the skin. Denatured alcohol is also good. Anything, definitely don't use brake cleaner, especially chlorinated. If you are going to use a brake cleaner, use like a non-chlorinated brake cleaner. Any of those things that evaporate real fast sometimes, and you can even see it sometimes, right? If you're going to use a cleaner that evaporates fast but does leave a little residue, you know, anything that leaves a residue is going to be bad. But there are some brake cleaners. There was a Loctite brand of cleaner that I used for years, and the majority of it was acetone and some other ingredient, but it was extremely clean as it evaporated. But yeah, the alcohol is fine too.
Okay, yeah, to me, I've seen a lot of people just they do learn how to weld, but you know, I always wonder how competent, truly competent they are at welding when it comes to racing applications. Because you could put a weld together, I guess you're building a car, and call it a day, but it's one thing if the car is just behaving normal and having a great day on the track and everything's wonderful. But then if there is a crash, then all of a sudden there's this enormous skyrocketing pressure on the weld. So how do you encourage people who feel like they learn how to weld to truly become competent?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. And so that presents another issue too, is crashes. A lot of people do some destructive testing on their weld. So they'll take their tube, they might, you know, practice tube, and they'll weld it in either a T configuration, or they could butt weld it, and they'll try and bend it, put it in a vise, and they'll do their own destructive testing. But you brought up an excellent point about crashes. So what a crash does, depending upon how fast it is, it's called the shock impact. So you have a shock impact, you know, and the best way that I describe my beginner guys are, you remember like silly putty? Everybody knows silly putty.
Yes.
If you can pull it and stretch it, right? You can make different shapes out of it. You can bend it, you know, and it stays together. But if you take silly putty and just give it a quick jerk, it immediately breaks. And that is that shock impact. And the same thing would happen on a weld joint if you don't have it welded properly. That shock impact doesn't give the weld time to go through what's called elongation. So the elongation percentage is the percentage that the weld stretches before it fails, or before the tube fails, right? So that's another example of picking the right filler metal for the right application. I see a lot of people will weld chromoly with a blended stainless filler rod. Well, that filler rod has a tensile strength, it's over 120 K, but the chromoly is much less than that. So again, you're welding that material with a filler metal that's too hard. It won't have enough stretch, so it will tend to crack. And even during vibratory stresses and high harmonics that race cars go through, they'll start experiencing stress fractures. So all those are very excellent points. And that's why when I talk to people who are building race cars, I need to know what base metal they're using for the tubing. And that's going to tell me what filler metal I should recommend, you know, and they need to take those steps. I would recommend, if you don't know, because there are lots of filler metal recommendations, get a hold of a welding supplier or dealer, or a filler metal manufacturer, because the filler metal manufacturer will actually have recommendations for different applications.
Okay. And then, you know, again, I see Miller equipment all the time in race shops. If someone has a welder that's 10 years old, it's over there in the corner of the race shop, and they use it kind of regularly or occasionally, it just seems to be working fine. But does a welder really need to review what's new? Like, has welding equipment changed, or you want to talk about that in the last 10 years or 5 years? What should they do about keeping current, and what's the benefit of keeping current?
Yeah, I'd say the biggest benefit lately has been the transition from the older transformer power sources, transformer, rectifier, stabilizer coils. They're big, they're heavy. Even most of the Miller-Matic machines, you know, all back in the day up until recently have been all this style machine. So one thing you'll want to do too, especially if your machine is sitting a while, is just go through a little maintenance with it, right? Check those wires, make sure they're tight. Make sure the wire inside the machine isn't starting to rust or corrode, because that's going to create a bad weld. So outside of that, the major thing that we'll see is the inverter power sources are much more lightweight, and they draw a lot less power from the wall. So in some cases, half the power. So especially on TIG machines, a Syncrowave 250 back in the day, or today, we still make it, it pulls over 100 amps from the wall when you're running it at rated load. Well, a Dynasty of the same configuration will pull half of that power. So now you can pretty much plug a welding machine into any welding or any power supply in your shop instead of having a dedicated 100 amp supply to your welding machine. So that's the first thing, is the payoff, right? You want to pay that much in your power bills, especially if you're using the machine a lot. The second thing is portability and lightweight. So the machine is a lot more portable. It's smaller in size, takes up less of a footprint. The third thing I think about the newer machines is that the old machines, it made DC out of the wall. Like welding power typically is DC, direct current. You're supplying the welder AC, alternating current. That alternating current comes out of the wall at 60 hertz. By the time you rectify it and turn it into DC, it basically has a response time of about 120 times per second. But our inverter power sources, they make DC 40 to 60,000 times a second. And now the microprocessor, which controls that, can monitor the welding arc way faster. And it knows what you're going to do before you even do it. That's how fast it is. So keep in mind, back in the day, if you pulled the trigger on your MIG machine, the wire comes down and hits it, and then it starts popping, pop, 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 and it starts welding. Well, the newer machines, because that machine responds so quick, we can control every aspect of that welding arc now, because we're talking, again, 60,000 times a second. So we can monitor what's going on there. So the welding machine's characteristics are much, much better now than they were 10 years ago.
We're kind of getting to the 50-minute mark, and again, I want to say that Miller Electric is a presenting sponsor of Online Race Industry Week. So as you're having a good experience at Online Race Industry Week, Andy gets some of the credit here. If you see him out there in the race pits and everything, say thank you, Andy, for Online Race Industry Week. And thank you personally for sponsoring Online Race Industry Week. Any final thoughts, Andy?
This is such a fun industry. It's fun. It's innovative. I am not an artistic person, but when you get into the racing industry, these are some creative people, and that's, I thrive around that. I love those types of people, and so I think it's just a fun industry. And every time, and I'm still learning today. Every time I go out, I learn something. So yeah, no, I appreciate the industry, and again, if there's anything that we can do to help, you can reach us online at millerwelds.com. We have weld forums, we have technical videos. I do a lot of the technical videos. If you're into more of the advanced TIG welding, I do a lot of those too. Check out our YouTube channel, Miller Welders.
Okay, well, thank you, Andy, very much. It was really an informative 50 minutes, and it went by so fast. Thank you, and then we'll get rolling on to the next event. Francisque?
Well, thank you, Andy. It felt like we were in the shop with you. Said you never did it on Zoom, then you should do it again, man.
Yeah, no, it's good.
That was awesome. It's getting, we have had so many new first experience this week. So thank you for being with us. Stay with us, Andy. We're going to move you back as an attendee. That way you can watch the next session, because it's going to be a very, very interesting one.
All right.
I'm going to throw it at our producer, Reed, in the ePortrait studio. We're going to share a little video from our sponsors. Thank you, guys. Stay with us.
Thank you.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Thank you. Welcome back. Paul, good to have you back.
Great to be back.
What a morning. I can't believe we're Friday lunch here. We went through 4.5 days of packed webinars back to back to back to back. I mean, that's unbelievable. And, a big thank you to all our sponsors. We just saw Miller Electric, who did a beautiful webinar. We had we had a big announcement this morning from Exceldine. And I want to, again, tell each and every one out there watching us, as we have people from around the globe, we didn't have enough time to feature everybody. I mean, we have hundreds of pro account suppliers on the platform that wanted to be part of Online Race Industry Week. We're going to have more of Online Race Industry Week. We're going to go back to our tech webinars weekly. I mean, just then go on the platform, and there's tons of companies from AP Racing to Titan Fuels to BBS Worlds and everybody in between. And we build this platform for you. And of course, go to racer.com for the news. That's where everything is. Paul is absolutely the best partner we could have found in producing this event together. But I feel sad to I'm very excited because we have Mark next for the next hour, and then we have another a group of companies coming on, and then we're going to close with Jim. And but then I still feel kind of like, oh my God, what about all the other one we couldn't feature? So this is why we build this platform. This is why you have racer.com. I mean, the world is online now. And this is absolutely the proof in the pudding that if you didn't believe in digital technology, man, welcome. I think we showed you that this industry can do it.
Yes, you absolutely summed it up, Francisque. And I will say it. It's going to be different going back into the normal life next week. This has been exciting. I feel like I've been with all my friends this week.
And there's real life stuff happening. So real business taking place. Judy just shared a note. I'm not going to say who it's from, but they had a tech webinar. They heard from so many people that saw the tech webinar. And then they go and look at their website and Google Analytics. And he told us he's immensely impressed. Those were the words they used, immensely impressed with all the hits and activity that their site received following the tech webinar. So we're doing something, and we're talking about digital marketing, but the real life business stuff that takes place at a trade show, that's taking place during Online Race Industry Week.
It's amazing. And I've been getting people texting me wanting to know, where do I find this? I'm hearing about this. They didn't know about you, and now they do. So, yeah, that's fantastic. And so should we speak for a moment about our guest?
Yes.
Take it away, Paul.
Great. And remind everybody, tell your friends, tell everybody we're about to have Mark Rushbrook on this program, and it's free. Go register. No, it's nothing stopping you to be part of this. So first, we're going to have Mark Rushbrook, who's the global director of Ford Performance, and he oversees all of Ford's racing and performance activities in NASCAR, IMSA, NHRA, Formula Drift in North America, WRC, and Australian supercars overseas. And for me, it's personal. I'm here because of Ford. When Ford moved into motorsports, revolutionized the sport globally. It ushered in the modern age. And in 1963, they made a move into motorsports, and they were trying to find younger buyers and younger potential buyers. I think I'm on my 9th Ford now. They got me, and I was so impressed and inspired by what I saw with Ford's racing activities. And what we have now that Ford is doing is really impressive. And again, youth targeted in many areas. And Mark, welcome to our program.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
And it's our first meeting, actually. And I know you've spoken to my team. It's great to see you. And it's been a very interesting year, hasn't it?
It has been. So many things have happened throughout the year, and it's been a challenge for everybody around the world in all aspects of life, and especially in the motorsports world. Been a very interesting season, but really impressed with how a lot of the motorsports series have been able to pull off a lot of great racing, which I think is good for people of the world to have some sense of normalcy, to see a race on television.
That's right. And you know, one of the things we've been talking about all week is that we saw this incredible growth on our digital platforms. That was unexpected. We were concerned when the pandemic hit that we would see a downturn. And what we saw was very normal traffic during the esports period. It was as if we were running real races, but the audience trended massively younger. And they've stayed with us, by the way. And then we're up like close to 45% year over year, of 1.5-ish million more unique users rather coming to our site this year in the first 11 months than the year before. And what I think's happened is people that love racing want to be with it during this pandemic, even if they can't be in the grandstands. I think that's a good sign for your investment in motorsports, don't you?
Yeah, we think it's great. I mean, we were worried in March when the economy, everything started shutting down, and the racing series were all canceled. We weren't sure what was going to happen. Were we going to race at all this year? And it's been a real testament, I think, to the different series to be able to put races on in this very challenging environment, especially NASCAR, to be able to achieve for their top 3 levels, Cup, Xfinity, and Truck, to be able to have a complete season of all the races and ending on time in Phoenix on the weekend that it was supposed to. NHRA didn't get a full season, but they got a good number of races in. It's certainly been a challenge around the world with the World Rally Championship. They're running their last rally of the year right now this weekend. I think stage 6 just finished a few hours ago. That's been the most challenging, I think, given the breadth, global breadth of what that is, with all the teams in different countries, all the rallies in different countries, and the expanse of what a rally is, not just in the circuit, but out through all the public roads. And Australia Supercars did a fantastic job of getting a lot of races in. So I think it's a testament of the people that are in motorsports, that they have such a drive when there's a goal, when there's something to achieve, whether it's getting a car on track to start a race, or getting to the finish line to finish or to win a race, or in this case of the organizers, to be able to put the race on. They were working with all the local organizations, whether it was a county, a state, a country, to be able to put these events on with such passion, and then the teams to be able to get cars and people and put on a race and event. And even when fans weren't able to attend, like you said, for a fan to be able to see a race on TV, at least it was some sense of normalcy, and maybe for that 2, 3, 4 hours, they can forget the world a little bit and have a little recharge by immersing themselves into something that they love, and feel a little bit better from the end of it. So really happy with to be part of the industry, and so many great people to be able to put these races on this year.
Yeah, and I think it's heroic, actually. The moment when NASCAR went back on track, I was overcome with emotion. It was you know, I've lived 47 years of my life inside of motorsports, and that was one of the most inspiring moments I felt in that entire 47 years. And thank you, everyone at NASCAR, for showing the world what racers are made of. And I also want to say, I feel the same way about the people working inside these car companies and race teams, and in your team at Ford Performance and the Motorsports side of the business. Tell us a little bit of how you manage this, because this had to be we're here to solve problems in motorsports. This had to be a really new set of problems for you and your team to solve. Tell us about that.
It was, for sure. We weren't sure how all of this was going to work with the schedule, or how everything happened at the track, and especially how to prepare to go to the track. So with the first idea of no practice, no qualifying, show up and race, I think the immediate reaction from everybody, drivers, crew chiefs, OEMs, was, okay, that's a little bit crazy, but we understand that's how it needs to happen to be able to go race safely. But in many ways, the mission that we have been on as a company and throughout the sport, to be stronger analytically with our tools, where we don't get to test like we used to in the past. Yeah. This was just one more step. So instead of just no testing, it literally was no practice, even on the race weekend. So the strength of our analytical tools, whether it's a desktop simulation or a full driver in the loop 6 degree of freedom driving simulator, our aerodynamic tools, all of them, which we've been building for so long, really got put to the test this year, so that the drivers could go into turn one at whatever speed, 180 miles an hour, name the track, with 40 cars. They've got to have the confidence that their car is going to turn like they expect it's going to turn. So our simulator was able to do that, and our simulator worked. We have 2 of them in our tech center in North Carolina, and they were working some very long days to be able to get all the teams and drivers through, so that when they got to the track and went out to race, that they were ready, the car and the driver.
Well, in racing, we're all trying to get to the future first and learn faster than the competition. You have to be grateful that this was in place and that there was vision that would put this in place, and that the tools were tested and they worked. You're doing this now in real life, real time, maybe more completely than you'd planned this season. But this is the way you're going to roll from here on out, isn't it? This is pretty much the mindset of the company approaching a motorsport.
Absolutely, yeah. In the motorsport world, we've been moving in this direction for fewer prototypes, less testing, less practice. So this really just took us to that next level. And those exact same tools have also translated to what we're doing with the development of our road cars. So at the same time, we had to use our simulators more to prepare for going racing. Our company was facing the same challenge with limited resources or prototypes or ability. We had to keep developing new cars for the future, right? So that we have our new F-150 coming out, the new Mustang Mach-E, the new Bronco Sport, and our simulator at the tech center is used for those as well. So there was a lot of competition for time on those simulators to use it for racing, but also to responsibly use it to advance the development of our road cars, and we were able to do that. And that's a big statement, I think, for our company, and the purpose of part of why we go racing is not just to win races and championships on the track. That's important. That's part of why we're here, but also to develop tools like the simulator that we can then use to develop and make better road cars. And that definitely has happened this year. And that is in some of the products that's launching right now, such as the Mustang Mach-E.
Right. And I think what I'm also seeing is, this reset of mindset, that competitive mindset with these tools always in the forefront. That's terrific. When we look at kind of the way the world is changing, Ford has had this really kind of interesting posture relative to things that are progressive in motorsports or in performance, or in either leaning into things that really touch youth culture and bring young people into the performance market. They all, in my mind, they all fit together. And I have to ask you, the electric racing is on the horizon. We've just been talking about NASCAR. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. But I think this is I would call it the electric elephant in the room now for everybody in motorsports, where I think I've been racing electric vehicles since I was 9. I had a slot car set, and I think they're awesome.
Me too. I got Scale Electric. Yep.
Okay, good for you. I think we have to have a race, Mark.
All right, I'm ready.
I'm challenging you right now. I want the Ford GT, but let's talk about just where that fits, because you've got some very interesting things you're introducing and bringing to the world. It's that screen performance. They say, look, we're committed to this market, this electric vehicle market. Just tell me where that fits under your portfolio of things you do.
Yeah, that's very important for us. Just as our road car products are moving to more hybrids and more full electrics, there's so many coming so quickly for us, for the total industry, and especially for us as a company. And part of our charter in motorsports is to be relevant to what we race on the track, so that it matches up to what we have in the showroom. So there's hybrid coming in some of the series. So WRC goes to hybrid in 2022. So we're really excited about that and the opportunity to compete in a hybrid product there. NASCAR with a new next gen car. The new car comes in 2022, and part of that car, although we won't have hybrid in 22, part of that car allows the opportunity to add hybrid to it. So that can come in 2023 once we understand the new car with a combustion engine. So that's fantastic for us to be able to race in hybrid in 2 existing series where we already are very soon. The next step is full electric, and that's been the challenge for us, is trying to find the right series. We know that we want to race in something full electric, so that we have that ability for technical learning, innovation, transferring that to our products, but also telling the story about our products and about our company in that series. And there's have been limited options, and we didn't think any of those were right for us. And there are several new series. I would say there's 4 that are going to be 4 new series that are proposed to be starting between now and the start of 2023. So there's a lot coming in that space, and we're excited about the opportunity to go race in that space. But with trying to have that technical and innovation learning opportunity, we didn't want to wait for a series. So we went off this year and we built 2 demonstrators, the Mustang Mach-E 1400, the Mustang Cobra Jet 1400. So yeah, both named 1400 for 1400 horsepower. Obviously the Cobra Jet, a dedicated straight line drag car, but capable of a 8-second run at 160 plus miles an hour. And wow, the Mustang Mach-E 1400, which has 3 motors in the front, 4 motors in the back to get to that 1400 horsepower. And it's an all-around athlete. It can be used for drifting. It can be used for a road course. Take it anywhere you want. It's got high performance. We developed that jointly with RTR and Von Gittin Jr. And it's been sent around the world a little bit already, over in Europe for a couple months, and now back with us in the US, and it's going to go out around the rest of the world again next year as well. But those have been fantastic for telling a story about our company's commitment to electrification. We've learned from those products already some direct transfer to impacting our Mustang Mach-E that's launching right now. And it's just been fantastic to see the reception. People are so amazed about what electric vehicles are capable when they see it firsthand.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, we have a little history in our world. We worked with a electric vehicle company in our agency years ago. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called Tesla. And we did their first launch video for a car, a Model S. And I went for a ride with a designer in a Roadster, and I was shocked at how much torque and how much just raw acceleration. Now, everything's come very far forward since then. I mean, I think about these cars as performance enhancements, not some, oh, this is off on the side, it's just a silly little technology. These, in the end, may be a vastly superior performance technology. Yeah.
Just some comments on that, right? The driving experience of a street car with full electric, as you said, it's the torque and available from a standing start and what that means. And it changes the sound of the vehicle. You don't have that nice throaty internal combustion engine sound, but you still get a performance sound from electric motors. It's just different. You learn to adapt to it very, very, very quickly. But it's also so smooth, as you said, right? Because you can, with the controls, you can smoothly bring on that torque. And it's such a seamless experience. It's fantastic on what you can do even on the street car. And we're excited. Our family's getting a Mustang Mach-E. It was just built a couple weeks ago. I can't wait for it to get shipped and to receive it. We've got the Charger in the garage ready to go. And excited about what we can do with that on the street, my young son included. And what we've been able to learn on these 1,400 demonstrators, taking it to such an extreme level with that horsepower. But the important thing with the horsepower and what we've learned is not just the horsepower, but it's the battery cells and the chemistry and the ability to draw the current and control the temperatures properly with that. So a lot of advanced control systems to be able to do that. And then what you can do, like the Cobra Jet 1400, the engineers just look at the driver and say, well, what do you want to run? An 8.5, an 8.4, an 8.3? Okay, put it in, and just tremendous. The driver's still in control, obviously, and has a big impact on that, but it's very smooth in the torque delivery.
Yes, and I do see too the young people. I've got teenage children, that one's studying to be an engineer and the other's an artist, but in their peer group, their friends, electric vehicles are pinnacle vehicles to them. That's what they look to. They aspire to this. I think as an industry, we're going to have to understand that we have to coexist with that. I mean, there's still people that love gasoline powered race cars. There was somebody yesterday really exciting listening to him talk about diesel powered truck racing. There's many cultures, many tribes of motorsports, but you're also, in parallel to doing these forward-looking progressive things, you're also part of this process to bring the sport forward, to continue to keep it relevant, continue to be engaged in the main forms of motorsport on the global stage. And this move in NASCAR to the next gen car and the powertrain, evolution that we're going to see there, and the move to road courses. This is the most change I've seen in NASCAR in such a short period of time. And I've been around NASCAR, since I was a teenager, and it's encouraging to me, the responsiveness here. How is your team involved in this? How's that process work of interacting with the sanctioning body and evolving and developing a car and a competitive package for Ford racing teams?
Yeah, the leadership at NASCAR and the vision and the recognition that they need to change to be competitive and to make their sport better, our sport better. It's great to see with Jim France and Steve Phelps and Steve O'Donnell and everything that they are doing with things like the schedule, like you said, to go to road courses, more short tracks coming. I think that's just a great sign that they understand that fans want to see something different, something to talk about, exciting racing, and not the same schedule every year, the same racing from one intermediate track to the next intermediate track. So I think it's a fantastic sign of what they've done with that schedule for 2021. So we're excited to go to some of those new tracks. The vision to change to the new car with the next gen car coming, and unfortunately with COVID, it had been planned for 21, but now it's been delayed to 2022, and that's okay, right? We still got a great Gen 6 cars that we can race on the track in 2021, and a lot of anticipation coming for the new next gen car in 2022. And it's great for us as a manufacturer because of the relevancy. Our new Mustang for 2022 looks fantastic. I can't wait to show the world. The proportions on the car have changed. The size of the car has changed a little bit, and it's very close to what we have in the showroom, and we're excited about that. And then underneath the car, the relevancy with an independent rear suspension, with a rack and pinion steering system, and that just makes it better for us for transferring what we learn on the racetrack back to our road cars. So we really appreciate what the sport has done to bring that relevancy closer between the race cars and our street cars. But it's a lot of work, and the industry has really pulled together to do that with the design of the new car. So all 3 OEMs to do their aero work and getting the sign off through the homologation process for the new shape, but then also working out the chassis kinematics, the aerodynamics over the car, under the car, through the car for cooling. And now there's still a lot more work to do, as we're going to get our first wheel force transducer car that we'll be able to test early next year to really understand all the loads coming in. And then the teams will get their test cars by the middle of the year. So it's going to be a tough 2021, because we want our teams, they all want to go win all the races through the year and win the championship. But at the same time, we've got to be developing the next gen car to be competitive and winning in 2022. So a lot of work. Again, it's stressing our analytical tools, because at this point, we don't have our own car yet, but we've done a lot of laps in the simulator around a lot of different tracks, advancing the chassis and the aerodynamics to as much as we can. And we'll keep doing that until we get our first car next year.
Yes, and you're also doing that in an uncertain environment with the pandemic. Not sure when that's going to pass and become less of an issue in our lives. But racers solve problems. That's been a theme of this entire week. Right. And there's no more competitive group of humans, I think, on the earth than racers. And I have to say that, you know, looking at this, and I want to dwell on NASCAR for a moment, because we've seen, again, we can look at the analytics. You know, that's one of the nice things about the digital age. We can see how many things are being shared. We can see what stories are taking off, what's happening in the content. And it's like somebody hit NASCAR with a defibrillator this year, and it's come alive in the audience. Maybe because they can't go to the racetrack, that could be part of it. But we've seen, you know, again, massive numbers of shares and just audience enthusiasm for this. And it could really relate to the heroic return of the sport and the miraculous events following the Daytona 500. And we get to see Ryan Newman, thank God, walk out of the hospital with his daughters by his side. But something's happened in that sport where it starts to feel like this is a really strong resurgence of passion for the sport. And when you look at this, NASCAR is the one form of motorsport that's really touched up into the stratosphere of mainstream sports. Racing did not take as big a hit as many of the stick and ball sports this year on ratings. And we can tell by just the passion indicators we see in the digital place. Do you think this is an opportunity for racing to really gain market share and move forward in some areas that you know, unexpectedly so maybe?
Yeah, definitely. We've reviewed the numbers as we get them internally and with each of the different series, and it has been very much a positive for motorsports. And we just need to keep taking advantage of that opportunity as we go forward, right? When you get this momentum, just keep it going. So that's why we're happy to see a lot of the changes that are continuing in the sport for 21, and we know beyond that, to keep that momentum going. We've got people's attention and they're with us, and we've got to keep them.
Yeah, and I think what happens, there's a deep emotional commitment to a true race fan in the sport. From some of the research we've looked at, you know, they're real advocates of the sport. They're passionately committed to it, and maybe more so now than they were 12 months ago. Yeah. And I just, you know, looking at the entire sport and everyone in it, I said, let's use it or lose it, you know. And you bringing new product to market, you doing the exciting things you do, I think helps that. Okay, let's talk about sports car racing. You have the GT4 program. Do you want to take that, you know, further than what you have now?
Yeah, we do. So we've been excited. We've had that program for 3 years now. It's been a great car. Sold many of those around the world. Had some racing in Europe. Have them racing here. We've got a car over in Australia. So it's great global reach for us. Very relevant because it's very close to the street car. We've got a lot of teams racing them, but then we also use that car to help with some of our driver development training. So coming up through with Austin Cindric and Chase Briscoe, they were running Mustang GT4s at Daytona through IMSA, and that's helped them advance and develop some skills. And now with Haley Deegan as well, we've had her in for a couple of races this year and plan to do some of that again next year. So the car's great. We've got a lot of connection with customers that have bought the car and are racing the car. And then we're able to use it to support some of our other programs to develop our young drivers.
Yeah, and it's just a really beautiful car. And I will add an asterisk to that. The slot car is out now too. So
Yeah.
the world is complete. I've been waiting for that. You were on the road racing side, I'll just say that the Ford GT program, the original Ford GT program, was really the intoxicating vapor that really put me over the edge and made me want to devote my life to the sport. It's an epic story, and you were directly involved in the next chapter of that epic story. Can you tell us about that and what you did and how that came to be and what it was like to be literally making history?
Yeah, it was a surreal experience, and the opportunity came about. So a little bit of background: I've always been a car guy, a car person. Grew up that way and tinkering with cars and trying to fix the rusty ones out in the farm field or from the barn, and then trained in engineering and just logically came into the auto industry as an engineer, loving cars, and did some grassroots racing myself on the side. And all of my time at Ford, the first 13 or 14 years, was all in vehicle engineering, whether it was in vehicle dynamics or over as a vehicle engineering manager, as I was for the 2005 Mustang, which was a great opportunity. And just knew the company very well in terms of all the different subsystems and components. And in 2013, when some of our senior leaders came to me and said, "Hey, would like you to go work in Ford Racing," and I said, well, wait, I'm happy with what I'm doing here in vehicle engineering. I love racing, but why? And they said, well, the 50th anniversary of the GT40 winning at Le Mans that is coming up in 2016, and would like to put together a program to go race there. And I just I froze because it was just, and I'm getting goosebumps now just thinking about that moment.
What a moment.
Yeah, it's like, are you kidding me? This is a dream. Yes, I'm in. Okay, I'm in. And so that happened in December of 2013, and some of the work had already started, but at that point I came into motorsports as the engineering manager, and was able to work with Multimatic and Chip Ganassi Racing and great resources inside our company they knew the time was tight because we only had 2 years, 2014, 2015, to be ready to go compete and win in 2016. So great support from our senior leaders, especially Edsel Ford, as we call the godfather of Ford racing, throughout the Ford family and our senior leaders to what resources do you need? Let's go do this. And to have those resources, to have the support of the company, emotionally as well, and to be working with great partners like Chip Ganassi and his team, Multimatic, Doug Yates at Roush Yates, Michelin Tires as a partner. It took a lot of work over those 2 years, and then suddenly it was almost a surreal moment in the middle of the race at Le Mans in 2016. I'm like, what just happened? The last 2.5 years, suddenly we're already here in the race, because your head is down and you're focused for so long, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, we're really here. We're racing. Just an incredible experience to get ready for it, and then to be successful and to get the win was such a proud moment for our company, for the employees, for the Ford family members, and our senior executives that were there. It's a special moment that I will never forget. Just certainly a highlight of what I've been able to do so far.
Yes, I want to talk about that moment for a moment. Chip is a friend of 40 years. Mike Hull was my driving school instructor, and ran me in Formula Ford. It felt very personal, obviously, because of that connection. But the nine-year-old boy in my heart was overcome with emotion, and to the day, to the moment, I still feel it. This happened. What was it like to be in that moment, given the work that you personally and the team and the people around you and the passion behind that project? Because we're all racers. We know what this means. I think I want, there has to be something that makes it worth it. What was that moment like for you, just in that moment?
It was, again, unbelievable that it was happening, right? It's a dream. Is it really happening? It has happened. You realize that it has, but you're still, and then seeing all the faces. So from all of the individuals that were committed so long, with all the testing, the crew, all the crew members, it takes so many people. It's all about people, right? To make this happen. And to have everybody there. As I said, the Ford family members, the executives, through everybody that had all those sleepless nights and long tests, everybody was there. And it was so great to just be able to walk around the garage and hug and tears and everything. It was a special moment. Moment.
And I've got to imagine for many people in that program, that's the high point of their professional career and their life, in a professional sense, that this happened.
Absolutely.
Yes, and I do have to say, there's something I love about Ford, is the spirit of fun. My friends, that I didn't go to Le Mans that year, but they kept sending me the pictures of the slot car track that was there. So, you know, I think there's a little boy inside Ford too, and I've got to say another thing. And what's interesting about some of your motorsports activities, they tell a story. They're not just hey, let's go execute. There's something behind them that has a narrative. Is that intentional, or is it just lucky happenstance?
No, I mean, this is a family company, and I felt it from day one, even when I was working in the mainstream programs. It's not a big automotive company. It's a family company. Yes, we make cars, but we're a family and a family of employees, and it feels great to be part of that family. And I definitely felt it on the mainstream, on the road car side, and to have this opportunity. It's been 7 years now that I've been here in motorsports. The first 4 years as engineering manager, these last 3 years as the global director, and it's a special opportunity. I feel so fortunate to have this position, knowing how motorsports, it's part of the company, it's part of the DNA of the company, it's how the company was founded, with Henry Ford winning the race with sweepstakes, and ultimately that notoriety and that technology helped him form what is now today Ford Motor Company. And that stays with us today. And it is, if you come to our tech center in North Carolina, would love to have you there. That's the entryway, and that tells the story of how our company was founded and what our mission is today, that we need to deliver those meaningful race wins and championship wins. The innovation and tech transfer is part of what we need to do to use the tools for the company to help us be successful, but to make those tools, the products, the parts, to make those better and to make our road cars better. We use it for people development. We literally bring engineers and employees from mainstream. They come to work with us for 2 or 3 year assignments, and then they go back to instill that passion, that drive for, we need to get this today. You can't just write a 5D to say it's okay to miss a milestone. You've got to be there to take the green flag to start the race on time. There's no excuse. So people development is a huge part of it. And then marketing, telling our stories and about our products, but also our people and our company, all through motorsports. So it's a very special part of the company. We have such an outward facing voice and face for the company, but also inward facing. And I love seeing on our Ford homepage on Monday morning, when we've been successful, whether it's with a race or with a championship, to be able to see on the homepage a picture of the race win and a little story about it. And employees tell us all the time how much that means to them. And especially in the case back to 2016 Le Mans, not only was it putting that picture on the homepage, but we actually brought the car and the drivers and the team to Dearborn and had such a great celebration there. And it was so evident then that, I mean, you see on the homepage, you see people like it, and that's great. But when we had that car there and the drivers and so many people that came to it, and I remember walking to it and overhearing some of the employees as they're walking through the parking lot and their genuine excitement, and then seeing them so excited to see the actual drivers. We ran out of posters and Sharpies and everything else. There were just so many people there, but it means a lot to the company.
And, you know, you used the word meaning a little while ago. That's a big differentiator for Ford's motorsports activities. They create meaning and emotional meaning. And I think there's a lesson for everybody else in this business. You know, there's another company that does that very well, is Porsche. I think, you know, you are two competing symphony orchestras when it comes to that. And, you know, of course, Ferrari, but really that's just ongoing narrative. And I think that, you know, there are other places you race that, you know, you learn from racing, obviously, all these things. But what I think you learn is you find your voice and you tell your story well with it. Henry Ford did, you know. Well, I went to the Henry Ford, it seems like 1,000 years ago, earlier this year, on a tour with Kevin Kennedy and the team from the museum. And to stand and look at sweepstakes, you know, it's an emotional thing to look at because you realize how many lives that car impacted. Yeah. Around the world, how many families benefited from the courage of racing and the courage and commitment to ideals and ideas that racing represents. And it's powerful. You know, there's no greater statement than what Ford Motor Company has done. And I pivot now to from NASCAR to NHRA, which is, you know, the other really truly American sport, and that Ford has been deeply involved in. Tell us about what you're doing there and what you see going forward.
Yeah, the fans of NHRA are incredible. I love going to the NHRA events, and first of all, the spectacle of seeing those cars, it never gets old. But the fans, and what's great about NHRA is they have such good access to the pits and the drivers and the cars, and it's so great to connect with them and talk to them, and they will come up and talk to us or hearing them talk to Bob Tasca. And it's just great to be able to connect with them in that way, and to have a Mustang competing there, to be able to use our technical tools for developing that body and the aerodynamics and the speed at which they go down the track, or the transition of the speed, the acceleration, and how the aerodynamics has to account for that, and shifting the balance as the speed increases is an important use of our tools, and helping to help our drivers and cars be competitive with that. But the connection to the fans, and when we took our Cobra Jet 1400 there, the electric, I wasn't sure what to expect, honestly. I didn't know if there was going to be pushback from people that said, no, this isn't an engine, it's a motor, and it's not right, it doesn't belong here. It was the exact opposite. We never saw anything negative. I never saw anything negative. It was nonstop interest in the car when it was in the garage, with people just coming up. They wanted to look at it, they wanted to talk about it, they wanted to understand it. And then when they saw it out there on the track, and we would run it with the electric Cobra Jet 1400 next to a combustion engine Cobra Jet, running side by side and legitimately going for the win, demonstrated what electric was capable of, and the fans just embraced that. And that's what we love about NHRA, is the ability to connect with those fans and to tell our story, and to hear from them directly what they want to talk, anything they want to talk about.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing about when I was a kid, we had a lot of great drag strips local to us here in Southern California. So, you know, I love all forms of racing. And I think the glue is still on my finger from building all the funny car models I used to build as a kid. But I think the one thing that you get when you're at a drag race is you get that you're welcome. It's an environment that's for you. It's not just for the competitors. You feel one with the sport when you're at a drag race. And the thing I think that is at the heart of drag racing is direct rivalry, brand against brand, competitor against competitor. And what I like about drag racing, it's the first place where we really saw women come to the forefront and be championship winning talent. And you know, when I look at drag racing, you know, it's perhaps one of the places I think that electric vehicles can really excel going in the future, and really be a place that keeps motorsports completely relevant. I think that this focus on the future, you know, I want to deviate because there's something else that feels this way to me too, is drifting. there's something about drifting that feels like drag racing felt to me when I was a kid.
Yep.
And you've been involved in drag racing and drifting in parallel universes. What's the same and what's different to you about it?
It's that spectacle, is the extreme of what the spectacle is. So to see a drag car go down, whether it's a top fuel car or a funny car or even a sportsman car, it's just such a spectacle and extreme demonstration of performance. And I think drifting is the same, but the slip angles are a little bit higher, or
yeah.
A little bit different. But it is that spectacle. They're high horsepower, extreme performance, and just fantastic and engaging to watch. It just draws people in. And same thing in drifting. It's the access to the drivers and the cars for fans to be able to get up close and feel like they are a part of the sport. They are part of the sport. And it's great to be able to connect with them. So we get a lot of good customer connections through our Formula Drift program, just like we do NHRA.
Yes, and I think that you were first movers in that space, I think, as a company, which, again, I think is impressive. Jim and Ryan had me at Hello when they came to my office in 2003 because it just was so fascinating, and their live streams are, they're hypnotic to watch. What you see there is you just look at it and go, I get what that's about. But it's cultural, I think, is where I'm going with this. It's cultural, and drag racing is certainly cultural. I look at the future, and I think there are going to be forms of motorsport that are emerging. There was an announcement yesterday about Nitro Rallycross, which it was the buzz around here. We're all interested in that because we think, well, this has had a couple of false starts. This looks like a real start. Are you always looking at things like this?
Yeah, absolutely. We keep a very good, I'd like to think that we keep a good pulse. We spend a lot of time talking to the series or developing series and understanding what their plans are for the future. So definitely have had a lot of discussions over the last 2 years with Nitro Rallycross and what they're proposing, and other series that are out there as well. I think that's part of our responsibility to understand that. We call it our cycle plan, and what is the landscape of opportunity of where we can go race and what makes sense, what is consistent with our pillars. So you're right about Rallycross. Rallycross is a fantastic sport in terms of, again, the spectacle, extreme performance of, if you've not been in a Rallycross car, you should, because what they're capable of, just accelerating off the line, it's not quite a NHRA funny car, but it's pretty impressive. And the races are great spectacles as well. But where Rallycross has struggled is not a unified approach to it or a global approach to it. It's been fragmented in the past and continues to be a little bit today. And that's part of what we're hoping to see in that space is a unified global approach where the series aren't competing with each other, and it just gives one place for the teams to race and for the OEMs to compete against each other.
I think that's a common wish of anybody in a program management role like you have. But it's interesting. Our creative director in the Racer Studio Agency was the creative director and the original general manager of Global Rallycross. So it's in our DNA here. We love it. I was at the first Global Rallycross event, and I thought, how can this not succeed? This is this is everything you want, especially if you're a kid. And I look at the way motorsports is evolving and changing. And, one of the things that makes it possible, you've got WRC, which is it's an adventure. You're deeply involved there still. What justifies that within your world? Now, I think it's a great thing, but what justifies it?
For WRC?
Yeah.
Well, one great thing about WRC is the direct relevance of the cars that are competing there, that they are or look like the showroom cars as well. And therefore, with the performance levels and systems that they have, a lot more direct transfer, technical relevance for us as well. So not just what it looks like or sounds like, but actually what we can learn and transfer back to our road cars. So the cars are fantastic, and especially with where the regulations are going into the future with hybrid, that just continues to keep that important for us. But the World Rally Championship is also it gives us really good global reach. Now, would like to see a few rallies, maybe in some different countries, but it does have a pretty global calendar already. That's been shortened, obviously, this year with COVID. But once we get through this, we love the global reach that it gives us. And then the passion of the fans and the number of fans, because there are so many people that may never even go to a rally because of where they live in the world, but there's so many followers. The numbers of followers is really tremendous. And then when there is a rally near them, they go to it, and the passion of those fans, and it's incredible the patience of those fans that will stand out in the forest or fields in the cold. And I've been out there with them, and they will stand there a couple hours before the cars come through the first time for the day. And every 2 minutes they go by at a very spectacular pace, and all the cars will go through. And if they're fortunate enough, then there may be a second stage in the afternoon, and the same thing happens. But those fans stand there and they have a fantastic time, and it's social. They're enjoying each other's company, but they're also enjoying that connection to the cars and the drivers and the manufacturers that are there. So it's a great sport, very competitive sport. Love being in it and love what we learn from it technically, but also being able to tell our story to such a big global audience.
Yes, indeed. And we have a lot of rally fans here in our company. And, I have been in a WRC car, and oh my God, it is the most amazing thing I've ever ridden in. I just want one. But the thing I think that's fantastic about this is the car is a really present competitor. The car is got a personality, it's got a soul alongside the driver, the navigator, and it's present, and there's a fantasy quality about the sport. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I think it's great. And the passion of Ford for Ford racing, it starts at the top, doesn't it, in your company?
It does. It's several of our executives have said it's part of what puts the blue in the Ford Oval. It's part of our DNA. It's definitely there with the Ford family, with Edsel Ford, with Bill Ford, and through their family members as well. Henry Ford III was, for a while, he was our global Ford performance marketing manager. I was working with him day in and day out, and he's just such a real person and has that same passion as his father does and the rest of his family. But it's also in our executives. So as you know, Jim Farley, he's a bit of a car guy, and
a little bit
of a motorsports fan, and it's tremendous to have him leading our company, but because of his base as a car person and a motorsports person related to what we're doing, but also his vision for where the world is going, where the industry is going. So he's got that ability to connect our past, our present, and know where we need to go to be successful in the future. That it's great to have him leading our company. I have a lot of emails from Jim, which is fantastic, with direction or thoughts. And he's also very receptive when I have a question or something that I want to share with him. And the rest of our executives, through the leadership and product development, through the leadership in all the regions. So Hal and Kumar and Stuart have all they're part of our motorsports governance board and part of directing what we do in motorsports to make sure it stays relevant and important to the company.
Well, that's great to have that kind of support and leadership. And, I want to deviate from the question set up prepared, just because I've been getting some questions from the audience. And the thing that always comes up, people always ask you, this is a familiar question: are you going to go back to Le Mans and just sports car racing? Is that something you never say never? Is it something that's possible in the future?
I certainly can't commit to what our future plans are, but I think that's a never say never. The sport is always evolving, and the GT program was fantastic for us for the 4 years that we were in it, and it worked very well for us as a halo for the company, both with the racing program and the tie to the road car and what it was, and we're still making those today. The rules are always progressing. So the new prototype rules with the LMDH opportunity to race a hybrid in both IMSA and WEC to run for an overall win at Daytona and Le Mans and Sebring and very other iconic tracks. That's something that's very attractive and interested, I think, for a lot of manufacturers, and certainly something that would have been part of the meetings to understand exactly what that is and what that future opportunity is. So I'd never say never. Le Mans continues to be a great place to race, and Daytona, and just the number of fans and what it means to be competing and winning at Le Mans is important.
No, it's good news, because there's a nine-year-old boy inside me that hopes that comes to pass. And the same 9-year-old boy has got the question that he's been wanting to ask: is this same never say never true with IndyCar? Because we look at a hybrid formula in the future. We have Roger Penske, who's one of your partners in motorsports. He's now the owner of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and Ford history is written large at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, I think that's a never say never. Honestly, there's only so much that we can do, and we've got to look at where we are racing in the world, as well as the relevancy of that racing, and trying to get the maximum benefit from that. So we've certainly, Roger has talked to us, and the series has talked to us about what their future plans are. So that's part of our landscape that's in front of us to make those decisions of what makes the most sense for us.
Yes, and it does look like you have your hands full at the moment. You got a lot going on, and it's all very exciting stuff. What a pleasant conversation. There are more questions, but I'm not going to have time today because you're so involved in so many great things, Mark. Thank you I know you're busy too. So thank you for taking time to join us today, and thank you for leading such a great team of people that contribute so much to motorsport. And please give my best to Jim. He's a racer, I know, and I've known him not well, but known him for quite some time. And I like what I see in Ford. It's encouraging to me as someone who's in this business.
Well, thank you very much for having me, for allowing Ford to be part of this today. Really impressed with what you guys have done for this entire week. To put on something very different than the past, but in a very appropriate way, given the world, and very successful way. So thanks for having me, and thanks for what you've done to organize the week.
Well, it's our pleasure, and you've been a terrific guest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very, very much. You know what I enjoyed the most? I mean, terrific session. We learned so much, Mark, and then what I enjoyed was telling John, it's just like, usually when it's the end of a trade show, everybody's beaten down and kind of leave early, and we're still accelerating. We're still accelerating. I mean, it's
we're
just
racers.
It's still that's.
We got 2 more gears.
Yeah, you got to push hard to the finish line.
That's right. Exactly. It's not over until it's over, Francisque.
That's it. I'll be so sad tonight. I think I'm going to start another one in the morning.
Yeah,
I see and then there's people from everywhere. I see Andrew Craig through the chat here. I see people. I mean, it's just a who's who of the industry. It's wonderful. So we're delighted to have you, Mark. Thank you very, very much. Please stay with us. We're going to move you back to an attendee. That's where you can stay with us if you want this afternoon and watch the other sessions. And I'm going to throw it at our producer, Rick Neski, in the ePartrade studio here in Los Angeles. So we're going to share with you a little video from our sponsors. Stay with us.
Thank
you and welcome back. Again, what a treat to have Mark here. Judy, who is the co-founder of ePartrade, couldn't be on because she's working and making sure we stay on track. But Judy worked for over 20 years with Port Performance. You know, she has a long history with them, and so she was so excited to hear from Mark, and so that's again, maybe next time we'll put Judy on, and I'll be doing the back the work on the back, but we might.
Yeah, we've had a lot of requests for that, Francis.
Yeah,
people would rather see Judy. I'm getting texts all the time. Where's Judy? Why is he still here?
But the thing is, if I was in the back, maybe we would not be on time. So that's the
true. You're French.
Keeps us by the clock, and our wonderful producer Reed Neski here. And I'd like to say, as we are getting close to the 3 more minutes, you know how much fun it has been to be with you guys all weekend. I said to Joe Castello, who's just popping up right now, we have had wonderful hosts who have done a tremendous job at keeping our audience engaged, our speaker engaged, and so what a great job Joe and Jeff and Brad have been doing, as well, of course, as Paul and John. So
it's also a marvel that people are showing up on time. So we're doing everything bang on the hour, on the minute. And we're not getting phone calls like, can I have another 10 minutes? I'm running another 30 minutes. It's kind of like the green flag drops on the hour, and people are here race ready.
Yeah, well, John, we have a few more sessions to go, so we'll talk about that in the closing argument.
Yes, and I'm going to check out now, but I just want to remind everybody I'm going to be back with the other half of the greatest rivalry in sports, which is GM Chevrolet. Jim Campbell, my friend, has agreed to be our last guest here today, and Jim's into a lot of things and not just racing. So, but I have to say the conversation I just had with Mark reminds me why I love this sport so much, and that 9-year-old boy is very happy that's inside me that I just had that conversation, because the passion still burns brightly, and I see it burns brightly in the Ford Motor Company, and that's what this business is about. So I'll see you all later.
Thank you, Paul. And I think it's bright and everybody out there watching. I think it's been all about passion, energy, enthusiasm, and what a great industry we have. And so, John, do you want to share with us what's coming next? Paul, we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.
In a couple of minutes, and we start right on the hour. We don't want to start early and have people confused, like, am I late? Why are they talking? So we'll go to the AERA, from engine specifications to training and certification, everything a machinist needs to perform at a winning level. Then we'll go to Tilted Engineering, clutch technology trends in sports car racing. Then we'll go to race fan, modular radiator fans for race cars. And then Ken Anderson's working on a race fan really for racing applications. And so you can kind of design it the way you want it. Motorsports lubrication systems, Aviate oil systems, and then Jim Campbell will be at 4 o'clock here, the Pacific time. And then we'll have a wrap up with the ePartrade team if you want to hang around with that. And we'll just kind of tell you kind of what we enjoyed most about Online Race Industry Week, which would actually take me more than an hour. But turn it back to you, Francis.
Well, thank you, John. And we're going to have an old friend joining us on the Aviate panel, Jack Sparks. Jack is an industry veteran, is retired, but he runs CP for decades. I mean, it's just so we would, so we're so happy to seeing all these friends coming on. But it is 1 o'clock, so we have another friend coming, a wonderful guy, Chuck from the AERA. So, Joe, on to you.
Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you, John. And I'm pretty sure that this is my final seminar of Industry Week here on ePartrade. And so I just want to take a quick second to say thank you guys for including me and everybody out there who has watched. It has been tremendous. And I've had people reaching out all week long. Thank you so much. You can always follow me on the social and podcast, etc. But now let's get into it with Chuck Lynch. Chuck is here from AERA, which is Automotive Engine Rebuilders Association. It's got a really cool system going on. But Chuck, before we get into that, I want to start about where you got your initial training, and thank you for serving in the United States Marine Corps. That had to be very exciting. And I immediately know a little something about you and your business because of that. So thank you for your service.
Well, thank you.
And so let's talk about the business and how it can be helpful to others out there. Ultimately, you're kind of passing along your life's work and information, like all the advice that you have built or knowledge you have built, you're passing it on to others through Automotive Engine Rebuilders Association, the AERA. Tell us how and tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, so the Engine Rebuilder Association started in 1922, so we're coming up on our 100-year anniversary and pretty excited about that. Our tech team is all seasoned professionals that's come from different parts of the industry. Steve, who was going to be on with me today, actually came from a race shop in the Indianapolis area. He was a drag racer. Dave, he's a gentleman who moved down from Minnesota. He had worked in the heavy duty industry. Myself, I worked at Jasper Engines Transmissions for 20 years. I worked for Rottler Manufacturing as a service tech. I've worked for Mala Clevite. Again, most of the tech team has either been a shop owner. Rob, he's in British Columbia and he owned his own shop there. And then Brian, he's worked for Felpro. He's worked for MSI, Dana Corporation. So that's kind of how we build the tech base. And then we're a library of information. So over the past 100 years, we've accumulated tons and tons of manuals. And then we take manual type documentation and we disseminate it in either a program, or we have members that will call, ask for information, and then we email, still fax some, technical information. But we put it in a format that is more driven for the machine shops use. So it's block specs, it's head specs, it's crank specs. It's not the big manual and you sort for this spec and then you look around for that spec. So we just try to organize that and improve the efficiency and flow.
Very, very exciting. Like, I can immediately think that there are a lot of people would like to have that resource available. And I'm understanding that it's a membership organization. So we're trying to drive membership for people out there. Like, you purchase a membership, and is there a limit on a membership? Like, tell me a little bit about that part of it, because the people that are watching right now, it sounds like this is maybe one of the most easy things to get involved with on Industry Week, because you're joining a brain trust, really.
Absolutely. So as with membership, there's various different levels of how it's approached. So we have, our custom engine machine shops, high performance shops, production engine rebuilders. So we have, basically it's a membership. Anybody can become a member that fits the criteria to be automotive machinists, right? So once they reach that criteria, then they become a member, and then we expand the materials that are available to them based on the size of their organization. So membership is one thing, and then Prosus Pro, which is kind of the flagship, it's the web-based side of where you can go and see the information. So Prosus Pro would have those tabs that I was talking about, or block machining, head machining, so forth. And you can see that on a mobile device, your PC, whatever. Depending on the size of your group, you would pay an additional fee for Prosus Pro. And then once you get beyond a certain number of seats, then it's as many logins as you want. So yeah, it's a very mobile information thing. We get calls all the time. Hey, I forgot to print something off this bulletin. Well, you can take a look at that on your phone or your iPad, whatever the case may be. It doesn't have to be a PC. But yeah, we've definitely tried to make it very user friendly.
And save time. Anytime you can make it user friendly, they're saving time. Time is money. If these are machine shop guys, it's already very time exhaustive. If you're going to do it the right way, accessing information from you guys, if you make it easy, that's great. So is there like a limit on tech calls or requests? Is there any limit on that kind of stuff?
No, with membership, and it really varies shop to shop. Some people are more inclined to use tech. Some are more inclined to pick up the phone and say, hey, help me out with this. Send me this information. So, no, as long as the tech line's open, which is 7 a.m. Central to 7 p.m. Central, you can get somebody to pick up the phone, take your call. We're an international organization, so pretty much I'm the lead guy coming in. I live in the Eastern time zone. So in the morning when I come in, I usually am the one who's caught all the emails that came from around the globe to queue those calls. So yeah, it's again, there's no limit to what's asked. And quite honestly, the fact that we use dollars to resource information, we also take calls on, hey, how do you change the spindle bearing in X? What's the torque for a drive shaft? Or, you know, it could be any and everything. You know, today I can say that we had a couple of different calls where people wanted wiring diagrams for Dodge truck. You know, so it really does, it gets outside of just engine machining, but you know, it's just information. So, and it helps us too. It educates us as well.
Well, that's great. That's a great resource. We can open it up to our audience out there on epartrade.com. And thank you all for joining us this week. If you do have a question for Chuck, put it into the comments section and I will get to it. And with a membership organization like this, Chuck, I would imagine the questions could be wide and varied, as you must hear some crazy stuff. I can't help but ask, like, you have to have a story of something that maybe has thrown you for a loop a little bit, something out of the ordinary that was a little fun.
Yes. You know, as we are a global organization, some of the things that people will try is, you know, hey, can I fix a camshaft terminal with JB Weld? You know, people will come up with some pretty crazy things to salvage something. And again, we're talking to people all over in every climb and place. You know, trying to fix a casting that's cracked, things of that nature. Hey, can I mix this piston with this piston from an engine? So it can be scary, and you know, and we try not to make too much light of it, but it is, you know, wisdom is totally different than knowledge, right? So experience is where wisdom comes from, and you know, you learn those things you can't do. One of the things I was just saying recently, in a conversation with you know, Lake and Keith, I know that you work with those guys all the time. So is, you know, we seem to forget where we were at one point in time. And when people ask, you know, about torque plate honing, it's one of the things that, you know, just lately, I know the thing you did with Judd, and we were talking about torque plate honing.
Oh, okay.
You expect people to know certain things like that you need a head gasket between the torque plate and the block. And people ask that question, and then they ask about the fasteners and so forth. And you have to think back, hey, I'm a veteran. I've been in the industry for 30 years, but I was that guy that was just starting. So we have to keep those people in mind. So that's why we have questions from ground level to very advanced questions. Surface finish. What's critical about surface finish? You know, there's more to just surfaces than roughness. You got waviness. You know, a lot of people don't give that any consideration when they're setting up their equipment or maintaining their equipment. So
very interesting. Getting a shout out to the Hidden Horsepower podcast. If a guy like you is able to listen to it and get something out of it, makes me feel great. And just for the audience out there, the answer is no, you cannot fix a camshaft with JB Weld. Right?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. The online training program, let's delve into that, because and in a second, I'm going to ask you to tell everybody how they can get involved. I like to do that a couple of times per seminar because people come in and out, let's face it. But how long does one have to complete the course? Like, how, you know, as far as training, how does that all work?
Okay. So the online course is set up that it's online, of course, and there's also a book. Gary Lewis has written a book. He's been involved in automotive education for many, many years, and he's part of our board. Well, we've actually rolled this out, so there's about 70 schools that are involved in the administration of the online training program. Many of the larger engine rebuild facilities actually use it as a way to test competency of their folks, and then use that as, hey, if you pass this, then we can pay you more. You know, you have to give both ways. So in that regard, you know, those are the folks that are involved in taking it. As far as the time, it's set up as a year, and you can kind of go at your own pace. Now, that's where we like working with the schools. So you have someone who facilitates that, so that they don't, I'll get to it. You know, keep everybody on task. You know, Sam is actually one of our big proponents of the online training program. Pretty much all the students come out of there have the certification. Again, we have many schools across the nation. They do things at different levels. So we have some who actually administer it as part of their curriculum, and we have some who recommend it, and then they'll keep track of the students. And then Rob Monroe on our staff, he actually works directly with every student just to keep them on pace and make sure that they get it accomplished.
Excellent. Getting some love out there. You know, great point. New people are always coming into the trade. Can't punish them for asking a question. And I can't help but think about, you know, you just don't know what you don't know. But we all have like about 40 years of really good knowledge time, between 20 and 60. And to pass all that information down to the next generation, it's sad, but you can't. There's very few like 10-year-olds that you can start feeding very detailed machining knowledge, right? They have to get to a certain point before they're ready to receive the information. And then you got to start from scratch. So that's kind of the challenge of all of the knowledge that you guys have acquired over the years. You got to, you know, you want to pass it down, but it's got to be people that want to receive the information. And that's maybe the challenge we've experienced over the past few years.
Absolutely. And we try out a lot of different things. We have what we call Tech and Skills Regional. So quarterly, we go out throughout the country. It's usually hosted by, you know, a parts manufacturer. We've done these at many of the different parts manufacturers where they host it, or distribution warehouses. And then we invite members or even non-members to come in. And then it's a whole day of just seminars. So technical presentations, they might get a tour, see how something's manufactured. So we try to promote education by that. We have the Engine Rebuilders Educational Foundation. So we do creative things, like we have auctions. We've worked with Rottler for many years at their open house, at the PRI show. We do a lot of, you know, raffles and things that to generate money so that we can continue the education of young folks that are interested in coming into the industry. We've recently started a podcast ourselves. It's the Engine Professional Podcast. So we're trying to make that very data-driven, detailed, technical type stuff. Initially, we had to start out with who we are and what the mission is, but, you know, we've started to roll into the technical component of it, you know. So engine machine shop care and maintenance, how do you sell yourself, you know, good advertising, you know, make yourself look presentable. You know, if a guy comes into your shop and it's a dark dungeon, he's maybe not going to trust that you're going to be a precision environment. We have the Engine Professional magazine. That's a quarterly publication. Again, another very technical program. When anyone becomes a member, we have these manuals that everyone gets, regardless of whether they choose Process or not. So cylinder head manual, you know, has things like installed stem heights, spring rates, valve seat angles, things of that nature. Now, if we put every single specification that we have in Process, well, you would need a two-wheeler to move any of the manuals around. So they can only be abbreviated in these manuals.
Understood. Regarding engine specifications, let's dive into that a little bit for people who are Obviously the mainstream stuff you've got, but what's the year range that AERA covers?
So again, since the organization's been around 100 years, you can well imagine that our library has stuff for the past 100 years. So it's not very uncommon to get calls for, on Duesenberg's and Studevakers and chords and things of that nature. So it can range from your, the early 1900s to modern day. So I may have a Model A Ford call, and immediately after it have a 2022 Ford GM direct injected that's having a problem or something. So, a lot of the machine shops are doing warranty service, so they're dealing with dealerships. So it's everything in between. And we talk about, name badges, what's recognizable. Me working in the industry and working in a production engine rebuilder environment, I thought I knew a lot about what was out there until I got on the tech line and realized I didn't know anything about all the engines around the globe. I mean, we have everything from, Acura, Alfa Romeo to Zader tractor, Great Wall, tons and tons of Chinese stuff, which is a real challenge for us right now because the specs are really hard to find. But yeah, if you can think of it, one thing that is interesting though is 50% of our calls now are they're diesel.
Really? Well, that makes sense. Diesel is, exploding, popular. They've got it to the best it's ever been, I would imagine. Why don't we take a second for the people that are viewing out there and have already decided like, hey man, this is something I'd really like to be a part of, get involved in and have access to. How do they join? Where do they go? And let's give them that information right now and then keep going.
All right. So the easiest thing to do is go to aera.org. And at our homepage, there will be plenty of tabs that'll show membership, because depending on where you are in the globe, there's going to be some different fees for membership. That can hyperlink you out to Engine Professional. You can get tutorials on our YouTube page, which you can get a link to. So all these links would be right at our homepage. It'll give you our history, our mission. And again, you can see about the cost based on your shop size of the organization of where you are on the globe, and learn a lot more about the organization as well.
Excellent. If you've got a question, put it in the comments section and we will get after it. Do you have to be a member of the organization to purchase the Process Pro? Is that a members only? Is everything members only, or are there things that are available to people who maybe want to access some of this knowledge without becoming a member?
So we do take a fair number of cold calls, and people have a one-time question or something of that nature, and we do answer stuff like that. But Process Pro is only available to prescribing members. So that is an increase or an additional cost over membership for Process.
Excellent. So Tony asks, and I think I know the answer to this question, but let's ask it anyway. In that, how are you dealing with EVs? You guys are engine people. EVs use electric motors. And so while we're seeing this transition happen, there are always going to be engines. You mentioned Duesenbergs. They're still out there. There are always going to be engine, but how are you, dealing with that? Asks Tony.
So that's actually, I actually did another podcast and YouTube video with another group, the Parts Counter Gurus, recently, and that's specifically what we were talking about. And yes, that transition is coming. Right now, and I mentioned in that podcast, there's a lot of it's like the wide gauge, narrow gauge time in rail. So it's a little bit hard for us to know which direction we're going. So you don't want to dedicate too much until the stuff gets a little bit more nailed down. But what we do know is as the stuff is transitioning that direction, so you think about start-stop technology. Well, there's already some things that have evolved, like water pumps, alternators, starters. Starter used to be used 4 times a day. Now it's 60. start-stop technology. So understanding and learning from those components as they get you closer to electric and the hybrids as well. So yeah, there's going to be a point where you have to pass the baton, but we still also have to support our core group. So we don't have a good definitive answer and say, okay, hey, here's where we hand the baton off. Again, we know we're still working on stuff that's 100 years old. Then how many years from now are we still going to be working on the stuff today? So it's a challenging.
I like the reference to the wide gauge, narrow gauge in rail. And I'm surprised that I got it, but I got it. It's a great analogy. Like, we're at the very beginning of something new, and we just don't know exactly what's going to win out or why just yet. Walk us through a process. Like, let's say you're a shop and you're looking for information. You're already a member. You got your membership. You pick up the phone. Someone answers. How does it go? They just like, hey, I got this. Explain it.
So each member's got a unique ID number. And that said, you're going to say, hey, Chuck, I have this VIN number. Hopefully, I have this application. If it's say it's a 2013 Dodge Hemi in a Charger or whatever. So he's going to give us the member ID. He'll give us as much information he can about the application, and then he's going to tell us whether he wants that information either emailed to him, faxed, whatever the case may be, or maybe it's something simple. Hey, I just want the crank housing bore and the torque for the main bolts. I'm just checking out a block. So then we just share that information over the phone. But by and large, we like to have a timestamp of that. So that's why we have the member ID number. And then in our database, I can go back and I can sort that by, well, how many calls have we taken for the 2013 5.7 Hemi and a Charger? How many of them have been about a block? How many calls have been about a head? So we can extrapolate all that data and use that to help us either fill voids in our specifications, create technical bulletins because of problems with a particular product, or, if there's a specifications not shared and enough people keep telling us, well, the installed spring height or the installed stem height has been X. And then we can take all these data points and say, okay, so we'll put it in a process that we don't have an actual known specification, but we have an as reported. And the as reporteds are pretty consistent. So you can probably trust that.
Interesting. These specifications in terms of what you guys provide, is it always the factory spec, or is it an involved spec in that, as technology gets better, things are learned, that wisdom that you talked about, this is what it's supposed to be from the factory, but we have found over time that this works better. Do you have that as well?
Actually, I have a good example of that happening this week, like a 402 Chevy. It was a eutectic piston. It had steel struts. Now, if you try to get a piston, it's going to be hyper eutectic because no one's going to manufacture the piston like they did many years ago. So we do get in those situations. Hey, this is the OE specification. That's what we typically always put in process. Our advice, though, is you talk to your piston supplier, because you have either eutectic alloy, you have hypo-eutectic alloy, you have hyper-eutectic alloy. And then each piston manufacturer has their own recipe a little bit. Is that thing going to be 16% if it's a hyper-eutectic, or is it going to be 21% hyper-eutectic, that's not typically anything you're going to see. I'm just throwing that out there. But they have their own recipes. So the thermal expansion is going to be different. So you're going to have to size your bores accordingly. So we can tell you what OE said, but if you're going to delve into the performance aftermarket parts, then you better do a little bit more research and make sure that the piston to wall clearance is going to be satisfactory for your build. Now, when the people are just doing stock replacement stuff, our specifications are going to be pretty safe for them.
That makes sense. And again, the point is to have some brain trust, if you will, that's reliable, that's at the other end of your device or your phone, where you can pretty much have everything covered that may come in the door. If you're a shop in an area where there's cars, something comes in, you don't know what it is, they've got you guys on the other end of the phone line to be able to call and get just endless data and specifications that isn't available. Certainly better than searching on YouTube.
Right. You know, we kind of laugh about being YouTube certified. We all know there's some great information out there, and there's also some pretty scary information out there. Another thing that we offer that I hadn't mentioned earlier is I do custom training. So I do go to machine shops, and I might, you know, just having come from a production environment, you know, just look at, hey, what things can help your throughput and your efficiencies. I used to actually manage the calibration lab. So, you know, I know a lot about GD&T. So can help people, hey, are you actually measuring properly, maintaining calibrations? Are your gauges and tools being used properly and maintained well? Equipment's, I don't do service work, but I do help out with training and actually have a relationship with the equipment world, as that I would call them and say, hey, do you care if I work on this or try to help this guy out? And we have a great relationship for many years of service together. So,
and is that one of the challenges that you find as you get out there, that maybe some of these you know, machine shops, et cetera, there's a lot to do, a lot of work, and keeping tools calibrated properly. If you do get off, then there's a lot of bad things that can occur. Let's put it as simple as that. And so staying on spec is vital. Is that one of the challenges? And what are some other challenges that you've found out there that people need to be wary of?
You know, everything typically wears it a little at a time. You know, it's not like, well, everything was good to go yesterday and today it's messed up, except for like electronics, you see that type of stuff. But a surfacer, right, you know, if you got a pallet jack and you're moving a heavy load back and forth past your surfacer and you shake it, and all of a sudden you have a soft foot. So now I've got a vibration that's induced because the machine can move a little bit, and then I can create waviness in a surface finish. Now I start having head gasket leaks or something, and it's just something that simple. When we hone, the abrasives that we're using to adjust the cylinder size and create the surface finish is an abrasive. So when we pick that up in our honing machine and we blast it back into the bore, it can impact surface finish. And that abrasive is also going to come into contact with your bore gauge. So you slide the dial bore gauge in and out, and you start to put flat spots on the centralizers or the locating balls, you know, for measuring size. So if you make flat spots, but you set that up in a ring, or maybe use a setting fixture, well, there can be a difference between setting fixture and the gauge ring, because a flat spot on the end of the ball changes that. You know, yes, you know, spindle bearings, not making adjustments, and again, surface finish, waviness, things of that nature can give you problems. And because they came on over time, you sometimes don't know until it's too late. And then another thing that I see often in a lot of the forums posted is, you know, people read halfway between a division on a mic or a dial bore gauge or something, and not truly knowing GD&T and the 4 times rule. We often say, well, I can hold that to a half or a tenth or something. And quite honestly, most of us, we're not in an environment where we can even measure it that closely and with any level of confidence that's truly there. You try to do the best you can and have a good controlled environment and keep your gauges calibrated and so forth. But, you know, 2/10 repeatability between 2 people, you know, the whole rule of gauge R&R, repeatability and reproducibility. That's one of the areas that I think we probably really struggle. We're probably not nearly as accurate as we like to believe we are.
Wow, interesting. Well, like the 4 times rule, but having had limited but some exposure to the world of the machine shop and, you know, handling a micrometer and knowing that it's really hard. Like that's a whole element into itself, and so many facets that affect it, like temperature and such. I'm sure that's a great challenge to get up to speed, and for people that, you know, I'm certain they're understanding, but to treat it as gospel, that's a different.
Right. You know, and that's why I preach so much. And I know Keith really does, Ed Keebler really does, Bob Dolder, about having profilometers if you're honing or milling or whatever, because there's so many factors besides. A lot of people would like to think that, hey, if I'm using the right abrasive, I'm going to get the right surface finish. But what about your coolant? What about is that coolant loaded with abrasive because you haven't changed your filters often enough, and then the filter's bypassing, so you're pumping a lot of that trash back in. It also affects crankshaft grinders, so the swarf that you create from grinding is picked up by your cooling system and it blows it right back into the part. Or the difference between vitrified bond and metal bond, there's just so many variables. And then now today we take a look at castings, you know, compacted graphite. Is it a sprayed in liner? Is it a ductile iron liner that's in aluminum? You know, it just keeps going, and all of those hardness variations can hugely impact surface finish. I mean, you think about a Rockwell tester. So you take a certain amount of load and you apply it to a surface, and you have an indenter of a prescribed size, and you know how hard the part is by the impression that you can make into the surface. Well, why would a block be any different? I know I have a crystal that's a prescribed size, and I apply a certain amount of force, but I still can't make the scratch depth because the block's harder, or, you know. So I think that you just have to really think through all of those things. But sometimes, you know, you were talking about when you don't know what you don't know, and then all of a sudden that day, ooh, now I know, and I'm scared to hell of what I've done for all those years. And can I do anything tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, exactly. But that's the wisdom that you come back to. And also, failures are going to happen. And you just got to try to fail forward and just have it only happen once as best as possible.
Right.
So for people out there, once again, if you've got a question, epartrade.com, where we're all watching, but the chat section is open to you. If you got a question for Chuck about AERA, it is a membership organization, and sounds like very useful. You guys are dealing with people literally around the world. And you mentioned, you know, getting specifications out of China is a challenge, but you guys are working on that. And pretty amazing how many people, places around the world, far off distant lands, like they need engine advice. Where is maybe the most far off place that you've serviced a call from?
So Australia is very common, of course, but quite honestly, Africa. Every day we have calls from Africa, and of course South America. We have quite a bit of exchange of communications between Brazil and Mexico, of course, but some Argentina and Colombia is really a repair industry. I went in there a couple of years ago and got to actually go to several of the shops, and that is a repair driven society. You know, they're it's a kind of a poor society in a lot of the areas. And so they work to keep everything going as long as possible. So, you know, we're a bit unique in the US. We've got a bit of a throwaway society compared to South America. So we do a lot there, but yeah, probably in the far climes and places, you know, Poland, anywhere in Europe could be, But again, the one most surprising to me was probably the fact that we do get quite a few calls out of Africa.
And I can tell you, just in the time that I've been hosting, we've gotten a couple of comments from Africa about Africa, and they are elevating as we speak, and access to repair, knowledge, etc. That's going to be a big thing down the road. Speaking of EVs and such, but not everybody is on the same technological trajectory at the same time, right? So there's always going to be engines to build, repair, etc. around the world.
Absolutely. And again, as I mentioned earlier, that
yes, go ahead.
The diesel stuff is, I had gone to Brazil and Argentina kind of together on a working mission, and you look at Argentina and they were like 99% diesel in their small cars even. And Brazil, since they were making a lot of their own fuel from like switchgrass and so forth, here it is, they're relatively neighbors and had a whole different philosophy. But hey, we can make our fuel, and then we can export our gas and diesel while we can make what we can run our own vehicles on. But I think, that's definitely that'll go into Africa. That'll go into some of the other countries before they get nailed down on EV.
Well, exactly. And it's all it's a luxury that we have here. The fact that we can even be thinking about EV. We have power that is on all the time here in the United States of America. Pretty amazing that we don't even think about that, but it is a reality that not every place has. Pretty amazing. The knowledge base for the younger folks out there who are trying to increase their awareness. This is kind of a topic that comes up a lot as we try to replenish the machinists out there and the next generation of people that are going to be in these E-Part Trade seminars. As not that people are aging out necessarily. You're not. I'm not there yet. But what would you recommend for those folks, younger folks who are trying to be knowledgeable and in this field? As someone who is an instructor and technical knowledge, someone that fields questions on a regular basis?
Be looking out for in the high school level. There's like Hot Rodders of Tomorrow. There's Project Lead the Way. They've got organizations throughout the country and so forth. If you like this stuff, a lot of us hung around garages and shops where they could see some of this stuff being worked on. Volunteer to clean up. Do anything to get in the shop. Rob, one of our guys, that's how he ended up owning the business, is because he wanted to build an engine for his Nova, and later on he owed the guy who had the shop so much money that he had to go to work for him. But I mean, if you have that interest, there's definitely plenty of ways to get in. One of the very recent things that I've seen that's kind of excited me is like Jeremy Wagler Competition Products has started a school on site. He's got a test track, drag strip and so forth, and they've got a machinist trades program. So they're wanting to promote engine building. They also do part manufacturing, and they are involved in the EV side of the stuff too with the government. So with military vehicles, they want to be able to sneak into combat zones, but those will probably stay more in the line of your hybrids, because they like to have an option. Hey, I've got battery, but if things get really bad, no matter where I'm at in the world, I still can run on diesel fuel. And when I was in, and I had this conversation in another podcast, but JP4, it's a commonly used term, because every place in the world you can access JP4 as jet fuel, and you can run most diesel engines on it too. So that's why they want everything to be diesel powered. So.
Well, that's an interesting angle, and something I've been thinking about, honestly, in terms of your Marine Corps background, military readiness, and the evolution of like fighting force, etc. Like, can't be EV, because what if the power is not on, right? Like I think about things like that, and you just kind of tied it together, a thought that I was having a little bit away from it. Carrie is out there, wants to know, and maybe this is a school recommendation, maybe you guys can help directly online, but where can I go in Florida or South Carolina? I guess that's where she's located and looking to expand her knowledge base.
All right. So my advice would be to reach out to the tech line. We'll get you connected with Rob Monroe, and he can definitely, like I say, we're about 70 schools are participating, or if you want to do the online training, we can do it directly through us. It's like you can either do with the book or without. It's $125 with the book, or $75 without, and you can do it at your own pace. And call on the tech line and Rob, and we're always more than happy to help out with that, because hey, we want the people in the industry.
Right. Well, exactly. But before I get to, and we're getting down the home stretch here a little bit, and I do want you to reiterate, membership, where to go, and even like what membership is. But before we do that, I have to know, as someone who has all this knowledge and machining, machine shop, technical knowledge, engine rebuilding, can you still have this as a hobby? Do you have a project? Do you have a car? Do you have something you work on when you get home? Or is this something that you leave at work as work?
No. Actually, I'm one of the remote guys that works from a home office. And yeah, I've got an old hot rod truck, bikes. You got to have that stuff. So yeah,
right.
Bit of a machine shop, do a little bit, some blacksmithing, everything just kind of interrelates.
Well, that's great. Renaissance man, if you will. And that's a challenge of our modern world, which our community doesn't have the problem, but the ability to do and build and make and create and dream up ideas. And now with all these modern machines, we've never been able to do more. It's just that you've got to have people that are interested to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Trying to get that nudge, my son, I didn't really care what he did, but he had the passion for using his hands, and, he does custom machine work all the time as well. And we'd like to see the folks step into that. And, I've gotten involved personally with the local schools and things of that nature as well, to try to push young folks into that, because I think, like Jesse James, he's always, there's a lot of gratification from looking at something and saying, I did that with my own two hands. It wasn't some big factory somewhere that punched this out. And we need both. But, that's what I told the shop owner where my son went to work. I said, I would really appreciate if you put him on manual machines first, because when he was starting in school, he was going to in the CNC program. I said, but I'd like for him to understand what's going on behind those weigh covers, behind all the sheet metal, what's really happening back there. So when you run the manual machines first, okay, now this stuff makes that much more sense when I'm doing my setups and doing offsets, things of that nature.
Well, you mentioned the conversation between Judd, on the Hidden Horsepower podcast, and the conversation. And that was one of the things that he said, that punching in numbers on a screen doesn't make you understand how and why and the sound of the moment and if things are going right, and that you really, if you're going to learn, you have to learn on those older style machines, hand machines, to really get what's happening.
Yeah. What caused that feedback? Was that feedback noise? Was it vibration? Vibration chatter? Did something break? So yeah, you definitely need that input-output exchange. So
excellent. All right, give us the vital information again to join the Automotive Engine Rebuilders Association and have access to endless information, over 100 years of specs, data, and minds like yours, Chuck. Where can people go to join? Of course, epartrade.com has all of these connections. But you mentioned you guys have some social media feeds, et cetera. Lay it out for us.
All right. So you can find us on Instagram. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on Facebook. So, and again, it's aera.org. So that's critical. I've seen a few other AERAs out there, but aera.org, Engine Rebuilder Association, Automotive Engine Rebuilder Association is kind of where it started, but it's become commonly known as the Engine Rebuilder Association over the years. Again, but aera.org. We have a YouTube channel. Again, we have a podcast, Engine Professional Podcast, out there. So please look us up.
Yes, absolutely. And a membership, is it by individual? Is it by shop? I think you mentioned early on, like an organization, a business would be different maybe than an individual that does work, but how does that work?
Okay, so the membership is by the location. So if you have one location and it has 1,000 people in it, or it has one person in it, that's one membership. But we have some of these production engine rebuilders that have multiple locations. So each facility, to keep track of things, remember we have that unique member ID number. So each location will have that ID number so we can track that. So each location will have a membership. And then Process Pro is going to be, one of them. They take the membership, and then there'll be logins based on that membership, and then depending on how many seats they want to have, how many people can be online basically at the same time. Because if you just have one Process Pro membership and one membership and 3 guys want to use it, somebody's going to bump somebody off. So you can get around that by saying, okay, I want the legacy, I want the business program or whatever, and then I can have unlimited seats and logins.
Excellent. Any final bit of information that we didn't get to here today that people should know, need to know, or would be benefiting by knowing?
That, feel free to reach out to us. We have tons of information. We work with pretty much all of the part suppliers, our associate members as well. So we are a very cohesive group. So again, as I mentioned about the tech skills regional programs we put together, every year at PRI, we typically have a big conference where members are invited to come and kind of rub elbows and stuff. So we try to drive a lot of relationship building within the association. And then we have the board of our peers is actually who gives our guidance as well. So it's not just us. The team is actually the industry being a part of this to establish the guidance that we need. So
tremendous, Chuck. This has been so informative, and I feel very useful to a lot of people, shops, folks in the industry out there. Your knowledge is obvious, and I appreciate what you have done and what you're doing. And I see Francisque and John have joined us as we get down to the wire. I do want to say to those two gentlemen and to you, Chuck, it's been an honor to be able to be a part of this and dig more deeply into the industry and get to know some people such as yourself, Chuck. And just a total honor to take place here at the ePartTrade.com Industry Week. And I just want to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Again, this is the 3rd time that Chuck has joined us. He did 2 wonderful tech webinars during our Trade live webinar series, prior to Online Race Industry Week with Sunnen. Sunnen is a big supporter of ePartTrade. So, hello to Bob and everyone at Sunnen. And so you did a terrific job. And we invited Chuck again because, what the AERA is doing is very important for the industry. So thank you. We wish Steve a very quick recovery. He couldn't make it today, but thank you very much. Chuck, stay with us. We're going to move you back as an attendee. Joe Castello, thank you. Okay.
Yes,
Joe is with us. He's the host of an event. He's in Florida right now. You want to tell us what you're doing next, Joe?
Yes, after talking about racing and race cars all week long, I'm heading down to Homestead Miami Speedway, and they have adopted street drags on Friday nights occasionally, once or twice a month, for the local community. Speaking of total diversity in motorsports, they have an 8th mile drag strip on pit road, and you will see Lamborghinis, you'll see drag cars, Audi, the all-wheel drive rules the roost down there. It's amazing to see the kind of things that the Miami community, a car culture like none other in the world, let me tell you, bring out and just hammer on them out on pit road at Homestead Miami Speedway. So I'm the track announcer. I get to announce Top Fuel dragsters at the NHRA. I get to announce street drags at Homestead Miami Speedway. If it's a drag strip, they're going fast. If they're having fun, I'm there, and I'm headed down there now. And they live stream a lot of it, so you can check them out at Homestead Miami. And we're going to have fun. But I got to tell you again, my honor to be a part of this, Francisque and John. John helped me get into, he doesn't remember this. When I started WFO radio after my time at XM Satellite, it was, podcasts weren't cool back then. It was brand new stuff. And I wanted to get into PRI as media, and John made it happen. And I appreciate that. And I've never forgot that. Now in your new venture, new thing, it's been fantastic to be a part of it. So thank you.
We're all paid up with you being on Online Race Industry Week. You really brought something to us, another gear that I didn't know we were going to get. So thank you so much, Joe, for your professionalism and your enthusiasm, and then everything you do for racing. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. I'm going to go hit the track. Thank you very much. But hey, I know you're going to have fun. You got an end of the week happy hour. Live up to it.
We have some big names coming up.
I know.
We have Race Fan, Aviate, and then Jim Campbell, head of GM Motorsport. How cool is that? And
very.
So, Joe, thank you. Have fun tonight at the race, and we'll see you soon.
Bye, guys. Bye, everyone.
To our producer now, Reed, a short video from our sponsors. A big thank you. So, Reed, on to you.
two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Welcome back to, Brad Gilly is back with us. Brad, how are you doing today?
I'm great. How you doing, Francis?
Good. You know, as we didn't see you this morning, we had Joe made a little changes because Joe had to make an announcement at a racetrack this afternoon. Again, if you're joining us now, we had wonderful hosts this entire week. Brad Gilly and Jeff Hammond from XM Radio, late night show. We had Joe Castello from NHRA podcast, and John Kilroy and Paul Fanner. What a blast. I see our friends from Tilton. I see Kirk right there. I see Jason and Travis. And so we start on the hour. So we have 2 minutes to touch base. And John, why don't you tell us, because, you know, we're telling like around lunchtime here in California, because it's 2:00, like with Paul and John during the session with Mark from Ford Performance. Like, usually it's the end of the last day of a show, and it's kind of like, winding down, and everybody's tired. And here we're still accelerating. We're still full speed with people coming in full of energy, new things to talk about. So we are very excited. And John, tell us what's next.
What's next is Clutch Technology Trends in Sports Car Racing, Tilton Engineering. And then I also want to just mention every once in a while, the ePartrade stands for Electronic Performance and Racing Trade. So I just want that to get across. So our name's a little bit of a mystery when you first encounter it, but that's what it stands for. And basically, our task is really to develop an online strategy for the whole worldwide racing industry. So we have a sourcing platform at ePartrade.com. We started a webinar series, a tech webinar series weekly, and that went very well. And that grew into Online Race Industry Week because the racing trade shows were canceled. We had the expertise and the resources to do something rather than nothing. And I think it's been really rewarding and welcomed by everybody who's participating as a speaker and as attending this event. Francis?
I mean, you just said it perfectly. And I have a note here from Judy, who's my co-founder and is helping the production team. And there's a big note in front of me that always says, please remind people what ePartrade means. And it's right there in front of my eyes, and I don't do it, and John does it beautifully every time. So I think I'm going to get fired tonight, but I hope I did okay for the rest. But no, thank you, John. You said it perfectly. It is 2:00. Let's get started. Brad Gilly, on to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much, John. We appreciate that. By the way, Judy with ePartrade actually put something up in the chat, says, good to see you, Kirk, Jason, Brad, Travis. So good to see you too, Judy. But we're talking with Tilton Engineering here today. And as before we get started, I just want to read from the Tilton catalog just to give folks an idea of exactly what you do. And then I'll introduce each one of our panelists and we'll talk about everything that we have. But Tilton produces a wide range of driveline and brake components, in-cockpit controls, and starter motors. Driveline components include clutches, flywheels, bell housings, and hydraulic release bearings. Brake components and in-cockpit controls include pedal assemblies, master cylinders, balance bars, proportioning valves, and related accessories. Super Starters by Tilton were introduced in 1981 as the first high-torque mini starter for racing applications. And our panelist here, Jason Wall, the CEO of Tilton Engineering. And hello, Jason, welcome. Kirk, and help me if I get your name wrong. Is it Scoffle?
Yeah, you got it. Good job.
Okay, good. Well, so far I'm at 100% with names this week, so that's a good thing. He is the vice president of Tilton Engineering, and Travis Hogue, the vice president and general manager of Wayne Taylor Racing, our special guest as well. And we're going to spend the next 50 minutes here talking about everything from brakes and clutches, in-cockpit controls, and all of that Tilton Engineering produces. And if you have a question, just type it into the chat, and at any point during this whole presentation, and we'll get those questions answered for you as best as we can. But again, we appreciate you, and I'll try and address you individually just because there's a total of 4 of us here, so that way we're not talking over each other. But by all means, if a question or a comment is addressed to one individual and anyone else wants to follow up, please feel free to jump in as well. So Jason, I'll start with you as the CEO of Tilton. Just give us a little bit of a background and what Tilton does to help racers.
Okay. Well, Tilton's been around since 1972, so our 48th year in business. We were founded by Mac Tilton, who was a racer. Mac raced Formula 3 back in the day. But then Mac was also a very talented machinist, fabricator, etc. Worked for BRE, Datsun, way back when, winning Trans Am championships prior to starting Tilton Engineering. Really, our specialty are brakes and clutches. We supply, a lot of, your professional level racing series, but have also been focused heavily on more of the grassroots level of motorsports over the last several years. Probably about 75% of the NASCAR teams rely on us for clutches, flywheels, bell housings, etc. We supply all of the clutches for the LMP2 cars and most of the clutches, in the Daytona prototypes.
Wow, that's impressive. Kirk, let me turn it over to you for a moment, Vice President of Sales and Marketing, and Tilton Engineering, a dealer network that literally is on every populated continent, servicing racers throughout the entire world. Tell us a little bit about your job and again, as far as what Tilton can do for racers globally.
We have a very large network of distributors. We were fortunate enough, we've been around many years and got a good established network. Probably about 40% of our business is overseas. We do a lot of business in the UK, Germany, France, the States. Here in the States, we have a wide range of customers, like Jason was saying, from NASCAR and IMSA down to your grassroots racers and SCCA to circle track racing, like late model asphalt stuff, off-road, street performance. So we have quite a diverse product line and customer base, and trying to you have to kind of wear a lot of hats. Got to know a lot of different markets, a lot of different customers, and we just try to do a good job in providing good customer service. We don't sell direct for the most part. It's all through dealers and distributors, but we're always here to help the customers as far as if they need help with part numbers or technical support. We're always here. We try to maintain a good website and keep good information on our website so the customer could find the information they need without contacting us. But if the need arises, we're an email or phone call away, and we're glad to help.
Yeah, I have to say, on the website, by the way, the media section with all the videos and everything that's up there is so incredibly comprehensive that, I think you could just sit there all day and be entertained, but also informed about the products that you guys have.
And part of that is I think people think we're a lot larger company than we are. I mean, we do have, good market share in what we do, but, we do a lot with, relatively small personnel. So we try to have as much information on our website and as possible to help, reduce the phone calls and just have the information there for the customers to access.
Yeah, it's a great asset and resource. Travis Hogue, let's get to you. Wayne Taylor Racing, big things happening in 2021. A switch over to Acura. You've got a great driver lineup at Ricky Taylor and Felipe Albuquerque, who are going to run all the races for you. You've also got Alexander Rossi, who's going to run a handful of races for you, and Elio Castroneves, who I'm a big fan of as well, who's going to run the Rolex. So, talk about what's going on at Wayne Taylor Racing and also how Tilton Engineering helps you guys out.
Thanks for the intro. Yeah, it's a busy off season, if you will. It's a big change for us. Pretty excited. We, as you said, we changed from Cadillac, which was a long-term partnership, now to Acura. At the same time, we changed drivers. So it's pretty exciting to get Ricky back to us. He's one guy that's been with us for a while and left stables and now back. But I think there's a lot of exciting things coming. And I think the most exciting thing is partnering up with somebody that is looking at the long term with this new LMDH project that's going to be coming out. So a lot of exciting things going on. We've had a couple new partners come on board with us this off season, and we still continue to do some other programs in Lamborghini Super Trofeo as well. So we're trying to grow. In these times, it's actually, I think Jason and Kirk and I were talking earlier that there really hasn't been much of a downtime in racing. So it's a good off season, good problem to have. But I think, our relationship with Tilton started back in Grand Am days. And really the engineering resource was the big thing for us. When you run 24-hour races and back then when we were running, we weren't allowed to run carbon clutches. And, when you're doing 30 stops during a race and you're doing different stints on hot tires and cold tires, and the engineering side of it for us to get the competitive advantage and the reliability is how this relationship started. Everything that we've kind of gone to them for has been answered, addressed, and fixed probably better than we had anticipated. So that relationship is just continually to develop, and hopefully we carry that on into LMDH.
Which should be a wonderful thing. Well, let's talk about the company and what you guys have to offer for racers. And Jason, while you're the CEO, you have a BS in mechanical engineering from the University of Akron. You started working in the engineering department at Tilton in 1997. So obviously, when it comes to the products that you guys sell and service, you've got a great understanding of that. So let's just talk about it. The clutches commonly used in sports car racing today. We can start right there, and maybe some of the differences in the different divisions and all of that.
Sure. Well, at the high end of like what Wayne Taylor is running these days, it's all on carbon, which is a carbon composite clutch. So the clutch plates, both the floater plates and driven plates, are made from a special form of carbon fiber. That's very lightweight, very strong, very low wearing, smooth engaging. It's everything you could ever want in the clutch material. And those are relatively small in a 5.5 inch or 140 millimeter diameter multi-plate clutches. So typically either 3 or 4 plate clutches. As you would, and you would continue to see that similar size and type of clutch as you move down a little bit down the rung. But certainly when you get down into, more of like the SCCA club level racing and whatnot, you're going to see more of our 7.25 inch clutches, which is kind of our bread and butter product that we've been making for a very long time. We've got a very diverse kind of modular product line there where we can interchange different diaphragm springs, different number of plates, different, I think we've got 47 different input shaft splines that we can work around. So like literally thousands and thousands of combinations that we can make. But those are the, kind of the main things that we see today.
Now, when I start to think about what Tilton produces, I always think that in racing, obviously, we're trying to find more speed, and some people equate that with horsepower. Some people equate that with handling and all of that. But with everything that Tilton has to offer, from the clutches and the brakes and the in-cockpit controls and a lot of different things like that, I almost think of it as, if there's a better way, you offer it. If there's a better way to maybe do things more efficiently, if there's a better way to maybe save some weight, if there's a better way to actually make that car go forward or make that car go stop. I mean, is that fair to say that, Jason, that's what Tilton does, is a better way?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we that's what we strive for. One of the things Mac Tilton, used to teach us was that you don't give the customer necessarily what they want, you give them what they need. And most of the time that's information and education. And that kind of starts from there. And then, beyond that, it's a constant refinement of the product. I mean, you could take something like our 7¼ inch metallic clutch that we've been making a version of that clutch since the early 80s. Just the clutch housing has been through so many revisions over the years that we ran through the alphabet twice, and that's just one component of the clutch. So it's just kind of a constant evolution, constant improvement type of product. There's not a lot revolutionary happening these days. It's much more evolutionary. But if you were to take one of those clutches that we made, say, 15 years ago and bolt it onto a modern racing engine, it probably wouldn't live. It is, at times that close to the edge. But we work really, really hard to give our customers that reliability, that to finish first, you first must finish, is the old saying. So that's kind of our driving goal, is 0 failures.
Travis, I want to ask you, you just mentioned, Jason did, it's not a revolution, but maybe more of an evolution. For you guys, you're changing manufacturers, you're involved in different divisions and all of that. So when it comes to those things and being able to work with Tilton and get what you need, and not only get what you need that you need specifically from year to year, but what's going to be better from last year to this year. Can you speak about working with Tilton on that?
I can, and I can go back to the starting days when we were doing this. Before the Carbon came out, we were having issues with, getting through a Daytona race was very difficult. And working with them, we developed different phases, different thicknesses of pressure plates. We moved weight around in the clutch to make it last, and that's just kind of a piece of working with them on what it does to a race team. It takes something that you see normally on the shelf, and you refine that, and you make it work in the application that you need. And that was a prime example of, certain floater plates, they didn't need the weight. Let's put it somewhere where it needs to dissipate the heat. That's the product they gave us. And once we started moving through that process, we never had a failure again. So when I mentioned earlier, working on the engineering side, it's like you mentioned, it's about evolution, but it's also about reliability is one thing, performance is another, and you have to have a fine line between the two. And that's what Tilton seems to understand.
Yeah, everyone's always looking for for that magic and try to get as much of everything, of all of those things as they can. Kirk, when it comes to dealing with customers and the sales and marketing side of it, and dealer networks and all of that stuff, obviously Wayne Taylor Racing, they're out there, customer of yours in a way, but the racer who's out there, who's looking to evolve what they do, and either working through you guys directly at Tilton or working through the dealer network. Can you talk about just the way business happens in that way?
Yeah, I mean, I personally take a lot of phone calls and emails myself, and I give the same level of service as I would Travis to your just average guy. And a lot of times we get a lot of calls from people that bought an old used NASCAR clutch that trickled down to them, or secondhand, and we strive to give the best service we can. Even though they may not be spending money with us now, down the road they remember the service and quality we provide, and when it comes time to buy something new, they'll remember Tilton. And so it's always been a number one goal of mine, is just we provide good service, good product, and overall good value. So it's just a combination of price and performance and reliability. I think we strike a really good blend of all that with our products.
Jason, when it comes to, you mentioned carbon, you mentioned different types of materials and all of those things that are being used. I think a lot of times, some racers have a tendency to latch onto something and say, ooh, I've got to have this, I want a carbon that, or I want that. But that may not necessarily be the right thing for what they're doing. Can you talk a little bit more about that, and maybe what works in one type of car may not work in another type of car, and just because it sounds cool doesn't mean it's right for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing that we, really tries to find that clutch that's going to be appropriate for not just the car, but for the customer. Okay. And when I say that, like a small example, we've got some customers down at the Snowball Derby this weekend, big super late model race. And some of their competitors were running, just a 2-plate clutch where they really should have been running a 3-plate clutch. And that's something we would have never recommended for one of those cars. That, yeah, you could kind of get away with it, but you're giving up a certain amount of reliability for a very, very, very small difference in performance. So, we don't look at the clutch as being something that's going to win you races. The clutch will lose you races, but it won't, it's not something where it's necessarily going to go out there and give you that competitive advantage. So we focus a little bit more on the durability and reliability than maybe some of our competitors do. But as a result, you spend more time on the setup of the car or whatever, tuning of the engine, you're going to get that performance back. Like you said with carbon, carbon is an amazing material. It has every advantage over a metallic material other than the price, because the manufacturing process for it is just so intense that it just prices itself out of the market, for many customers. As a result, we've put probably more development into our metallic clutches, over the last 10, 15 years than we have into the carbon clutches, because carbon has it's amazing, it's great, but it has a very limited marketplace. Most racing series sanctioning bodies won't allow it. So, putting that development into the metallic clutches that we sell, honestly, 30, 40, 50 times more of, results in, that performance advantage for a wider number of customers.
Well, let me ask you about that then too, because when it comes to the development of the metallic clutches, and you did speak a little bit to the evolution earlier, but the evolution of clutches used in sports car racing or in general, what are some gains that you see are being made, the evolution, if you will?
In terms of metallics, well, a lot of it comes back to what we learned with Travis, and Wayne Taylor Racing, going back, 5, 6, 7 years ago. That as we've learned to be more efficient about where the steel or where the material, the mass in the clutch is placed, it allows us to make a clutch that is both lighter weight and lasts longer, because we're looking at it from the durability standpoint. There's also a constant evolution of the friction materials, that if you looked at friction materials from when even, Kirk and I started about the same time, going back 23 years ago, which seems like yesterday, but if you look at the friction materials we were running back then, they couldn't hold a candle to the stuff that we're using today, and that's something where, obviously we don't make the friction materials, but, working with the friction material manufacturers and getting it tested under the right conditions, that is a really big challenge, especially these days, because testing is so limited in motorsports. You've got to have an enormous amount of confidence before you can just throw something out to the customer, because a missed test day because of a clutch is completely unacceptable. In some ways it's as bad as missing a race day, because of the way it would set back, and it could set back an entire season for the team.
Yeah, that is very true. Kirk, let me ask you, on the sales and marketing side, obviously you've been with the company for a long time and have to have a pretty good working knowledge of the products that are out there as well. What are some of the trends we're seeing? What are you guys selling?
Well, about 2 years ago, we decided to diversify, the markets we serve. We've been in our main business for all, since 72 has been hardcore racing. And hardcore racing is only so big. And even though we have a good piece of that pie, we're always looking for, to expand, make it bigger. So we started look at the street performance market. So about 2.5 years ago, I want to say, we sat down, a clean sheet of paper, taking the knowledge we've gained through our racing clutches and applied it on a larger clutch size, larger scale clutch, I should say. Because you can't use a small diameter, 5.5 inch or even a 7/4 inch clutch on the street. It's just a whole different requirement. You need more heat capacity and mass to manage the stop and go driving. You need, some modulation and drivability. Where in a lot of the racing applications, you just use the clutch to get the car on the track and don't really use it besides that. So we've come out with what we refer to as our ST246 twin disc clutch. So that's our, 246 stands for 246 millimeters, where our 7 core is 185 millimeter, 5.5 is 140, and we even go down to 114, which is a 4.5 inch diameter clutch, like Indy Lights and IndyCar stuff. So we took a lot of the materials we use for like the pressure plate and floater plates, kind of applied it from our racing clutches into the ST246, took a lot of geometry and materials on the main clutch cover itself, applied that. And then, but where our other racing clutches is OT series, which stands for, is open type and is a lug drive clutch. They don't have straps. In a street car, high performance street clutch, you want to straps that connect the pressure plate, floater plate to the cover, because that keeps the clutch quiet. Where if in a racing clutch, you disengage it, you hear the rattling, because that's the floater plates and pressure plates rattling on the legs. So this was one of our first strap type clutch. And with that, we targeted, the Chevy LS, Ford Coyote with the Tremec T56s, TKOs behind them, going into, pro touring type cars, venturing out into, Corvette C5, C6, C7, all these modern day muscle cars are making a ton of power right out of the factory, and people are modifying it. So we bought ourselves a Camaro SS, supercharged it, and started putting testing clutches that we're developing in it, and came out with what we have now, which is the ST246, which you could get with, organic line discs with sprung hubs, which the sprung hubs helps keep the gearbox quiet, where some of the other other products on the market don't have sprung hubs, so you get a lot more gearbox noise. So that was one of the things we really focused on developing, to make sure we could fit those sprung hubs in there. And then we also offer a Cerametallic solid hub for the more demanding guys that got to go to the drag strip a lot, or really really high power. So that's where we've been focusing a lot of our attention lately.
Yeah, so the end user on something like that is obviously going to be someone who has a car, but your customer base, and now are we talking like more speed shops and things like that, people who are souping up these high performance cars that are coming off showrooms?
Correct. That and these companies such as Bowler Transmissions, Modern Driveline, where they're big Tremec, transmission distributors, where we're a component of what they sell. So they sell these transmission kits with the bell housing, and most of them use our hydraulic release bearing with that. And they're able to offer their customer kind of a driveline solution to put those modern engines and transmissions into older cars. But then also we deal with some of the speed shops directly, but most of our sales are through distribution, where we don't necessarily get to talk to the customer directly, but we're always there to do so.
All right, Travis, I want to ask you. I mean, I think a lot of us understand exactly what it is that a clutch does, obviously making the car go from a stop, but they all work differently in different applications. So clutch use training, how much of that, if any, is needed when bringing in new drivers? Let's just say you're going to bring in someone from NASCAR, bring in someone from somewhere else. How much training do they need?
Not as much now as they used to. That's one thing. The technology's come a long way, where I'd say 7-8 years ago, it was a big conversation in the debrief and the training of the drivers. Of we actually had sensors on the car that told us how much pressure and making sure their foot was off the clutch, and how long they were actually using the clutch to leave the pit box. And we monitored all that, shared all that information with Tilton, obviously. And as we develop this, we probably don't even think about it anymore. It's probably the only time it ever comes up is just reminding the drivers when they leave on hot tires that they don't have to worry about the clutch anymore. Where before we were very, very picky, and we had a set procedure that we had to tell them, if you're going to last 24 hours, you have to leave at this, you have to do this. And by the time you get to the end of pit box number 2, you better be off of it. So the technology's come a long way.
Wow. Is there, either Travis or Jason, is there any of that technology that we can talk about? Like what was the evolution in that?
Well, I would say, Travis, would you say that most of that went away when we made the switch to the carbon clutch?
Which by the way,
I would
you're
say,
the winning one from the 24-hour race this year.
Oh, that's awesome.
There it is.
We were going to make a display for the PRI and SEMA show, but those got canceled. So here it is at my desk.
Still looks like new.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, the carbon clutch definitely took a lot of the pressures away. But even as the older clutches developed towards the end of life of that, before we went to the DPI and before we went to the actual conversion to carbon, it slowly began that we weren't as concerned. We had one race back in, I'll call it 2007, and we were not running a Tilton product at the time, that we push started the car for 22 hours out of 24. Shortly after that is when I started to develop a relationship with Tilton, and then we kind of worked our way around that. And before we switched over to carbon, the only thing we talked to the drivers about is really just maintaining the same launches every time so that we didn't overheat it. What we found is one driver could do damage that would affect everybody else. So, but yeah, I'd say that the carbon clutch has been no issues, but even the development of the other stuff, with some of the other cars that we've seen, I can set two clutches side by side, and people have tried to mimic the same thing that the Tilton clutch is. And I've seen failures that, one, we've never seen before the Tilton product, and two, that you just wouldn't expect to see in a clutch, and, cracking in between pedals and different things. So it's a little bit more scientific that goes into it than just piecing a clutch together and putting it on the racetrack.
Jason, do you want to add to that at all?
No, that's kind of what I was guessing, was that, by the end of the metallic clutch development with Wayne Taylor, we had turned it into something that was pretty bulletproof. The switch to carbon, which, mind you, we've been making carbon clutches. We were the inventors of the carbon clutch back in 1986. So, the switch to the carbon clutch, you're talking about a material that is just, literally on another planet compared to, steel and metallic materials. Carbon was originally developed for the space shuttle, both for the heat resistant tiles and for the brakes. If you've flown on an airplane a commercial airliner in the last 20, 30 years, that plane stopped with carbon brakes. Carbon is a unique material in that it has a thermal capacitance that increases with temperature. So the hotter the carbon gets, the more its thermal capacitance increases. So, like, if you kept dumping heat into a metallic clutch, it's going to keep getting hotter and hotter at a pretty linear rate. With a carbon material, when you dump heat into it at a constant amount, it will actually plateau. So, that's the kind of number one thing. It's also a material that, unlike any metallic material, its strength increases with temperature, which is, completely, unusual. Most steels and aluminum especially is going to nosedive, whereas carbon actually gets stronger the hotter it gets, to a point, of course. The material itself is pretty amazing. Now where the balancing act comes in is that you have this amazing carbon material, but then you still have the rest of the clutch that's made from metal. So the clutch cover is aluminum, the diaphragm spring is steel, that if you get the carbon stacked so hot, that heat will transfer into those metallic components, and eventually lead to their failure. But, that being said, that you look at what the carbon material can take in terms of, both use and abuse, compared to what a metallic clutch can take, and they're just in two totally different ballparks.
Wow, that's pretty fascinating. We've got some questions from the chat that we'll get out there for you guys as well. Michael Ocean wants to know, what clutch kits do you recommend for street drifting, street drag applications for Evo 8, 9, and the Subaru GC8 2002 to 2005 seeing 200 to 300 horsepower. I know that's fairly specific, but can you comment on that?
Well, we do have clutch kits for Mitsubishi, Evolution, Evo 8 through 10 applications. They're more oriented towards racing applications and street applications. We really currently do not have like a true good street, clutch for those cars. We do have people that run our twin plate 7.25 Serra Metallics on the street and run our car. We do make a carbon version, for the Mitsubishi Evolutions, but these are usually guys that are, doing rally or going to the drag strip a lot. But for everyday driving, we really don't have a appropriate clutch for that. And again, it's going to what our philosophy is like. We could sell you something that we make, but it may not be right for what you're doing. So we're rather than create ill will and sell you a clutch that you're not going to like on the street use, you rather just steer you to maybe a more appropriate offering.
Especially when you're talking like 200 to 300 horsepower, as he's saying in this application, our clutches would be incredibly overkill for something like that, and probably something you wouldn't be overly happy with, because it's not going to have, you don't need us, to be honest. You're better off with like a high performance stock type clutch. So
that's fair. That's very fair.
We run into this a lot.
And that ST246 that we came out for the Chevy Ford markets is just too large. It will not fit, in a lot of these imported applications. It's just too big of a clutch.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Tulio Fazio says, what are the main characteristics that determine the amount of torque and horsepower a clutch can handle? For same size steel versus carbon clutch, which one delivers torque better and why?
Right. So, that's a good question. And horsepower and torque are two totally different things. Torque is rarely a problem in one of our clutches because, we typically deal in multi-plate clutches. So by, stacking clutch discs on top of each other, you're doubling or tripling the torque capacity of the clutch every time you do that. Like I said, torque capacity, usually isn't a concern. The horsepower is a little bit of a bigger deal because that is a little bit more indicative of how much heat you're going to put into the clutch, when you're launching the car from a stop. Really what I would say is the even bigger thing is the application. What are you doing with the car? That's usually the first thing when somebody calls up and asks, like, hey, what clutch should I run? I've got this. I will almost, always ask, what are you doing with the car? Because, if you have 400 horsepower in an oval track application, versus 400 horsepower in a road race application versus 400 horsepower in a rally or street application, you're going to get 3 or 4 different recommendations from us. So, part 2 of his question asking about, for a same size steel versus carbon clutch, which one delivers torque better and why? To be honest, they're about the same. The coefficient of friction of the carbon material at the operating temperatures that you're going to be using at compared to a modern metallic material are going to be very, very similar. So in terms of like one gripping better than the other, you're really not going to see much, appreciable difference these days.
And I think further that Jason's saying, like, you could get a single plate clutch that may hold the power you need, but it goes back to the application. You may want to go to a 2 or 3 plate clutch for heat capacity reasons, because as you add discs and floater plates, you add mass to the clutch for heat reasons, and then you're also adding more surface area, so your wear rate will be lower. So like Jason's mentioning, first question is what you're using it for.
Right. And for sure, if it's a say a endurance racing car, for 24-hour road racing, versus, the same power level in something, that's used more at the club level, you could end up with 2 totally different clutches as well. So,
yeah, and that makes sense. Another one, and maybe Travis, this could be for you. are the running costs, I'm sorry, someone else just asked a question, so it moved up. Are the running costs for a typical race season less for the carbon clutch package? Is this something now we've got better components that we can run longer, and even though they may cost more up front, we're going to spread that cost out further?
Yeah, it's definitely a cost savings for the carbon. Once you get up and running with the package and you're able to shim it, and as long as the maintenance stays, it's definitely a cost savings, especially in our application with endurance racing. And like I said, heat's a big thing for us with as many stops as we do. So it's been a cost savings for us.
Yeah, like Kirk, if you hold up that clutch. So, all right, so you're talking a 4-disc, 5.5-inch carbon clutch, total wear amongst all of the carbon plates. So you're talking 9 carbon plates in that clutch, 5 floaters and 4 driven discs was what, like
11,000
Yeah.
of wear total over a 24-hour race. I don't know if you can see that, but
yeah.
No, probably not. But anyhow, this is every carbon clutch we get a build sheet that shows the carbon plate thicknesses, and so that you could track wear. So after that race, we measured it and had 11,000 total wear. And then as the carbon clutch wears, as Travis was saying, you shim it. We have different what we call a pressure plate. Is a little ring that sits in there, and we have them in 10,000 increments. So as the carbon stack shrinks, you compensate for the wear by changing out that one little piece, and brings your clamp load back up to new, and you continue on.
Yeah, so to put
So we had taken that back and put it right back in the car and went the rest of the season on our side.
We could have, but we wanted to use it we wanted to put it on display at PRI. This is the winning clutch for the 24-hour race, and then that didn't happen.
That's all right. We have it here on ePartrade, so that's awesome.
Put it into perspective, that clutch is good for 200 thousandths of total wear over its life. So that one clutch at the rate they're going could run 9 or 10 24-hour races.
Wow, that's very impressive for sure.
Be more like 20. Sorry. Yeah, 200 divided by 10, right? So closer to 20.
Yeah, that's okay. Math wasn't my strong suit. That's why I talk, but I get it. So that's impressive, though, for sure. This is sort of a follow-up. Says, would you still recommend performance upgrade of stock clutch for 300 horsepower endurance racing, 16-hour minimum, up to 24 hours?
Yeah. So the other thing that we didn't really hit on with that is that when you go from the first guy was talking about street performance and drifting use. When you go into a road racing application, so not only are you looking at the durability of the clutch, you're looking at the performance of the clutch, right? So the lightweight, how much you're going to save in terms of both weight and rotating inertia on the clutch and flywheel. And a small diameter clutch is also going to let you run a much lighter weight flywheel. So yeah, at 300 horsepower, if you're talking like an endurance road racing application, then you would definitely want to look at something better than a stock system, simply from the fact that you're talking a significant, savings of driveline parasitic losses, and it's also going to help the car on deceleration as well. Because you don't have this big, heavy, clutch and flywheel that you're trying to speed up or slow down. So yeah, things would definitely change. I would definitely, recommend if it was at the club level, I would look at our 7.25-inch clutch. More when you got more, into more of the professional levels, you'd be looking at 5.5 or smaller. But for a club level car, the 7.25 is a lot of bang for the buck. Still pretty good drivability for drivers who aren't really used to driving racing clutches. Great reliability, endurance, but still compared to stock, it's a tremendous, performance increase.
Okay. Another question, how does the technical partnership work between the parts manufacturer, between Tilton and a race team? Let's say Wayne Taylor Racing. What sort of responsibilities does each side take on? What does the manufacturer look for when it comes to picking a race team as a technical partner, and vice versa? So if Jason or Kirk or Travis, whoever wants to take that one on first. How about you, Travis, working with Tilton directly on your end?
So I think from our side, anything that we do is more of a partnership basis. So it's not good for either one of us if we both don't come out with a positive result. On our side, results and finishing races. On Tilton's side, it's improving the product and also getting everybody else to understand how good the product is. So I think the working together with everybody, like we mentioned, we've talked a lot about the metallic clutch. That's the ideal situation that you want working with the manufacturer, because we would do all these tests. We would instrument the car based on what Jason or Kirk would ask us to do. We would then give them the information as well as driver feedback, and then we would pull the clutches apart. We would do things internally, measure everything up, and then we'd sit down and talk. What do we need to make this better? Their ideas would come to us. We would, that sounds like it worked for us. We would schedule testing for things, so it didn't put us into a position that you don't want to lose a race by doing a test on something. So it's kind of a working relationship where we can use test days that don't affect our racing championship, but also give them some live experience on what the actual thing's going to do. It's just like anything with engineering. It all looks good on your computer. It all looks good on that piece of paper, but until you actually put it into a scenario where we can test it. So that's the biggest thing of manufacturers and race teams is we can develop the product before it goes into the consumer's hands.
Yeah, and then further to Travis, in regards to the carbon clutches, like they helped us. We had evolution of carbon materials, and they were able to give us feedback on how the engagement characteristics were with the drivers and the wear rates were. And so, we learned a lot, with the information they gave back, provided back to us. And then again, like them showing how successful they are with our product makes it easier for us to go to some of the other race teams and have a little, it's proven basically.
We can give you a clutch that you can show that won the 24-hour race.
Yeah.
Actually, we can give you 3 of them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Although I get the sense that Travis might want that back at some point.
Send him a new one.
The big thing for me is, is the data, right? And by data, I don't just mean the numbers, but I mean the feedback from the drivers. We have people, every year at the trade shows like, oh, I'd love to be your test, help you test products or this or that. And it's like, I appreciate that, but you need a certain level of professional team that has the technicians, the engineers, those good mechanics that will keep tabs on things, that will, like simply sending somebody a clutch and getting it back a year later with X amount of wear on it does us very little good. Whereas, when you give it to Travis and his guys, they'll tell you, okay, we had this many miles, this many pit stops, this many blah, blah, blah. And oh, by the way, the driver also kind of abused the clutch, leaving the pit box this one time. So if you see a little something extra there, it's just that level of feedback, right? Because, like Travis said, it can look great on the computer, and you can try to do it in, testing facilities and other things. You can build a test stand, you can put it on the dyno, you can do this and that. But the racing application in the car, those other things all require you to make certain assumptions that may or may not be accurate, whereas the racetrack is where the rubber meets the road, quite literally. So, getting that good, accurate feedback is invaluable to us, in terms of being able to say, well, okay, the clutch had this many starts and stops, it had this many races, therefore we can extrapolate that out to, this type of lifespan. And we can compare that to the same materials that same team tested a year ago or 6 months ago, with a different, something different. So we can actually get an A to B test and see, if our changes made a significant difference or not. And that is huge.
I am curious, Jason, early in the conversation, you talked about, when you start to go with carbon or something like that, that can be cost prohibitive for a lot of racers out there, and it might not even make sense for their application. But what you learn in all that R&D with, say, Wayne Taylor Racing, how does that trickle down? Does it trickle down to a lot of the other product offerings that you have?
Oh, absolutely. When we're, like even what we were talking about with metallic materials, the metallic clutch of a few years back, the things that we learned working with Wayne Taylor, that we're going to try this, okay, and we're going to put it in the car and they're going to give us that good feedback and we're going to have our A to B comparison. It doesn't just stop with their clutch, right? That to take that and then not do anything else with it would be borderline criminal. So when you look back through what we've made to tweaks even in the NASCAR clutches or in the club level clutches, or when we designed this new, street performance clutch, all of that type of thing, came in. The alloys that we developed for, the clutch plates and the Wayne Taylor clutch are in our new street performance clutch. Like you can't, there's no way of disconnecting that knowledge, that once you know it's better, you use the better stuff, right? So, I mean, that's absolutely something that we, that we do. So.
All right, we got one
to give
more.
you a little bit of detail on that. One of the things when we were testing this stuff, how detailed the team gets in our information back to them is went as far as length of time that the clutch was being used, how long the driver had, was engaged or disengaged, but every single paddle on the clutch on the outside edge would have a different level of temperature paint on it. So when the car would come in between sessions, our guys would document which paint actually went off, so we knew how hot the clutch got at that particular time. And then once that paint went off, we would repaint it that same color and test something else. So we had ranges, and they went in 50-degree increments all the way around, and that was part of our process after every session. Here's what happened during this session, here's the temperature, and then we could correlate those temperatures with how long the driver was engaging the clutch. So our testing that we do for companies, we get very detailed on.
Wow, that's impressive. We do have one more quick one from the chat that I just wanted to get out there. It says, are there any health issues arising from carbon like the old days of asbestos brake pads?
Right. No, there really aren't. Carbon, the only thing that you would have to watch is like breathing heavy amounts of the dust, just simply as an irritant. It's carbon. It's what our bodies are made out of. It doesn't have any cancer causing properties to it. And with the manufacturing process of it, you basically are taking a specialized form of carbon fiber, stacking it up with a very special binder agent. It's then getting baked in an inert gas oven at, over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's staying there for a period of weeks, to the point where the only thing left is carbon within a carbon matrix. So there's literally nothing but carbon in it. So, other than, like I said, you wouldn't want to sit there and suck on the, breathe it in while you're machining it. But beyond that, it really doesn't have any, any side effects, in terms of like cancer causing or anything nearly as bad as asbestos. That stuff's all, we honestly never used any asbestos in any of our products. But even then, our metallic products, we took all the lead and, really harmful stuff out of those, probably 20 plus years ago, where everything is, that's something that you don't have a choice anymore. You've got to really look at that stuff.
Well, Jason, Kirk, want to thank you, first of all, from Tilton. I know we talked a lot about clutches. We talked everything about clutches, but you guys offer so many more products like the in-cockpit controls and the braking systems and all of that. So we do appreciate that. And Travis, best of luck to you guys at Wayne Taylor Racing. You've got a great group of drivers there, big fans of all of them. So hopefully you can have a repeat at the Rolex 24 again, and then Kirk can have another clutch to show off, or 3.
Thank you.
So, Francis?
Thank you guys. What a great session. Travis, big fan, of your team. You guys do a hell of a job. It's so much fun to watch you race. We had a lot of, very successful team on the sessions this week, team owners, team managers. And so, racing starts right there with the race teams and the racetrack, and then the suppliers come. And then thank you, Jason and Kirk. Tilton is such a great company. In terms of innovation, you're driving the industry forward. So keep up the great job, keep up the great work. And thank you for being supporter of ePortrait. Thank you very much. It's because of all the Tiltons in the world that are embracing this platform that we can basically be where we are today and offer the industry a tool that's in phase with the 21st century, but also our tech webinars as well as online race industry week. So please stay with us. I'm going to throw it our producer who's going to run a video. And next we have Ken Anderson from Race Fan. Ken has an incredible resume. Just that alone should take conversation going through everything he has done. And then we'll go to Aviade and we'll talk with John and Jack Sparks. And then, of course, at 4 o'clock, we will end a week of sessions with Jim Campbell, head of motorsport, at GM. So what a week. Thank you very much. Stay with us. Again, Jason, Kirk, and Travis, stay with me. I'm going to move you back as attendee. That way you can watch the following session. Reed, on to you. Oh, okay, then. So ePortrait means electronic performance and racing trade. It is the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
People in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and to get their problems solved.
The racing industry should be excited about this platform. There are so many new racing companies, buyers, and suppliers.
So if you want to imagine what it is, you take your end-of-year trade shows, you put them all together in one place, you make that place open 24/7 and accessible by anyone in the world from the industry, all year round.
All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePortrait.
So we wanted to create an online community that was interactive, in the sense that a buyer can now find all the latest innovation, all the latest technologies, and connect with over 15,000 racing businesses worldwide. So ePortrait is trade only, which means if you're not in the business, you don't have access to it. Secondly, ePortrait is not about e-commerce. You do not buy and sell on the platform. And the whole goal is to create a very dynamic business-to-business interactive community. The platform has 2 main features. The first one is called Smart Sourcing.
And we call it smart sourcing because when you enter the world of ePortrait, you're going to source suppliers who have been pre-verified to make products that can survive racing applications.
So smart sourcing is a technology we created that's designed to help buyers source racing product and racing solutions in the most efficient way.
It's where you could type in a category like pistons, and all the piston manufacturers, distributors, and suppliers will pop up.
So when it comes to sourcing products, it's easy, efficient, your time is very productive.
And you can do that with over 900 product
categories as well as services. The second feature about ePowerTrade is an interactive business community.
It's a platform for suppliers and buyers to connect and talk about racing technology.
And what it does is provides a community where you have to sign in order to participate. And that's just like a trade show credential. And it says that you're part of the racing business, you're part of the trade, you're a serious buyer, you understand the technology.
Not only buyers can search for suppliers, for technology, for product, but vice versa, suppliers can now connect and search with buyers all year round.
ePowerTrade is the perfect platform for supplier or service to showcase their latest product and technology. But in addition, this is the perfect sales tool to actually reach out and find new dealers and distributors. ePowerTrade is really special because it puts every company on an even playing field. So you could be a brand new startup racing company and building your distribution. You could be a company that's been around for 50 years and it does the same services as it does for every other company.
ePowerTrade is a digital revolution within the racing industry. It's been a long time coming and it's finally here.
The majority of people I know say it is time for a racing platform. They believe in the people behind it, and it is 365 days a year.
ePowerTrade.com, community, smart sourcing, and interactive technology.
Thank you and welcome back. It is 2:57 here in the afternoon in California. Brad Gilly is doing 3 webinars back to back because he can. And so I'm very excited about this webinar. As I was saying earlier, Ken Anderson, if we were just going through his resume for the next 25 minutes, we would probably need another session. So this is someone who has been in the industry, has achieved incredible things. So we're going to be talking with Ken. And so Ken Judikin is not only my business partner and co-founder of ePowerTrade, but she's working with the production team. And so she is sending her best. And so hello and thank you for your support. Brad, we had quite a day today. And then we have quite an ending, so after Ken, we're going to be talking with our good friends at Aviade, John Schwartz and Jack Sparks. We're bringing Jack Sparks back to the industry. Jack is a wonderful guy that's been around for a very long time and is going to be the guest of John's for Aviade. And so Jack was a big supporter of ePowerTrade when we launched, when we came up with the concept. Judy and I went to see him because there's a lot of people in the industry that have made big statement for this industry. So we wanted to get people's feedback and we're sure we're doing the right thing. And Jack was one of the guys we went to see and said, "My God, do it!" So we're so happy to have Jack with us later. And then we'll end with Jim Campbell, head of General Motors for Motorsport. We started Monday morning. It feels like it was yesterday, Brad.
It does feel like it was yesterday. In fact, some of these days I've realized that when I was talking to someone just about how great ePowerTrade Online Race Industry Week was, I realized that the session I was talking to them about actually happened that morning, not like 2 days before, because there's been so much information that's been, put out there, and there's been so many wonderful participants and panelists and companies that have been a part of this that it's just incredible the amount of information that's come out. And I know for everyone participating on either end, whether they're exhibiting here or they're attending here, just the information has been invaluable.
Oh, thank you. I mean, 5 days, 55 hours of live webinars, over 150 speakers from around the world, 110 countries represented in attendance. For a first-time event, man, I think we did well. And we are still going. So it is 3 o'clock. We always start on the hour. Brad Gilly, you're on.
All right. This is going to be awesome. I do want to remind you that if you want to find out anything more that we don't get to cover here in the next 25 minutes about RaceFan, you can go to their page at epartrade.com and connect with them directly. If you have a question during this session, please just type it into the chat and we will get your question asked. But I think there's going to be a lot of really neat things that people are going to be learning about here today. Joining us, the president of RaceFan, Ken Anderson. And Ken, I hope you're doing well here on this Friday afternoon. Thank you so much for being a part of Online Race Industry Week.
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Well, let's talk about, oh, I'm sorry, go. Well, I would say, let's talk about RaceFan. I was on the website spending some time earlier and am just amazed at the product that you have and the product that you offer that is very versatile, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, it's, this may be a long 30 minutes because it's just a fan, but it's, yeah, I mean, it all started with, you know, the steel GM, you know, this thing originally came out of a 67 Chevy van, I believe. And the World Supply started drying up, and a friend of mine, Harold Holly, wanted to know if I could make one because he was having a hard time finding it. I said, well, I could make a fan, but I wouldn't make that one. So you know, I've done a lot of other stuff in my career. So I got designed together and wanted to make it modular and wanted to make it something a dealer could sell with the minimum of parts, have the maximum amount of stuff. So you basically have a center hub, blade, and hardware. And you just, there's 3 different size blades, and you can build 2, 3, 4, or 6 blade fans, and 3 different diameters, 3 different blades. And it works. The chart on the wall, I don't know if you can see it, but the black stripe just about the middle is the standard GM fan. So we have 3 variations that are cool. In fact, the 6 blade up top there is 67% more airflow than the GM fan. So people that were coming in, you know, boiling over 230, 240, put a 6-blade fan on, knock it down to about 205, 210.
Wow. That's pretty impressive. I know you say it's just a fan, but again, just the innovation in this, that all of those fans are the same, with just, you know, the difference being the amount of blades that are in them. And I mean, with so many different applications, because if you think about this too, if I'm racing, maybe I don't need 6 blades on my fan today, you know, maybe today.
Well, good point. Because I mean, I've got guys that'll run, you know, 6 blades in the summer, but they'll run, you know, when it's 100 degrees, but we'll run 2 blades, 3 blades in Florida in the winter series, you know, so you can fine tune it. You break a blade, you just replace the blade, you have to replace the whole fan. And the other nice thing is if you do hit something and break a blade, if it's hard enough to break one of these blades, it would have bent the steel fan, and that rips everything else out with it, you know. Yeah.
What are, I mean, is this just, I hate to use the term simple, but I'm going to. I mean, what are the blades made of? I want to say, is this a simple plastic?
It's high strength, very high strength, high temperature Zytel. That's a nylon 66. Very, very strong.
And when you say you've got 3 different sizes of blades, give an idea on some applications and really what some racers should need to know, because again, it's one thing to think about the cooling when the fan is on. You know, it's another thing to also think about maybe some inefficiencies that could be there when the fan is not on, and maybe you want to have less blades because now you're going to get better airflow without the fan. Maybe you want to have more blades because you need better airflow with the fan.
Right. I mean, mostly, they're mostly running dirt late models and stuff, but a lot of people, they'll bolt on the front any water pump, you know, with a mechanical fan, and starting to sell a lot for hot rods and things. They really like them. Yeah, these are the 3 different length blades. They're 1 inch. Each one's 1 inch longer than the other, so it gives you 15, 17, or 19-inch diameter.
Okay. As far as you know, you say the bolt on in the front of any water pump. You know, I'm assuming, you know, if they need to be shrouded or anything like that. I mean, all of that is just pretty standard. Essentially, what you have is sort of a better mousetrap.
Yeah, it just works. And if you look at what was the GM fan, it's pretty much just stamped steel, doesn't have a whole lot of shape. You know, we design a lot more curvature and, it grabs a lot more air, basically.
Yeah, is you know, our advantages if I'm running less blades is that I'm trying to think of the right way to ask this question. I mean, is there any, you know, anything you have to worry about putting more strain on the engine by running more blades versus less blades?
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, in fact, our 6-blade fan weighs half of what the 4-blade steel fan weighs. And the beauty of that even is most of our weight is in the hub here.
Mm-hmm.
Blade fan, the weight's all the way out to the tip. So one of the biggest things racers notice is much better throttle response. And especially like the crate guys love them because the 2-blade fan is like nothing there. So light.
As far as moving air, you mentioned how much you're moving with the 6-blade. What's the difference between if I'm running 6 or 2 or 3 or 4?
Well, it comes down to, I mean, on any given size, 3 is more than 2, 4 is more than 3, and 6 is more than 4. But if you go to our website, we've got that chart up there and different configurations. Like a 6-blade 15-inch doesn't move as much as a 4-blade 17-inch or whatever. So yeah, it's diameter's got a lot to do with it as well. The bigger the diameter, the more blades, the more you're gonna run. So obviously the one that runs pushes the most air is the 6-blade 19, and the least amounts the 2-blade 15-inch. So
how do I know? You know, how do I know what I need? I mean, you talk about 3 different lengths of fans, and they're all an inch different. You know, or the amount of blades that I have. Is this something where I could call up to Race Fan and say, "Hey, I'm racing down in South Texas in summer. You know, evening temperatures are in the mid to upper 90s. You know, I mean, is this, you know, can you give me a pretty good idea of where I need to be?"
Yeah, pretty much based on what you're running now, because there's so many variations of whether it's shrouded or with a single pass radiator, double pass radiator. There's no two out there the same, pretty much. But if you tell me you're running a 4-blade 17-inch GM fan, you know, going to our 4-blade 17-inch fans can be a little bit better. And if you need more cooling, 6-blades a lot better.
What comes in a kit? Like, I mean, do I buy like a 6-blade kit, or how do I purchase this? How does a racer go about?
If you just online, you can order a whole fan and we'll build them up for you. But what most dealers do, and all our dealers and distributors buy parts. So if you go into a store, you'd buy a hub, whatever blades you wanted, and the bolt kits for each blade. And these are real, you know, aircraft NAS bolts, high strength bolts. Really nice. Jet nuts stay together really well.
Pretty easy to change out, I would assume. I mean, it looks, like I said, it looks fairly simple. What's great about this is something that seems to just be an amazing product that is such a simple product too, and a great solution.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's good.
So
everybody seems to like them, so that's good.
When you were designing this, kind of give us an idea of some of the thought process or the evolution, if you will. You know, was there a little bit of trial and error? Or, you know, is this version 10? Is this kind of the way it came out of the idea first?
There's several iterations, and it started off as a kind of a one-piece fan, but then we looked at, you know, being able to change the blades and having, I didn't want to make a 4-blade fan and a 6-blade fan, you know, to where they were different bits, because then a dealer's got to inventory all those different ones. And we hit on this modular approach, and it's worked out very well.
What kind of vehicles can use the fan? Is there any kind that can't? I mean, I know you mentioned you're in the dirt late models, modifieds, and all of that stuff, but where else?
I mean, anything that's got a mechanical fan that fits the hub, you know, that it's got 2 different bolt patterns in the center for the 2 different bolt patterns that are in most cars. But
you run into people that are running these just on their street car?
Oh yeah. Like I say, hot rod guys, you know, resto mods and stuff, starting to sell a lot to those.
You mentioned the blade material. Let's say I want my hot rod or my resto mod, but I want something nice and shiny and flashy and, you know, and all of that. I want it to work good, but I want it to look good as well. Are there any other options, or are there things that people are doing to your current setup that give them that?
Not really. The blade, this is a natural color of the Zytel. And we did make some hubs and didn't anodize them, so they're shiny. But people like the black and the logos and all that stuff on it, so it hasn't been a problem. We can promote the whole thing, if that's what you're asking.
I got you. We do have a question from the chat, and if you have a question, just feel free to type it into the chat, and we can help you out with anything you need to know from RaceFan. And again, if you want to connect directly, you can go to epartrade.com and go to RaceFan's page, and you can connect directly right there. And let's Ken, let's get one here from Joseph Warrer. It says, do these fans pull air through them or actually push air through them? Is a benefit to both push and pull flow?
No, they typically pull air. They're backside of the radiator, and it pulls air through it. So yeah, just like normal ones do.
Okay.
I mean, there's no benefit other than if you're going to push air through a radiator, it'd have to be in front of it. So that'd be.
I got you. Let's say I like the idea, but I sort of have a custom need for whatever it might be. Is there anything that you can do to service a customer in that way? You know, or are these things that, hey, these are the molds and this is the way it is? How can you work with something like that?
It hasn't really come up. You know, the thing is, the basic fan's been around so long, people have designed around that. This is just kind of a better version of that. If somebody called and said, I needed something for my Ferrari, you know, that this doesn't fit, you know, we talk. But yeah, it really, for mechanical, bolted on your water pump fans, pretty much covers it all.
Yeah, no, I like it.
I did. They started off with a 19-inch fan because the molds are quite expensive to make, as you can imagine. We started with a 19-inch, and so I said, I really need a 17-inch. They go, how many you want to buy? 2. Well, you know, so we made 17s and they sold really well. And then of course somebody wanted a 15-inch fan. Well, how many you want to buy? 2. Yeah, so we made some and started selling them. But yeah, it's mostly 17s and 19s are our biggest sellers.
Okay, that makes sense. As far as the cool, I'm sorry?
The 15s are pretty popular with hot rod guys for some reason.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. As far as cooling better, say, than the GM Steel fan. I mean, you pulled one up out of a van earlier here today, or other fans in the market. Is there anything about the design itself? I mean, obviously the weight and the rotating and all of that stuff, but is there anything about the design of the blades or anything that really help cool better?
Just that they have shape and they don't. The metal fans actually fatigue after a while. There's a lot of guys will change the metal fan a couple times during a. Some of these dirt guys are running 100 races a year. So, you know, they'll change them out after so many races. These don't.
Wow. Hey, I mean, is this something that we're talking multiple seasons, well beyond that? Or is there any recommendations like, hey, if you've run 300 races, maybe you want to change the blades or something?
You know, there's guys that they've told me they've been running the same fan for 2 seasons. There's guys, you know, change them out every year just to be safe, change the blades out. And then obviously replace broken ones if they break during the season. It's a little more expensive than what your steel fans are, but overall it's cheaper once you got your hub and your bolts. That's the most expensive part of it.
So when it comes to getting this out there and getting this on the track, like I said, I just find this is just a wonderfully innovative product, and it almost looks like one of those that you think about and you say, why didn't someone do this? You know, I mean, this, you know, this is exactly what it is. But heading out to the track, getting real feedback from racers, getting it on cars, getting people to notice it. How have you grown the business, Ken?
Well, I started off with working with Harold Holley and Joey Coulter, and they were having problems schooling, you know, and we actually instrumented the car for a number of reasons. But we had, you know, sensors going in and out of the radiator, and it, sure enough, it was running 235, 240, boiling over coming in. And I wouldn't believe it, but we put a 6-blade fan on and it knocked it down to 210, 215. That's a big number. And, you know, once word got out, people started using them, and it's just been a great product. Started the year before last. Last year was really good, building a business, and then this year started off really good, and then we all know what happened in March, April, and we had a little slowed way down. Nobody knows whether they're going to be racing or not this year, but it's come right back almost where it was last year. So.
And when it comes to Race Fan, is this all direct sale, or do you also sell through
Oh
distributors?
no, I have lots of distributors. Yeah, distributors, dealers, engine builders. Got a lot of engine builders starting to run them there. You know, you got a $40,000 engine, don't scrimp on the friggin' fan. You know. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, that is very true. When it comes to this center hub design, people are always wanting to tinker with something. You know, let's just say I know I'm only going to run 3 blades, and I don't know why, but maybe I think I've got a better idea than you had, Ken, and I wanted to try and lighten it or do something else with it. As far as trying to customize your design, what are some pitfalls that maybe people might run into?
Well, the thing is, I mean, the hub, you can run any number of blades on this hub. As soon as you start cutting out holes and stuff, then you're stuck to that. If you want to cut out half the holes and make it a 3-blade fan, it's always going to be a 3-blade fan. So yeah, it hasn't really come up. People seem pretty happy with them.
Yeah, I could see that too. We have another question from the chat. And again, if you have a question, just feel free to type it in. Carrie DeLeon says, if I want to use the 6-blade to cool my Corvette more efficiently during Florida track days, can I custom paint the blade for car shows too? And this talks about where it comes to customizing. I mean, is this something where you could just rough up the surface and, you know, find the right kind of paint to dress it up really good?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason you could. It's never come. Racers aren't so, well, I take that back. One very famous dirt late model guy didn't want anybody to know he was running it, so he painted it black. So yes, paint will stand.
Okay, and that was my next question, because then I'm thinking, like, you know, this is a modular design. So if you wanted to have your track day fan blades, and then you wanted to have your car show fan blades, it's really not that much to swap it out. And then you don't have to worry about any debris or anything else like that messing up your car show fan blades.
Or even better, you could buy 2 fans.
Well, that's true. Yeah. Then you unbolt one thing instead of unbolting a bunch of different blades. But that makes sense. Air flows through the different sizes of blades. You know, you talk about 19 versus 17 versus 15. I get more blades, but how about length of blades? How much of a difference does that make? Or is it just covering a bigger surface area?
The longer the blades, you know, the more it moves. So like the top 3, it goes to the most air is a 6-blade 19-inch, then a 4-blade 19-inch, then a 6-blade 17-inch. And a 3-blade 19-inch. So, you know, there's a lot overlaps, you know. So, depending on the diameter of blades.
It's almost like figuring out gears.
Yeah, well, that's why we made the nice little graph and put it on our website. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Have you ever considered any other applications? And I think of someone who might, you know, especially if your blades maybe could move air better. Maybe I've got a Portacool in my shop or something like that, and I might want to customize it. You know, you ever considered something like that?
Yeah, I'll at some point I want to make myself a ceiling fan with one. But yeah, we're wide open. You know, it can be adapted to a lot of stuff. It's, you know, the hubs are machined out of billet. So in fact, I've got a project with a manufacturer that we talked to, and we actually came up with a bigger hub, and I think it's 12 or 18 blades, you know, but it took a much bigger hub to get it around. But it's a military vehicle that needed some serious cooling. So.
Oh, wow. That is pretty interesting though. And again, I know from a business standpoint, it seems pretty simple. And again, if you're just moving air and you're doing it in a very efficient way, and you're doing it in a very lightweight way, you know, why would you want to change things? But realistically, your customer base and your audience, it's not like, there's no need for trickery, I guess, in what you have, right?
Exactly. I mean, it works. Don't mess with it. Just fine tune the number of blades and get the right diameter, a little shroud maybe.
When it comes to learning a little bit more about this, and I know people can connect directly with you through ePartTrade, but you bring up that graph. What am I going to learn with that graph? I know you hold it up, but if someone's not looking at it, specifically right now, is this literally directly going to help me with what I think my application is going to be, or am I going to need to do some trial and error, do you think?
It's very helpful in that I think pretty much everybody, the standard steel GM fan was the baseline or what everybody ran for so long that, you got kind of an instinctive feeling. If that worked, you're fine. Don't go too far from that. If it wasn't cooling enough, you need to go a lot more. Some of the crate motors, that was actually overkill. So they wanted less, and they want, they'll go down to a 2 or 3 blade fan and take the horsepower loss away and increase the throttle response because it's so light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. I truly do, Ken. I mean, I love the product. When I was looking at this, again, it's something I thought to myself that this is such a no-brainer that I don't see why this just wouldn't be what someone would want to have on their race car, period, especially if they're out there, running late models and modifieds and all of that, because it just seems like a simple solution to maybe even a problem that they didn't know they had, and not necessarily a problem, but just a better way than what they realized.
No, it's never been a problem with them. So yeah, I agree. I think everybody should run them.
And again, the durability you talked about, maybe you break a fan blade or something like that. Is that a concern at all? I mean, how often is that something that you see? Because, people think of a steel blade as something that they could bend back, but a broken blade, of course, if I had a broken blade and was running like 6 blades, then I could just go down to 4 or 3 and I'm still probably okay for the night, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, if you break one of these blades while you're racing, it would have bent the steel one and you'd have been out. Like this will break off and you keep going. So
I got you.
And we sold thousands and thousands of them. It's just been no problem. One guy said, it broke on its own and sent it in. It looked like he plowed a field with it. Okay. So I sent him another.
Broke on its own when I stuck a wrench in there. Here's a question from the chat. Jack Parker wants to know, with the blades being made out of a plastic material, you said a nylon material, do you have a problem with flex or straightening out like a flex fan and not moving air, especially at higher RPM, like 8,000? Is there a max RPM for this fan?
Everything moves. Steel, everything. It is a very stiff plastic. This is it's a Zytel 30,000 psi plastic, which is it's glass filled and all that. We've done a lot with it. You see it with the shape to make it as stiff as possible. So, it, like I say, everything does move. Hard to measure something how much it would at 8,000 RPM. They've been way over 8,000. Most people run a step down a little bit, but missed shifts and stuff like that. They've been over 8,000. No problem.
Yeah, and like you said, if you've sold tens of thousands of these fans and not really, I mean, by now you would know if there was something inherent in the design of the materials that would be an issue, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So, well, I just simply love it. I think this is a wonderful thing, and would definitely, recommend someone going to ePartTrade.com and connecting with you directly at RaceFan. And, Ken, I know at the beginning you said, I don't know what we're going to talk about for 30 minutes, but I think we found plenty, but I think a lot of that's just due to my fascination for your product. I think this is
I appreciate it. And I'm impressed. You did a great job.
Yeah. No, thank you. And thank you for being
enjoy it. It's a great platform. It's been a big help to our business. So.
That's awesome. Francisque, you want to jump in?
Yes, thank you, Ken. Great having you with us. And again, thank you, for being an early supporter of the ePartTrade platform. So again, we built this platform for you guys. Go on it, click around, type RaceFan, and within one click, you can connect with Ken and people within his organization. You can ask questions and can find a lot more. So thank you very much, Ken. Stay with us. We are going to ask our producer to move you back to an attendee. That way you can watch the next session, and we have 2 more fascinating sessions. And then while we do that, Brad, could you take us a little bit, back to your old experience here on Online Race Industry Week?
Yeah, sure. This, we were talking before the week even started, and with the pandemic, with everything that's gone on, I've had the good fortune to be at trade shows, SEMA, for example, and again, as both an exhibitor and as an attendee and helping someone out with PR and just various things and different parts of it. When I talked to you and Judy for the first time about what ePartrade is and this idea, it just seems incredible. The fact that people in this industry can connect with people in the way that they do through ePartrade, through the website at ePartrade.com, and obviously this week with Online Race Industry Week has been phenomenal. And if you think about, let's just say if you're on the exhibitor side, spending 4 or 5 days solid talking to individual after individual after individual, which is a great thing. Here you can spend 25 minutes to an hour and literally hit the same number, if not more people on a global scale, because as we know, people can't always travel to an industry show, but right now they can sit at home and they can do this, and they can watch this, and they can interact through the chat and ask the questions that they have. This is such a revolutionary way for both exhibitors and for attendees to be able to come together and learn about and make the connection that they would have normally in person, especially at a time where you can't in person. But even when we get beyond this, I still think this is just such a wonderful thing to have and a great asset to the industry.
Oh, well, thank you, Brad. I mean, we put everything we learn. We were Judy, my co-founder and business partner, John Kilroy. I mean, we spend our whole life in the trade show business, which is connecting people. And really what surprised me, honestly, all these years is I used to travel around the globe to help people, doing business internationally. John Schwartz right there, who's going to be our next panelist, I used to see him at trade shows around the world, and what I always find what I always found it fascinating is you're in England, you're in Germany, in Argentina. We were talking with Gabriele Casella earlier today, in Australia. Everywhere you are, it is an industry dominated by small businesses and big companies. Like I'm thinking of Brembo, for example, that was earlier on. It's almost a giant, compared to the other guys here. But the racing division of Brembo is pretty small, So even Bosch. The racing division of Bosch is a small company compared to the overall Bosch company. And you find a lot of the same character when you travel the world. You find a lot of, entrepreneurs that are driven by their passion, and they will do whatever it takes to succeed. And so while doing this, one of the things with small businesses, like John is the perfect example, you do everything. You open the shop in the morning, you put the alarm at night when you leave, you make sure there's money in the bank, you make sure people are doing their job, you answer the question from your customers, you pack, you just do everything. And at the end of the day, you don't always have time to make connection globally. And I, in my previous job, spent so much time helping people that would just call and say, hey, do you have a connection in Chile? Oh, I'd like to find a distributor in Italy. Do you know? And I was amazed because I had a conversation. I thought people had them too, And what made my job so fun is, on my cell phone, I could call pretty much anybody around the globe. And that's when Judy and I started to think, wow, how can we take advantage of that to create a tool that will help people do the same thing, but globally 24/7, 365? And that's really how these whole things came together. And that's, started about 2.5 years ago. And it's because of the John Schwartz that's right here and Jack Sparks that, that believed in us really from the beginning, that we grew this platform to what it is today. And then we had the series of live tech webinars earlier during the springs, and the live tech webinars did so well that Online Race Industry Week was born with the help of Paul Pfanner. And I want to say again, a big thank you to Paul and everyone at racer.com. When we went to see Paul this summer and says, hey, Paul, let's do this. We have an idea. And no, let's say where we said, Paul, we have an idea and we're thinking of doing that. And Paul said, let's do it. Let's make it happen. Boom, I'm on it. And Paul put his magic and in less than 3 months, we put that incredible event together. And what a week. What a week. But it's not finished. And that's what I love to say. We're still accelerating. So Brad, I will let you introduce our next guest. They are in California with us, so we're in the same time zone. So Brad, on to you.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Very much looking forward to this as well, because we're going to talk about Aviade. And you can go to their page at epartrade.com and connect with them directly. And throughout this conversation, I'll remind folks again that if you want to ask a question, if there's something that you want to know, hit it in the chat feature and we'll definitely get to you. So joining us, John Schwartz, president of Aviade, and Jack Sparks, former president of Gorilla Industries, is our guest. And John, I'll start with you. I can easily read the description of the company and all of that, but I think you probably have a much better passion for it. And I will say this, this is also a story of having a product that you believe in, and for you to be able to keep this company and really save the company at one point in its life and keep it going is just fantastic.
Well, not very good, I guess. We had it working before and I got my camera up and I got a picture of me on here, but that's all I know.
We can hear you, Jack. We just can't see you right now.
Okay.
So
that may be better.
While you figure out the camera part of it, I'll ask John to talk a little bit about the company and just the product offerings for racers and why this is truly something that they need to have at the front of mind in consideration when it comes to taking care of their engines.
No.
Well, basically, we're a 60-year-old company originally founded by a gentleman out of the commercial aircraft industry who liked to race boats and discovered that if he modified his oil pans, his engines didn't blow up. And sooner or later discovered that people would pay him for those oil pans, and figuring that that was not a bad thing, he started Aviade Oil Systems. And, we primarily come from the premise that, lubrication system is basically the vascular system of an engine. And our primary purpose is to lubricate. Secondary purpose is basically to provide a significant component of the cooling that goes on in the engine. But fundamentally, the delivery of the oil to the bearing surface is the primary mission of the oil pump. Beyond that, there are a number of factors into the indication. How much oil pressure is appropriate for the application, what type of oil you're using, what temperature will the oil be used at, what it should be used at. All, qualitative issues, but, the bigger, issue for motorsports is being able to deliver that pressure in a consistent and reliable manner to support the requirements of the engine.
Now I've lost
the event.
Wait a second.
People ask us the question constantly. It's kind of like, what do I need to build my oil system? What do I need for my engine? Well, that's really the purview of the engine builder. And, he's the only person that sees all the component parts, how they fit together, how it's all working, and understands, hopefully, what it is he's trying to do with them. What we have is the breadth and depth of components and experience that can really fine tune the lubrication system to particular application. But basically, what we're delivering is advice, maybe awfully good advice. Sometimes it's not really particularly the right advice sometimes, but it's up to the engine builder to give us the correct information. That's really all of it, is knowing and understanding what we need. Now, a lot of times we hear something like, I need more volume, I don't need more pressure, vice versa. Well, fundamentally, these are positive displacement pumps. You turn the pump, it's going to move the oil, but you can't make the pressure without additional volume given the hole that you're pushing against. So you have the displacement of the pump, you have the number of RPM the pump's going to turn. That's your gallons per minute flow. What it's doing, it's pushing that oil down a pipe, that is essentially got a hole at the end of it. That hole at the end of it is a sum total of all the clearances of the bearings, all the orifices inside the block, all the spray jets, the cooling jets, the lifter, all of this can be defined literally as a single hole against which we push oil. And to the extent that we don't push a lot of oil, it just flows through that hole, you have no pressure. But to the extent that we then build RPM, build output, we can't get all the oil to flow through the hole at the same time. It's kind of like the hourglass phenomena, the only so many grains go through at a particular time. To the extent you exceed that flow, you build pressure. So then we have a regulator assembly built into the pump that helps the basically kind of control that pressure at a given pressure set point. And what usually ends up happening if you exceed that pressure set point, even the bypass port has a given capacity. Once you exceed that, you lose control of pressure. And well, what we find out is that you've mismatched the pump to the engine. So, you've got to understand the output of the pump. You have to understand the requirements of the engine. We basically offer 10 different, pressure output capacities that give us the capacity to flow from 4 gallons a minute to 40 gallons a minute and more for the given application, whether it be a 60 horsepower Suzuki 3-cylinder road racing car running on a private course in India, or a 6,000 horsepower, 650 cubic inch John Deere with, stage turbochargers and superchargers, that we've got to push 40, 50 gallons a minute at 200, 225 pounds of pressure. So there's a lot to it. We start with things like the kind of oil you're going to use. Well, are we talking about synthetic? Are we talking about, petroleum based? So we get a lot of applications that are mineral oil based now. I mean, it's not your old, throw the old Kendall GT40 at it and everything works and it's fine. So, there's a lot of fine tuning going on in the oil world today. And this is really, again, an understanding of what goes on when rubber meets the road or the oil hits the bearing surface, which is essentially why I know people like Jack and, of course, the late Sonny Bryant, that's the nexus of the whole thing. I've got a crank, I've got a rod, and I'm the guy that's stuck with putting something in to keep them from turning into a pile of slag art. So
that's why I considered myself the most persecuted individual in the motorsport industry, because if you look at the number of failures that unfortunately usually with television, what's the first thing that's said? I lost the rod. And 90% of the time, and that's conservative, had nothing at all to do with the rod, the structure, or anything. It was how this gentleman did or did not come to the plate and supply oil to support the connecting rod or any of the other bearings in the engine. I think that's what developed our relationship, was the adversity of the association.
We throw a lot of darts back and forth, but anyway, when you pick an oil pump, the pressure pumps where we start, you've got things to consider like the operating RPM range, the torque and horsepower power curves that you're operating in. Operating climate. Are you running a river boat in February, somewhere where the water's just about freezing? Are you out in the Sahara? Contamination by fuels. You're running something on methanol and you're diluting the fuel in continuous time. Duration of the event. It's one thing to go an eighth of a mile. It's another thing to go 7 miles flat out at Bonneville, or 24 hours relatively flat out at Le Mans. So, I mean, this all comes into configuring what it is we're going to build into an oil pump. We offer things like cast iron housings nowadays for these ultralight, low viscosity fuels, zero weight oils, negative weight oils, trying to keep, minimize the thermal expansion differential between the housings and the gear sets, all again to be able to maintain a consistent supply of oil at a defined pressure over the duration of the event. So, there's a lot of things that go into that part of it. And now most motorsports, we find that, well, in one form of motorsports, in particular drag racing, we find that we can get away with a single stage externally mounted oil pump. And why an externally mounted pump? The internal pumps are fine. I mean, you used to be able to go buy the high performance Chevrolet, high performance Ford, high performance Chrysler, and they were fine for the day. Where we've come to today with the RPM limits, the power output, I mean, everything's plus 500 horsepower plus. A lot of the operating conditions. Tell me a Corvette that doesn't run at 300 degrees oil temperature nowadays. We're really looking at, what can we do where we know what we can do. Drag racing, we know where the oil's going. It's going to the back of the oil pan. Make sure that pickup's covered in oil. Life is good. Unfortunately, now with the advent of 500, 600, 700 cubic inch engines, and of course we want our center of gravity as low as possible. So, as long as I can keep that oil pan under 5 inches, with, where all of the internal components add up to about 4.75 inches, it doesn't work anymore. You simply can't store enough oil underneath the chassis, underneath the engine, protect it sufficiently from the turbulence. I mean, imagine a typical, small block Chevrolet crankshaft spinning at 7,000 RPM. If you calculate that, you're talking about a 200-mile-an-hour plus tornado. And the oil's supposed to drip down from the valley, wheedle its way through there, fall into the sump and go, oh my gosh, there's the pickup, let's go. Well, people wish. Pretty much everything else, we've determined that we really can't leave it underneath the engine anymore, which is where the typical dry sump comes in. And we've got a lot of applications that actually leave the pressure pump inside the engine. We do a lot of LS engines where it's internal pumps. We do a lot of really interesting combination with internal pumps. But still, we want to take the oil out of the engine, out from underneath, out of the sump, run it to a tank. The advantage is we can keep more oil in the system. I mean, if you're running a 24-hour race or you're running in NASCAR where you can't add oil in the 500-mile race, you got to be able to, drag around 5-6 gallons of oil. We could put a hydraulic vertical column in place where the pressure of the oil standing in that column forces air out of the oil. We have baffling mechanisms inside. We provide a perforated inlet tube that creates lots of surfaces across which oil can fall, which precipitates the release of air out of the oil, whether it's entrained air or just bubbles that are coming back with it. We've got venting mechanisms inside the tank that help, reduce carryover out of the tank of oil. So it's really a whole system. We can provide a lot of good information. Again, a lot of times though, it's hard to operate by braille. So we fall back on the experience. We can put together a lot of combinations for most engines. So, it's really beyond, we've got to go hunt the internet and come up with every particular detail. We know what works in a lot of cases, in our tanks, we build them in 6, 7.5, and 9-inch diameters, gives us about 27 different combinations of capacity and a variety of dimensional configurations to ensure that one way or another you can fit that tank in the car somewhere, because obviously all of this stuff is foreign to the engine compartment. So, I mean, we're trying to stick a pump on the side of an engine where, what about that steering linkage? What about that, that upper A-arm, the lower A-arm, the air conditioning unit, who the heck knows what. Tanks are the same way. There's never enough room. So, but, trying to build the flexibility into the system from, modularity in oil pump construction, modularity in tank construction, all of the different parts in between. We work with any number of different, other suppliers that give us plenty of good information on drives, on balancer assemblies, on filtration and things like that. Trying to be the point where it all comes together, where we can try and provide whoever's trying to assemble this thing, the best componentry to service their application. And that's really what it is. It's driven by the application. It's the ability to suit the particular application's requirements for oil delivery, for temperature tolerance, for anything you can imagine.
Yeah, Jack, as a former president of Carrilla Industries, talk about what John has to offer, and whether I'm a racer and don't really realize just how important his systems are, or I'm an engine builder and I'm looking for a great solution for my customers to be able to make things work in their particular applications.
Well, the thing is with the oil pump system, there's several available. John's program has worked towards what he pointed out with regards to versatility and covers I think probably the broadest spectrum of any oil pump supplier in the industry. But the theory is all the same. The oil pump does two things. It supplies the oil to the bearings primarily, and of course, secondarily, the flow of oil. You need to know what it does. The oil not only is a lubricant, but it's a coolant. And without the ability to cool the oil, without the oil being able to cool the interior, water doesn't mean a damn thing. It doesn't do anything. So the efficiency of an uninterrupted oil supply to a bearing surface is the longevity of the engine. There's no two ways about it. And the net result is that positive displacement pump, as John supplies, compensates for the errors of a conventional oiling system. You can't compensate for whether the thing is accelerating G-forces laterally or longitudinally, and what you do in an oil pump is, of course, external oil pump is you cover those potential errors, and that's the reason behind any of the external oil pumps. And like I say, they in my business for years, and I worked with our mutual friend Sonny Bryant as well, and we lived and died by the supply of oil, unfortunately. And as I said, most of the failures that are either blamed on crank failure, rod failure, or anything that is under forced lubrication is generally a bearing failure, or more particularly an oil supply, either through intermittent or through aeration, or something that's going to interrupt what you refer to as a hydroelastic wedge that's generated in most internal combustion engines today.
Here's an interesting comment from the chat. Mike Murphy says, John is great to deal with. Not only does he know I'll leave that out, he's always willing to talk me through my installation of an LS motor I've been trying to shoehorn into a Porsche Cayman. And which is great, but that goes to your system is modular. There's a lot of different options that you have that help people do things like this, right, John?
Oh yeah, no, and a lot of that's where we build our standard pans, because unfortunately LS is a classic example of, here we got this bomb that we can stick anywhere, kind of, maybe sometimes we hope, well, if not, let's get the cutting torch out because it's cheap horsepower. And, the pans we build are basic pans. We know the kind of pans we need to build, typically minimum depth. We build most of them out of steel pan cores, but we do build some billet pans for certain applications. We leave a lot of the pan work, especially anything that gets into real custom requirements, to the aluminum fabricated, pan fabricators, because they have the wherewithal and flexibility to do. But, for most common installations, we at least give you a basic package that, like in a lot of the transplant markets and a lot of the refit markets, will work quite successfully in most racing applications, because we're all built with the proper componentry, the proper locations for the componentry, the windage screens, scrapers, screen pickups. We don't build an oil pan that doesn't have a screen pickup. We like protecting our pumps too much. But what people have to understand, we don't build the screens and the pans to filter the oil. We we put them in there to keep the chunks out of the pump that'll stop the pump from running. Hopefully, while you figure out that you've got pieces coming apart somewhere, and you shut it down before you melt it down. So, but yeah, it's we've got 4 different ways we test oil pumps. And it kind of applies across the board. At Pocono, we do endurance testing in the school cars where they rebuild their oil pumps once every 12,500 miles, whether they need it or not. We do tractor pulling quite passionately because, You ever seen somebody take one of the an oil pump, put a little oil pump that's about this size against one of those motors, and you take it and you take a mallet to it basically. Offshore marine, the oil doesn't know where it's going. Forward, backwards, left, right, up, down, circular motions as we flip across the waves. If we can control the oil and maintain pressure there, we're just fine. And then getting back to my Bonneville example, we love going to Bonneville where, I mean, what you do to an engine, putting your foot into it for 7 miles, full throttle is, could be considered mental abuse, I guess, or something like that. But we seem to manage to deal with all of it. So
yeah,
we have a lot of fun doing it.
First of all, it's interesting how much tractor pulling that we've talked about this week on Online Race Industry Week. But Jack, I want to ask you. He was talking about just different demands on engines and what's going on. I mean, heck, sometimes people are turning engines in a direction that maybe they weren't designed to be because that's the way it fits in the race car. But maybe that changes the way the oil moves and all of that. So having a system like what Aviate can offer to people, things people need to think about, I guess, when it comes to building engines, Jack.
Well, as I said, the fact that you're supplying oil directly without interruption, and like the two things that and it could be through aeration or cavitation or whatever the case may be, where it doesn't take very long, instantaneous, if you will, to damage a bearing. Turning at 7,000 RPM, 8,000, 9,000, even higher, people don't realize the fact that you're using the oil strength to sustain the bearing on a wedge, and it's sucking the temperature out at the same time. And so you need to keep that oil flowing. The delta on a bearing, typically either a rod bearing or main bearing, is about 50 degrees going across. So if you've got an indicated oil temperature in the 220, 230 range, which is certainly acceptable, it's doing its work up to 280. When you start getting 250, 270, and you break down the timing, in other words, the oil flow becomes intermittent, your bearing doesn't last very long. And the minute the thing starts to degrade, it doesn't come back. Once you start to displace the geometry of the surface of the bearing, the ship has sailed, and you can't repair it while the engine's running. So it's any serious racer that has the opportunity where rules don't restrict you, external oil pump is a necessity. And everybody, the first thing you look at with regards to exterior oil pumps is, as I said, the sure oil flow. People a lot of times don't take into consideration, of course, the higher echelon racers do, but you also, depending on the oil pump system, you generate vacuum. Vacuum in a crankcase can be a very strong advantage. The more vacuum you put in the engine, and there are restrictions of, you get anything over 8, 10, 12 inches, you're using too much power. But when you have vacuum in a crankcase, you can reduce the oil tension, the ring tension, which reduces the friction. And it's conceivable that with a well-designed oil pump, it's easily generate 15, 20 horsepower out of a $700-800 horsepower motor by an efficient vacuum system, which, once again, another advantage of the external oil pump.
Wow. John, I know our time is a little bit limited here, but for any builder or any racer who is watching right now, maybe just something that you want them to know, or if they want to, kind of peruse around and maybe do a little bit of self-educating, first of all, what can they do? How can Aviate help them?
Well, basically, just, understanding what lubrication is all about. I mean, we get a lot of people that call up and say, well, I heard if I drop my oil pressure 5 PSI, I'm going to make 5 more horsepower. Okay, great. In the context of a 500 horsepower motor, it's either that or you hand yourself, what's left of the engine after you discover it was a lot more sensitive to that pressure reduction than it was that horsepower gain. So, but, we have a catalog of parts. Sometimes it can be a little confusing, but we do a lot of standardization, basic pump packages, basic system packages for different engine combinations. Additional components allow you to kind of, flex your muscle and fit certain circumstances, angulation of port inlets and port outlets, tank sizes, pan configurations. But, the engine builder is really kind of where the engine builder wears the hat. He's the guy, whoever it is that decides, we can advise. And that's, one of the things, we're in a realm now where, it can get dangerous. I mean, we do a lot of high vacuum engines. What people don't realize is that as you take that air out, the air that was the wind edge, all the oil precipitates out. Now you're talking about cylinder wall lubrication issues, piston dome temperature consideration, pin bearing, pin seizures in the rods, and then you just get into a whole different world of of engine building to bring about some of these additional benefits. But it all comes back, what we really want to do is make sure that you get proper lubrication. Last thing I ever wanted to do when I started playing race car was worry about the doggone oil pressure gauge. So
yeah, you just want to make sure that the needle is not all the way on the wrong side of it, for sure.
And the money stayed in my pockets.
Exactly.
But,
well, John, Jack, I mean, we probably could have sat here, for 5 or 6 hours talking about this, I'm sure, and still continue to learn something new. But, with Aviata, what you offer is invaluable to racers and to engine builders and all of that. And I would encourage people, again, to go to epartrade.com, go to your page and be able to connect with you directly. But really appreciate just, a little bit of education, a little bit of talking about your product here this afternoon as well. Thank you so much.
Hey, it's been my pleasure. Love the platform. We've been at PRI forever, and this is certainly be interesting to see how it progresses. But it's certainly a new place to go.
Technically, I'm retired, but I'll tell you what, I'm born in the industry. I've never got out of it, and very well done.
I think you started the industry.
Yeah, man.
Well, thank you, John.
Done a fine job. Excellent job.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. Thank you, John. We really appreciate you guys being a part of Online Race Industry Week. Francis?
Thank you very much. What a pleasure to have you on. And again, thank you for being, a supporter of us since day one. And really, without your help, without your support, and all of you out there, we would never be anywhere close to where we are right now and able to offer you this wonderful event. Lee, thank you. You've been a tremendous host this entire week. And now into, so John and Jack, please stay with us. We're going to move you as attendee. That way you can watch our next session, because we have a spectacular sessions. We are very excited about it. And Paul Feiner is back with us. So as I'm talking, I'm going to ask Reed, our producer, to please, get Brad, Jack, and John on our attendee list so they can watch the next session. And then please bring our special guest who is going to be with us for the next hour. And Paul is very excited as what a way to end the week. Paul Feiner, on to you.
Well, thank you, Francisca. I'll begin by sharing that when we were first planning this, I was very excited to partner with Francisca and Judy and John to pull this together. And within the span of a few minutes, the first 2 outbound emails were to Roger Penske and our next guest, Jim Campbell. And I couldn't be more pleased to be able to speak with him. He's one of my favorite people and leaders in the sport. To me, these are the perfect bookends to this perfect week. That I would, and I particularly like Jim's background as he's coming on. He never fails.
Can you hear me, Paul?
Yes, I like what you got behind you there, Jim.
Yeah, can you hear me, Paul, or no?
Yes, you sound great.
Okay, great. Hey, great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's great to see you, Jim. It seems like 1,800 years ago that I saw you in Birmingham earlier this year.
I know, no question about it.
Yes, well,
I'm here at our General Motors Propulsion and Racing Center here in Pontiac, Michigan, and this is where Russell Blanis, who leads our effort here for all of our race programs, his team is based here, and we're attached to the General Motors propulsion dyno cells and laboratories, and there's about 110 dyno cells of different sorts here, and we have our team's actually here in a number of the cells right now doing some testing as we speak, and some endurance testing and drivability, just about 25 steps from where I'm at right now. So it's great to be with you here from Pontiac, Michigan.
Oh, Jim, I'm just so jealous. You have one of the coolest jobs in the world.
Well, we're all lucky to be in the performance and racing industry. You wake up every day, it is fun. There's no doubt.
It is, and there's one of my favorite race cars behind you over your shoulder too. It's staring at me.
Yeah, that's the obviously the C7. That's the number 4 C7R, Oliver Gavin and Tommy Milner. Obviously, we moved on now to the mid-engine, the C8R, and then over on this side we've got I don't know if you can see it or not, but we have a Copo Camaro, and Copo has a long, amazing history, and we kind of brought it back to life in 2012, and it's been really fun to be racing in the stock eliminator super stock categories with the Copo.
Well, yeah, and I remember seeing it at I think it was SEMA show a few years back. But let's first off, you have a great title, Vice President of GM Performance and Motorsports. That covers a lot of stuff, but I don't think most people realize you also are responsible for strategy and product marketing for Chevrolet and GMC trucks and accessories as well. I was surprised to learn that. I didn't know that. I went to visit you one day and I found that out.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there for sure. The performance and racing piece is really fun. We connect really racing on the track with our high performance variants on track or off road, depending on whether we're talking car or truck. And also in the middle of that's performance parts. So we really link racing performance parts and high performance variants together, and really try to learn on the track and drive those learnings back over into the production vehicles and our propulsion systems. And then I do have some other responsibilities, and so it's really fun to work on our truck business. And really the two ends of the business I just love so much. I love performance, I love racing, and I love the pickup truck business. So we do we call it product marketing. Others call it product planning, where we're basically doing all the packaging and the offering for our Silverados and Sierras from Chevy and GMC. We also do full-size utilities, things like Tahoe, Suburban, Yukon XL, Denali's. We work with our sister brand at Cadillac on things like Escalade. So it's really a fun job. And then accessories has just been a growing area of our business. And when you go to places like SEMA, accessories is an amazing growth area for our business. And it's a way for customers to really make their vehicle their own and make it, personalize it, customize it, enhance performance, which we love, and capability. And so I love going to work every day with our team, and it's interesting every moment.
Well, it looks to me like you've got the keys to the toy store.
Well, the other interesting thing, and I don't know if you can see this in here, over to my right, is actually the propulsion system we put in our eCopo in 2018.
Yeah, I remember
that. Obviously there's a lot going on in the industry, and electrification is part of what's happening. And so, several years ago, we electrified the Copo. We weren't sure what the reaction was going to be, and it was an amazing reaction. And we had a chance to work with NHRA to do a lot of demo runs, and it was really a great learning experience for us. And then over on this side of our little showroom here, we have our E10, which is we electrified a C10 with the kind of our next generation of our electric crate propulsion system. It's a concept right now, but we're getting closer and closer to offering an actual e-crate system to individuals that want to do a conversion or resto mod and electrify it. So it's really kind of a cool thing that we're working on in addition to all the awesome racing stuff.
Well, all of it's awesome. I'm just like, it's literally like you're in Santa's workshop and you're scanning around. The thing that I think is so interesting, and one of the reasons I so wanted you to join us, first off, I always enjoy our time together, and I always learn something when we get together and talk. And but your passion is obvious whenever we talk. It's you do like what love actually what you do, I can tell. And the thing that it strikes me though is you're dealing with one of the mainline profit drivers for one of the world's largest corporations when you're dealing with these trucks. Americans love trucks. They love Chevy trucks, and they love GMC trucks. They love these things at the core of the business that you're involved with strategy and marketing on, and you're touching motorsport. I thought it would be really important to have you be part of this panel, and it's really important that you be part of this last session in this amazing week, because you have eyes on the future. You just showed us something that really is the future, which is these E-Crate motors, and you see the business in a 360-degree view. And I have to ask you, this has been one of the toughest years on one level that we've all encountered. But you look like you're happy and energized and enthusiastic. Why is that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think we're lucky, first of all, to work in an amazing industry and to think about what a challenging year it was. And yet virtually every race series got back on the track. They raced almost a full season or a full season. We started with no fans and then kind of migrated to some partial attendance with fans. And it was an amazing year as we finished up. And I would say that I'm also energized by the fact that while this pandemic has been most challenging and continues to be, and we literally, shut down, the country and the world, if you will, and on a business perspective, shut down our factories for, 2.5 months. That was very challenging. What's been really encouraging is we've kind of come back from that, from the kind of, May, June timeframe. We've actually seen the automobile market start to come back. It's really exciting. People still have a need for cars and trucks and crossovers, for parts and accessories, and the business is really coming back. And in fact, we cannot build enough vehicles for the demand that's out there right now. So the great news is our factories are back and running. We're running, 2-3 shifts full out to get the product to our dealers, to get to our customers. And so I'm energized for that reason. But I'm also energized because while the pandemic created such a challenging moment, which continues in many ways, it also really required everybody to reassess our businesses and what we were doing and what we needed to stop doing and what we needed to focus more on. And so that's happened throughout our entire business, as it has for probably yours and everybody who've had on the panel. And for us, one of the things we did during that reassessment is we looked at, for example, when we're doing activations in motorsports, how do we do it when the fans aren't at the track? So it had to go virtual and social and engage customers in different ways. And then at a very macro level, we saw that customers, as you would expect, they didn't really want to go into showrooms to shop for vehicles for the obvious concerns. So they started shopping more online. Well, we've been developing many online shopping tools for many years. They're getting better and better, but the demand for the best shopping tools online, to get an online shopping experience, buying experience, bring a vehicle out to a house for a test drive, make sure it's sanitized and clean, and then transact and deliver a vehicle in a more virtual way, is an area we were heading towards.
Yeah,
it's been turbocharged. It's happening. It's going to be a way of business. It is. We pivoted. The pivot's happened. Certainly, people are still going to go to dealerships, but a lot of people want to shop online for everything, including cars and trucks. And so that's one area. But there's many other areas in our business we reassessed and we made changes that I believe are more permanent in nature.
Yes, and I'm sure your racer mentality didn't hurt in the part of the business you were touching, because you're used to urgency.
Exactly.
Solving problems quickly. Yeah, and your team is as well. And yeah. I couldn't think of a better person to be connected to that process, actually.
Great. Yeah, and for sure. I mean, the racer mentality, we love it. The speed of racing, as you know, and everybody who's been on your panel and many of the folks viewing, the green flag's dropping on Saturday or Sunday, ready or not. So let's go. Let's get ready. And right, that's the kind of, you have to move fast. You have to problem solve quickly. You have to innovate quickly, as you do in racing and during this past year, especially in our business.
Well, I've had the privilege of watching you in action for some time, and I can make the statement you were born ready from what I can see. So the the thing that also struck me about this time is that, and we've talked about it in other panels, so some people have watched all this, going to hear me repeat a few things, but yeah, I'm sure you've been too busy to watch this, but we saw a phenomenon this year that we went into it like, oh my God, what's going to happen here? We had great momentum. We had a great surge of energy in January and February. Our audience for both the Rolex and the Daytona 500 soared. We just, we're on a roll. We're going to, we were planning our next trip on the private jet, and all of a sudden this hits. And we're going to lose the audience. And you know what? We didn't. Actually, the audience, a little bit nervous, I think, because it went down a little bit. Then we put in the esports came in. NASCAR rolled out some really innovative things in esports. Like, you have live ESPN broadcast of esports racing.
Amazing. That was
amazing. And it was amazing. And our audience was consuming the content as if it was not virtual, it was physical racing on a racetrack. They were arguing about it, sharing it, reading the stories. And then we start to get into actual on-track activity, and in an earlier session, I said it was emotional when NASCAR rolled and came back. It was like a post 9/11 moment, at least for us racing people. It was extremely emotional knowing what went into it. What did you feel in that moment when you saw your cars roll onto the racetrack and hear their motors and hear the sport come back to life? What was that like for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. You're right. The iRacing really gave people something to focus on, and I think it really engaged people in a way that they didn't know a simulated game could be. And I think that of course, a lot of our drivers use simulation as a way to prepare. We've got big simulators available to our drivers, but it really engaged everybody. The time we got back to the track, and a lot of credit to NASCAR for really working every single day, 24 hours a day, to figure out how to get back in a safe way, working with states and municipalities and local governments to make it happen. It was a big deal. It was awesome. And they were one of the first sports back, if not the first. And many followed. Certainly the first motorsports back. It was just incredible. And finally, we had some live, real racing to consume and enjoy, and focus on competition versus all the things going on in the world. It was a great moment, but it was also an odd moment in the fact that there was no fans in the stands, as we all know. And so there was also a similar moment when NASCAR and other series figured out, working with the states and municipalities, to get some fans back in a safe way. And it tended to be, a portion of the capacity. That was also a big moment because finally some fans got to come back to the track, and as people in the industry, to see fans there was a big deal. Because in the end, there's a lot of great reasons to race on the technical side and tech transfer and building engineering capability, but the fans was what make this thing go around. Because in the end, it's a great platform to show what we have and compete on an amazing stage with awesome competitors, other manufacturers, other teams. And so the fans are also our customers, and so that's why that was so awesome.
I agree, and I've actually seen you interact with fans in public before. You really have a lot of time for them. You appreciate them.
There's no doubt. They are the reason why we were able to race. That's it. And there's a lot of other benefits, as we talked about, for racing, but the fans are so very important. One of my first jobs at Chevy when I joined the Chevrolet team was on Corvette and Camaro. And we started the race program, which was the C5R back in 1999. And I literally, on Corvette, and there's other brands in the industry that are similar, they're so passionate, the owners are so passionate, and they gather together on the weekends and car clubs. And so I was spending a lot of time with our car clubs and our customers. Then the race program came, and I'll never forget it. It was January of '99, and we had a massive car, a Corvette club. We had probably 350 Corvette owners that brought their Corvettes to the backstretch, the big parking lot behind the backstretch of Daytona. and we had a chance to visit with all of them. We literally spent, the whole morning with them, the whole weekend with them, the whole 24 hours of the race. And they had a chance before the race to actually drive their Corvettes on the actual track the race was going to be on. It was just a great moment. That happens many times during the year. And what we love about the interaction with our customers is you get to know them. You get to know what they love about our products, what they hate about our products. You get to open your eyes and see the things they're doing where they've created their own workarounds to solve different issues or handle something that I remember the C5, we had those real shallow cup holders, and our customers had created their own solutions. And so it was a signal to me and my partner, Dave Hill, who was the chief engineer at the time, like, we got to solve that. But we did that at these customer events, and many of which were attached to the most exciting races that you could be at. And our Corvette customers stayed up with us all night long at the 24 hours of Daytona in 1999. And it was just a great start to that race program, but it started with our owners, with our owners and our race fans.
Well, yes, and I've moved through the Corvette Corral and been with your owners. Just I want to go see what people feel. I do what I do because I love sharing the sport with people, and wow, they are passionate. They are so into the brand, into the vehicles, into the moment of being at these races, and it gives me hope for humanity. It's great to see the energy that you generate. It's like a force field within the internal. It's like the engine of sports car racing.
It is. It really is. And by the way, at a place like Daytona, and you know this from Sebring and every great sports car track around the country and the world, there are similar things happening with other brands. So I'm not saying it's just happening with us, but it is. It just starts with our customers. You get a chance to know them, what they love, what they want in their products. Get a chance to get to know them, and then also really get to enjoy the race program with them. And there are lifelong Corvette race fans and supporters that came from that very first race that are still supporting us today.
It's not a surprise to me. And of course, there are other companies doing this. And I think one of the nice things about this, I referred to it earlier today, is the greatest rivalry and maybe in American sports is Ford versus Chevy to me.
Well, hey, Paul, I just want to tell you something right now. I'm getting texts from my friend Mark Rushbrook, who I think is watching. So hi to Mark.
Hi, Mark.
And we go to a lot of these OEM meetings together, but we're fierce competitors on the track. And of course, our companies are fierce competitors in the showroom. But there's a lot of other OEMs that we compete with every single day on the track. And we do get to know them a bit at the racetrack as well.
You do. And I think that what's fantastic about it, you're part of the reason people care. I mean, I as a young person, I noticed the brands, I noticed the cars. The first 2 new cars I bought were Chevrolet products because of racing. And I bought a lot of Ford products as well. But, Ford quit racing, and I would, forgive the phrase, pissed off. So, I'm going to go with a company still doing stuff, and I think that what was interesting was that when I was down at Daytona, I think this year or last year, it started to dawn on me that the Corvette is like more than another car. It is an American hero. It's something that represents our country and our spirit to the world. And, you feel it at Le Mans when you're there. I've been there and seen that reaction to the Corvette. So you're the, if you will, you're the caretaker of this legend and you give life to it and renewing it every now and again. But I want to just say this was a hell of a renewal year for that particular hero. You want to talk to us about the gestation and what happened on the racetrack this year with the C8R?
Yeah, no question. Well, you said it pretty well. I mean, Corvette's a very special mark. It is a total team effort, and there are many passionate people inside our company that caretake that product to make sure it's the best that it can be, and the brand, what it stands for, what we deliver to our customers, and we try to exceed their expectations every time we bring a new model or special edition out. And so, as I mentioned earlier in our discussion, we came back into racing with Corvette. There's been many privateers over the years, and of course, back in the 60s, there was a lot of efforts to support racers from the factory quietly. But in 1999, we brought back the full factory effort, working with Pratt & Miller, an amazing partner. and just the debuting that program and all the preparation that happened, it was an amazing process. And at someday there'll be a book written about it, I hope. And we had it, that debut race and it was in January '99 was amazing because that car, the two cars actually did quite well for the first 18 hours. And our customers and fans were so excited. And then, as you know, in racing, particularly endurance with a new vehicle, a new race car, we started having issues. But we persevered, we hustled, we worked as a team, and we ended up finishing on the podium for our very first race. And it was the beginning of an amazing journey. And so that was C5R, and then C6R came, C7R, and obviously this year the C8R, which was just an amazing debut year. While we didn't win the first race of the year, we learned a lot in that race, and then from there on, it's been an amazing season. And so the C8R, finally a mid-engine Corvette. It's something that every chief engineer, from Zora to Dave McClellan to Dave Hill to Tom Wallace to Ted Juchter, wanted to do many times. And there's many prototypes and study cars that we did over the years to prove it out and the benefits of it. And I'm so proud of Ted Juchter, Mark Royce, but our design team, Tom Peters and John Cafaro. Those guys are now retired, but everybody in our system and our propulsion team, who's based here in Pontiac, just an amazing job to come together and make the mid-engine Corvette happen for production and then racing. And so this year was an amazing year. We'll never forget it. Resulted in 6 wins and a championship for the team, for the drivers, Antonio Garcia and Jordan Taylor, and then obviously for the manufacturer, for Chevrolet. So couldn't be prouder, but it's been decades in the making, and we're so proud of the team.
It does. It fulfills almost destiny. It's interesting. It happens in the most unusual year, but one of the things I have to say, Jim, is that the online energy, the audience energy, as I was getting at, it soared, and we had really high traffic numbers. IMSA is one of our primary categories of coverage, along with NASCAR and IndyCar and Formula One, and it did really well this year, despite there not being fans at a lot of the races. And I got to tell you, we believe that just our team, we believe the Corvette's one of the drivers of passion for that sport. You are one of the. We can tell by shares, we can tell by just general interest and commenting on stories about your team and about your car. Your car's entered. And the personality of the team is something, that overall that's defining for the sport. There's I wouldn't call it a swagger, but there's a way about this team that is got a cool factor, The
never give up attitude by that team.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
There is, I literally know all of the team members of the Pratt Miller Corvette racing team. And I could say something, about almost every one of them. But there is a esprit de corps. There is a never give up attitude. There are so many stories of moments where we just had to come together as a team to overcome an issue. You think about what happened in 2015 at Le Mans, where we lost one car in the qualifying, and the car was not recoverable. Thank goodness Jan Magnussen was okay. And what the team did with the remaining car is they rallied behind one car. And having one car at Le Mans is not an easy task to have a chance to get to the top of the podium. And the team did it. But they rallied together, every one of those individuals that was at Le Mans with us. So we love the team at Pratt Miller and what they've accomplished. And not only the championships with, each generation of the car, but you talked about Le Mans and kind of the American spirit that comes from a manufacturer based here competing there, especially Corvette. And the stories and the experiences we've had at Le Mans have just been incredible. And I've had a chance to be there many times with our team. And what you said, the Corvette, it has a following at Le Mans that is even beyond the owners. There are people that have fallen in love with the Corvette. And so that's very special to go there and hear the support the Corvette gets when we compete at Le Mans. And I'm proud of the team in their class. They won it 8 times and had a chance to stand with their drivers on the top of the podium for the GTE Pro category. And when the national anthem plays, it's an amazing moment, and so proud of the team. And what you realize is that having an accomplishment like that is really only the result of competing against the best in the world. And at Le Mans, you compete against the best in the world. The same things for Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Compete against the best in the world. When you win, it's meaningful.
It is meaningful, and I think that a few years back, I think in 2015, I spoke at the FIA Sport Conference, and I said, this is, I think what I said is we're more than the entertainment business. We're in the inspiration business, and that's what I feel about Corvette racing. Corvette racing is truly an inspiring endeavor. It's more than just a race team. It represents more than just a race. It represents our country to the world. And I was sad that we couldn't see Corvette at Le Mans this year. And I do hope you return to Le Mans with Corvette racing, and I do hope you win, just because of who I am and I follow that team. I have one team that I root for. I'm not supposed to root for anybody, but I root for the yellow cars, and they represent me to the world. And tell me about that. Tell me about going back to Le Mans.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very difficult decision. We had competed at Le Mans for, since 2000. So we hadn't missed a year, and we didn't miss, any year, even when we had the economic challenges of 08, 09, 10, we still stayed at it. And this year we had to make a very difficult decision, and having that discussion with the ACO was not an easy one. But given everything that was going on, and the fact that there's just what was going on in the country, what was going on with our company, we literally had none of our factories were running at all. And it was a decision we had to make at the time. It was difficult because we love it, like so many people do love that race, whether they're Corvette fans or not. So our hope is that we have an opportunity to go back again. And so that's our hope. It's a race by invitation. You have to be invited to go. And so our hope is that we'll have that opportunity again. And it would be a very proud moment to be able to compete with the C8R there, a mid-engine Corvette that Zora dreamed of, that Dave McClellan dreamed of, that Tom Wallace dreamed of, and Dave Hill and Tad Structor. And Tad Structor, made it happen. So I'd be very proud, and we all would here at our company at Chevrolet and GM, to compete again at Le Mans.
And since I was very young, I've dreamed of that mid-engine Corvette going to Le Mans too. Yes. So I think that yes, and that is to me, that's one of the greatest success stories of this season. This was that is victory through the darkness, and I think that's it's something that has inspired me and given me joy during the course of this year, and given me hope. And I for many, I think it's the same. At the same time, I want to go to NASCAR for a moment, because you have two eras, one ending and one beginning. And let's talk about Jimmie Johnson. Yeah, what does this mean to you and to everybody in the Chevrolet family that Jimmie is
amazing guy. Jimmie's track record with Chevrolet, people know mainly from NASCAR, but it started well before that. Some know the story, others don't. But her official who did a job similar to the one that I do in the racing side, had an opportunity to go to a number of these off-road truck races, and spotted a guy named Jimmie Johnson, a young driver, and made the connection, made the decision to sign him to be one of our drivers on our off-road truck program at Chevrolet. And that was the beginning of an amazing set of chapters with Jimmie Johnson that went through a number of the off-road series that you're probably familiar with. Mm-hmm. And he did an incredible job. Then he migrated to other series, ASA, then eventually into the Busch series, or now what we call Xfinity. And then he eventually made it to the Cup Series. And so for us, the Cup Series is an amazing accomplishment, 7 championships, all of his race wins. but for Chevrolet, the legacy goes well beyond that. We've known Jimmy since he was a young guy. So the other thing, people sometimes ask me, what's Jimmy Johnson like? He is a first-class guy. He's a delightful guy. He's wonderful. He's an intense competitor. He prepares like nobody that I have seen. He is a driver that in his own way can lead from behind the steering wheel. And the results are incredible. From off-road trucks to ASA to the Busch Series to Cup. And so it was kind of bittersweet to see him with his last race, but we celebrate everything he's done in his career. And he has more aspirations. As you know, he's going to IndyCar. And I believe today I saw the press release. We did announce formally that Jimmy's going to be driving with Action Express and with Gary Nelson and Rick Hendrick, with some amazing lineup of drivers. And so Jimmy Johnson has has raced at Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona a number of times with us. And we cannot wait for him to race in our Cadillac DPI at the end of January.
I can't wait either. It's great watching Jimmy race. And I met Jimmy early on when he was, before he was racing with Chevrolet and before Herb had connected with him. And, you know, I had a great respect for Herb, and Herb's been a big influence on me personally and taught me so much about the business of racing and being forward looking. But that perhaps I think one of the greatest gifts beyond his contributions to safety and thinking outside the box was giving the sport of top level racing Jimmy Johnson, because he's been a terrific champion, and he was great fun. When I first met him, we were connected to a company called No Fear, which made clothing, and we used to race in a parking lot. And one of the highlights of my life was all these drivers would come in, and Jimmy showed up, and he went a little better than some of us because he respected the circumstance and figured out how to be fast and win. But he was terrific as a person. Yes,
first class guy.
And I remember he wanted to be an IndyCar. He wanted to be Rick Mears.
Yes, Rick Mears was a zero.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
So Jimmy was going to test with a number of teams in IndyCar. We gave him permission to test with whoever in the series, because we just respect him so much, and he has a desire to race in IndyCar. And so he had a test set up with Arrow McLaren and a number of other teams. And so then the pandemic hit, and a lot of that kind of it didn't happen. He ended up obviously aligning with Chip Ganassi, and Chip's an amazing guy. We raced with him on the NASCAR side, and we have in the past raced with Chip in IndyCar and had a championship with Scott Dixon in 2015, I believe it was. And so he landed at a good spot. But he's a great guy. I just have one quick story, if I could.
Yeah, please.
Jimmy, we shot a commercial with Jimmy, and it was called My Best Drive. And I don't know if you remember this or not, but we highlighted this. The commercial was 30 seconds, and we had the clip of Jimmy when, I think it was in the Busch Series, when he lost the brakes and literally at 150 miles an hour ran into this massive tire barrier, got out of the car, stood on the roof of the car, and said, I made it. I'm here. Let's go racing. And then he talked about in the off-road truck series some amazing, scary moments. And then he reflected on his best drive was bringing his daughter home in his new Tahoe from the hospital. And so, but just to see those clips of him in his younger days was just amazing. And then he's been a great partner of Chevy's all that time. That's just one commercial we did with him.
No, and I think the thing about Jimmy is he's just, I think, likable, and there's not a hint of arrogance about him and all he's accomplished. He's still very much the person I met, so I'm always surprised. But he seems, he's matured, of course, but he has a humanity and a dignity to him that he respects people and respects his family comes first, and his extended family at Hendrick obviously was a big part of this success.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and I want to talk just briefly there. One of my dreams is to see Jimmy at Le Mans sometime. I think he would.
Okay.
So if you can make that happen, just I'll be on board with that. I'll buy a plane ticket and go watch that. But just
to finish up the NASCAR piece, and I think this is kind of where you might have been going with Chase,
Yeah,
with
well,
the
yeah.
champion. And we have a Chevrolet photographer that goes to the track. Each OEM gets one photographer to go to the track to get shots during the race that we then feed to the crew chiefs. If they think they have damage on a front fender or what have you, we have one photographer that's there. And our photographer at Chevy actually captured one of the shots that was kind of the most popular shot of Jimmy and Chase doing a high five, kind of one car going one way, one the other. It's amazing. It was our Chevy photographer, and I'm so happy he caught the moment because those guys appreciated it, what it meant. And it was an actual and a symbolic passing of the torch. And that's a picture that I'm gonna have it framed. There's no doubt about it. And I want to send one to both those guys because it was a special moment.
It was a special moment. That passing of the torch, we could see it in the energy around Chase Elliott winning this championship. He is an optimistic new dawn for NASCAR, his championship. And with the new cars coming, the rapid movement to make these decisions to embrace more road courses, realign schedule, bring out the next gen car, look at the hybrids, just so many things happening at once in rapid fire in NASCAR, not the NASCAR I grew up with. But I'm optimistic, and we've seen our NASCAR audience energy and audience growth and social media sharing. And I used a phrase earlier when I was talking to Mark Rushbrook. I was like, somebody hit NASCAR with defibrillator paddles somewhere early in the year, and it like, boom, and it came alive. Like, it's alive. And all of a sudden there's energy there, and we see it in our metrics.
That's great.
And I think that also people not being able to go to a racetrack like they normally, it makes them realize what they've lost.
Right. It's a great point.
Yeah, but you have, a lot of young talent coming through, and you had success in, Xfinity this year and in the Gander Truck Series. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. I mean, no doubt it was, we obviously have a long history in NASCAR. In the past few years, we've had some challenges in the Cup side. There's no doubt about it, and for a number of reasons. But this year was really great. We had obviously the Drivers' Championship in the Truck Series. That was fantastic. Manufacturers' Championship there. The Xfinity race, came down to Justin Allgaier and Cindric. An amazing final lap. Could have gone either way. Obviously, Austin won that, did a great job. Justin, had a shot at it, but we did win the Xfinity Championship, Manufacturers Championship. And then the Cup Series, it was, Chase, came on really strong here at the end of the season and won the couple key races. And in racing, in the end, that's what you have to do. You have to win when it matters. And he did that, obviously, at Martinsville with an incredible, back against the wall win. And then went into Phoenix. And I mean, those three drivers he was racing against they're pretty incredible with Joey and Brad and Denny. And I'll tell you, I'm so proud of Chase and Alan Gustafson, everybody at Hendrick that prepared the cars, prepared the race strategy, executed the race. He had speed. He drove from, as you saw, from the back of the field to the front. Led a lot of laps, but believe me, the 2 and the 22 were swinging away, and the 11, 11 always is got the ability to drive up to the front. So I'm really proud of what they did, and he hardly put a wheel wrong. There was only one moment during the race where Chase was leading. He pitted a lap before Logano. Mm-hmm. And so then Logano came in, I think the lap or two after, and came out ahead of Chase. We're like, what happened? And that was the only moment in the whole race where that obviously in the back half of the race, at least that we had to climb back again, and he did. He got by the 2 and went on to win it. So Chase Elliott is incredible. And here's another quick story, if you don't mind. I had a chance. I was working at Chevrolet. This is probably 10 years ago, and working in the division, running our division at Chevy. And I was on Saturday preparing for a big dealer meeting where we're going to show them a lot of our new cars and crossovers and trucks. And so we're preparing kind of our messaging and all that. And I got a call from Rick Hendrick on a Saturday afternoon, about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. And he says, "Hey, I just signed a 14-year-old by the name of Chase Elliott." I said, 14. First of all, I knew Chase Elliott. I knew the Elliott name. I didn't necessarily know Chase. And he said, 14. So tell me a little bit about him. So he told me about him. And, you know, he was showing great potential. And Rick made the call, as Rick does often, to sign him at 14. So here we are, you know, it's, you know, almost 10 years later, and he wins a championship. He obviously won an Xfinity championship along the way. So just an amazing moment, and it's been really fun to watch him grow along the way.
And you know, the thing he's grown as well is there's something about that family that you know, they represent the fan base really well. The fan base looks to them and say that this is me, this is who I am, this is what I believe in, and the energization of just his personal, you know, he had his own set of defibrillators too at the end of the season. He did, you know, and it's like, all right, okay, you know, I can worry a little less about all that now. That seems like it's kind of going the right direction. And the thing that I think that, you know, it's all about people, and it truly is. And, you know, losing somebody like Jimmy to go off to do something else, well, it's a renewal, racing's renewal. And, you know, and I think it's a good segue. You've got NHRA, which you're synonymous with NHRA. And I just want to talk a little bit about what you got going on.
Yeah, NHRA, this past year, Erica Enders, as you know, in the pro stock area, so we got some people coming in the building here. Erica Enders won her fourth pro stock championship. And so that was amazing. The first time a woman has won 4 championships in NHRA, Erica Enders did it. She's an amazing racer, completely focused. She knows how to lead a team, and absolutely a great job. And obviously in the stock eliminator or the factory showdown category, we had a Copo Camaro driver win the championship there. That was awesome. And then we're looking forward to having the John Force Racing back next year in Top Fuel and Funny Car. We missed them. I think the series missed them.
We missed him too.
And we're looking forward to having him back, along with all of the racers, Robert Hyde and Austin Prock and Brittany. So they're great partners.
Yes, and you know, one of the things we talked about earlier is that NHRA is where women first became championship caliber, you know, winning competitors, which you know, it's on our agenda. This is an agenda we shared first with Herb Fischel, I think, in 1994. We had items on the racer agenda, but women are equal in every way to men, and especially in racing. You know, I think the sport would grow exponentially if women were directly competitive. And your thoughts on that? You have a female champion there that's 4 times over, really a star. What do you see for women in motorsport going forward?
Yeah, listen, no question. Obviously, Erica Enders, Brittany Force also won a championship, and that was an amazing. The way she won that championship was incredible. And as it always comes down to the last race in our sport, her team working together delivered when it mattered the most. And so she brought another championship to John Force Racing and added one to Chevrolet. So we couldn't have been prouder of that. But absolutely, we need more women in racing. And when I say in racing, not only behind the wheel, engineers, race strategists, you know, designers, working in the shop, those kinds of things. So there's no doubt we need that, and we need it in every one of our sports. There's no doubt about it. We've had some success when we first came back in IndyCar. There were 3 women that were in the sport, and that has you know, dwindled. We've got to come back and have more women in our sport. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, IndyCar's less for not having women competitors and women team ownership. Everything, it needs it. And I think that, you know, I just think you're in the automotive business. You know, what is the impact of women in purchase decision for automobiles? And
it's 80%. It's 80% of the decisions are made by or influenced by women. And then in our company, our CEO, Mary Barra, leads the entire company. There's so many talented women in our company that are leading critical areas of our business. So, and I have a niece who is 15. I want her to have people to in our sport to look towards as potential role models, whether it's behind the wheel or an engineer or strategist or somebody, helping manage a team or market a team. So that's what I'd like to see more of for sure.
I'm with you, Jim. And, I know that's how you are. And I think that this is just the greatest single opportunity to exponentially grow the sport.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
And I want to talk a little bit about Cadillac too. We've got Cadillac is, Chip Ganassi's team's going to be running a Cadillac.
I know it's great. We have we've had a great run with Cadillac in the IMSA series in DPI. It's been great. Now this past year we didn't win the championships, but our teams, I'm so proud of them. And think about Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. We've had a lot of success there. 4 out of the past 5 years. Number of championships since we've returned. Didn't earn one this year, with the exception of the Endurance Cup, which was won by Wayne Taylor. Which proud of that, but we want to go for the Manufacturers Championships and the Drivers Championships for sure. So we just announced Chip Ganassi, who we know well. We've raced with him, obviously in NASCAR for a long time. Had several years in IndyCar with him. He is an amazing team owner, and so we did create a program with him, and they're going to debut in January this year with a great lineup of drivers. So I couldn't be prouder. And you saw that Kevin Magnussen's going to join from F1, and of course we know Kevin because we knew him when he was a young boy, the son of Jan Magnussen, who was one of our most successful Corvette racers. So can't wait to see Chip Ganassi racing on the track with Cadillac.
And we're going to see each other probably next month with our masks on.
Yes.
And I want to talk a little bit about what's going on. We touched on IndyCar, but what the greatest audience energy we've seen has been in IndyCar this year, and really last year. We've seen crazy growth in audience and our digital and sharing and so on and so forth. And it's just, there's something going on there. We can see it in metrics. And we've had the adoption of the Aero Screen. We had a very competitive season. You guys were right down to the wire, for team and driver championships, and just you were in the hunt all the way through. We've got another, you signed up for the next era of.
We did.
Yeah. Tell us what drove that decision, and share with us what you think about what's happened with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the series under Rogers' control.
Well, you probably know the story. You know where I'm going to go. I mean, for Chevrolet, Indianapolis is pretty special. I mean, it's Louis Chevrolet, the co-founder of our company. Him and his brothers raced at Indy. And so when we go to Indy, it feels more like a home track just because of that.
Yeah.
And so Chevrolet's had a lot of involvement over the years, a lot of success in Indy in the series and at the 500. And we love the racing. We absolutely love the racing. And we see the growth that's happening in IndyCar. We rejoined the series in 2012. We won a whole number of manufacturers and drivers championships. 4 Indy 500 since we have returned. I think a total of 16 since we've been in the sport. So it's been really exciting to be in that in the IndyCar series. In every series there's a special race. The Indianapolis 500 is one of the most special in the entire world. Period. It's the pre-race. It's the intense competition. It's the if you win it. It means everything. If you come in second or worse, you're devastated for a year. And so we love the racing there. And so obviously, a lot of confidence in Mark Miles and Jay Fry. Roger Penske obviously, owns the series now and the Speedway, and Bud Denker. The list goes on. We have a lot of confidence in them in terms of building that series. And we've been looking at making the commitment for the next engine cycle, which is a 2.4 liter direct injected twin turbo. And we did make the commitment and announced it. We announced it actually together with Honda. And I said this earlier, when you win big races, part of the reason why it's meaningful is you beat incredible competition, and you don't win every year. So when you win, it's a special thing. And so whether we're racing Honda or Ford or Toyota or Ferrari or Porsche or BMW, depending on the series we're in, it's meaningful. So we actually announced it together. Mark Royce came down and made the announcement, and the folks from Honda were there. And so it was actually a great statement of confidence for the IndyCar series by a couple of manufacturers that have a lot of history in that sport.
Well, as someone who's devoted to the Indy 500 and the Indy 500 and IndyCars fueled my passion for the entire time I've been interested in the sport. Thank you. And I was at the original announcement at the SEMA show when her official, back in 1986 or 85. It was a long time ago. And to me, that was the beginning of this modern era of IndyCar racing. That was when it clicked into being a real thing that had all this going for it. But, we're nearly to the end of our time, but I just want to have one last question for you. When you've looked at everything you've done in this sport, what is the most significant memory and the thing that you value the most out of the entire time you've been working in motorsport?
That is a tough question. There's so many. They happen literally every week in racing.
Mm-hmm.
And any weekend we're racing, we may be racing in 3, 4, 5 different places somewhere in the country or around the world. And so for me, the teamwork and the ability to overcome problems, obstacles, failures, and then climb back up, get in a groove, get the trajectory of a car, a team, a driver going the right way, and then get back in the winner's circle, get back to the top of the podium. To me, those are the moments, the whole process of that. And it cycles. When you're on top, you are working like crazy to stay there and keep the momentum. When you're not, you feel the responsibility to dig in and figure out root cause, why not, and then fix it fast. So for me, those experiences happen, throughout the season. There are certainly special moments at some of those races we talked about, whether it's Daytona 500 or the Indianapolis 500 or the 24 Hours Le Mans, that I will never forget. But for me, in every instance, I think about it and I think about the teams that were involved and what it took to get on top. And then importantly in racing, there's only one winner every weekend in a race. So that means there's a lot of people didn't win. And so your ability to handle not winning by focusing the energy forward to the positive, to how to fix it and how to get back on top, that cycle is a must in racing. And that process, I love it. I love it.
You, sir, are a racer. There's no cure for that, by the way.
We'll figure it out.
That is a great answer, actually.
You are too, a racer.
Yes, and that was very inspiring. And back to my quote, we're in the inspiration business, and you, sir, inspire me, and the things you do and the people you work with are inspiring to me. And thank you for the friendship you've shown our company and my team over the years, and the respect you've shown us. I really appreciated it.
Paul, you're a friend of the industry. When we have questions, we often call you. I've done it many times to learn. We'll continue to do it. So thank you for holding this forum over the week, having me here. I'm here representing our team. It is about the team. There's so many people that help us do what we do every day. And so thank you for letting me represent everybody at Chevrolet, Cadillac, and General Motors here. And thanks for hosting this forum. It's great to be with you.
And thank you for being what I wanted you to be, which was the final word on our sport. And you summed it up beautifully. Actually, your comments here at the very end were probably the most appropriate words we could close this spectacular week with. And the people that have come on screen here, I'm also in awe of. They've been part of our extended family and team all week long, and it was an honor to work with them. And they know how excited I was when you said yes. Because I just know your passion is going to come to the surface here, and we're all going to feel it. And thank you very much, Jim, for putting the exclamation on the end of the sentence, Online Race Industry Week, ! Powered by Jim Campbell.
Hey, thank you for having us on. We can't wait to go racing in 2021. We're weeks away.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see you at a racetrack soon, and
I hope so.
good luck to you in the yellow cars.
There we go. Mid-engine yellow cars. Thank you so much, Paul.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jim.
Bye-bye. Thank you all.
Well, Paul, what a week.
Yeah, that didn't suck.
That's for sure, it did not. You know, if you look back, we started Monday morning at 6:45 here in Los Angeles with Mr. Roger Penske. And it is 5 p.m. here again in Los Angeles, and we just ended Online Race Industry Week with Jim Campbell, Mr. Chevrolet, racing, at Chevrolet. So in between, we had 5 incredible days, 55 hours of live technical and business webinars, 150 something race industry leaders from around the world participating, and I think we had over 110 countries represented in attendance. As you said, after Jim Campbell, you can put the exclamation point. I mean, that's really the best way to.
Well, leave it to Jim to sum it up so perfectly. He basically, you could write a song based on what he said. That's the anthem of racing, and I think that I felt it, and I felt too, and we talked about it. All of us have that. Being with all these people that energize us and, make us love what we do has been a real privilege. And your vision, all of you, for coming up with this idea. And, Judy, I've just got to say, your ability to bring everybody together, you are just magic. I watch you work here, and it's stunning.
I think I've just been doing this a long time.
You sure have, but you've earned a lot of trust and respect. And John, I can tell you can make the driest subject interesting. I thought, I'm not going to watch this. I'm just going to work. And then I realized I was going to write an email, and I haven't, because I've been sitting there watching something I didn't think I cared about for 45 minutes. And I thought, that's interesting.
John,
you might.
And thank you very much. I enjoy it. And, you come into this industry and it takes a couple of weeks to figure out what's going on. And basically coming into the racing industry, everybody's smarter about racing than I am. So the race engine builders know more than I do. The race car builders know more than I do. The parts manufacturers know more than I do. And I just have always had just a great respect how they just don't stop innovating, and just for the kind of people they are. And it took me a couple of weeks in the racing industry to tell myself, okay, I'm someplace really special when it comes to the people. And then just the fun of watching the innovation over the years. I'm just engaged.
Me too. So what are we going to do next week, everybody?
I don't know. But, I just want to say I'm truly so proud of all our supplier friends that are stepping out of their comfort zone and doing this webinar. And it's new. It's new to all of us.
They did great, Judy. They did.
And our hosts were so gracious and just walked them through and made them feel at ease. So, so appreciative.
Well, one of the things I was thinking about, and I watched so many of these just to kind of get a sense of what was happening all the way through, and I realized all these products are content. There's a story behind the product. There's a passion behind how they were created. There's a sensibility about what the audience or the customer wants. It's really interesting. And buying ads is great too, but telling your story is so important. I mean, we live in the era where it's possible for you to tell your story in a human way where people care. And getting people to care is the first step to getting them to want something, I think. And that's what we saw a lot of here. It was a very interesting exercise. And I think the other thing that I think this was a campfire for the culture. We all gathered around this campfire and realized we're going to be okay. We're going to be great. And we're going to come out of this strong and better for the experience we've just been through. And I can't thank you all enough for just the courage and the commitment it took. You're racers too. You know, you went out there and you solved a big problem for the entire industry by doing this. You gave it a voice.
You said it perfectly, Paul. I think really what we wanted to do originally, and that goes back to the spring with the ePortrait Live Tech webinars, was to bring people live, tell the story, you know, and demystify this fear of online and virtual and blah, blah, blah. No, this is about engaging, about being with each other, about sharing your storytelling. I mean, we had some incredible live demos during the week. I mean, you know, seeing what you can do with just being a little bit clever. And we saw it again this morning with Edge Welding. Miller for the first time was doing like, you know, welding with his camera, the zoom, and it was fascinating, you know. Joe from HMS did product introduction, explained all it. So there's so much things we can do. And I'm so glad that the industry really embraced our efforts. And it feels like, as you said, we feel like we're all together, you know, talking the entire week. And we're going to be so sad on Monday morning.
It's been great. Can I step in? It's been so great to see people use the chat button, ask about being a distributor. It's been great seeing people go on the platform and connect to suppliers while this is going on. I even had companies call me this morning saying they've been getting phone calls and hits are going up. It's really been remarkable.
And by the way, they've been put in the chat, they've been asking for you to host rather than all of us. So it's been a pretty constant thing. I just want to point that out. So, so you know.
I'm not sure about that, but.
Yeah, I think it probably would be better. But here's the thing that I also, you know, when I'm done with this, I'm driving home and I go back into the real world and it's kind of boring, you know, because it feels like we go into this world, we're all together. And that was one of the first things you said, we're all together. We want to be all together. And very few people in our culture, in the motorsports culture, could have done this. I'm glad to be looking at the people who did this. You did us all a favor. You reminded us that, you know, we're a greater family with a common good and a common cause, that we can go forward and take our sport out of this darkness. And we have lessons to teach the world and how we go about things. Jim was talking about that at the end. We see our sanctioning bodies. You know, I can't say enough about all these sanctioning groups that solve massive problems. And we had some of them on. You know, I think our great omission here is we did not have leadership from NASCAR. We have to correct that. And to me, NASCAR were among the greatest heroes of this pandemic era, not just for racing, but for all of sports.
We wrote NASCAR a big thank you. And actually, all of racing around the world owes NASCAR a big thank you.
All of sports.
I've spoken to them, and they really were teaching other sports how to go about this. So
they did, and again, back to being in the inspiration business, what they did was truly inspiring, and it comes back to what racers do. And we deal with mortal risk. We deal with catastrophic failure that are possible in a high stress environment like racing. And the way the NASCAR, IMSA, IndyCar, NHRA, everybody that we could think of, World of Outlaws, staggering number of events, you know, just keep going. And how everybody figured out these really complex problems that few could manage. Racers figured it all out. But to see those cars roll when NASCAR came back that first time, that was when our livelihoods and our world came back. And, you know, I will remember this as a turning point in the history of our sport. I think we all have to realize the power we have and as a sport, and also realize how committed the audience is. Without the audience, we don't have a business probably to do all the things we do. It's not just people making cars, selling components and parts. The whole thing works because people care. And I'm really blown away by how much they cared this year.
And not only they care, but they want to make it happen, Paul. Okay?
Yeah,
I mean, look at the example. It is 8 p.m. right now for Jim. Okay? Zach and his Lovell working for big gigantic companies like he is on a Friday evening at 8 p.m. God, you can't even reach them. Jim is right there working and giving his time to the industry. Think of now this morning last Friday in the middle of Thanksgiving weekend says, I'm available. Let's do a quick Zoom test to make sure everything works. A Friday morning, 8 a.m. and Bobby was up and running in his office. Think of all these people that gave their time this week to be with us. So yes, we put the event together. Yes, we kind of like, or the cement, or however you call that, excuse my French, but that basically, made it happen. But everyone that came on, every speaker was vested, put his energy or her energy into it, put everything, they care about this industry, they put their passion, their energy into it, and they make it work. And all the attendees, we have people, again, watching us from around the world that stay up late or work up early just to be part of this, to watch this. And we receive it. I mean, I can't tell you how many emails and thank you and all this. And we all receive a lot of people say, I missed it. How can I? So each and every one of you, next week, all the videos will be released and will be on racer.com, on ePortrait.com. We'll send you a quick invite. So just give us a little time, because we are recording each day at a time. So you can imagine the amount of data. Then we have to cut, edit, and put everything together. But we will release all these videos as we always do. So if you miss a session, it will be available, and we're going to do a lot more of those, right, Paul?
Yes, we are. And I think, one of the things we'll do too is we'll break these into individual stories and releases through our social media. We have more than 500,000 social media followers. We're getting between 700 and 800,000 people a month coming to our website. We're also extend by another probably 300,000 out into Apple News and Google News. So these will be seen by a lot of people. I want people to be seduced by our industry and the people in it. I want more people to want to be among us. And this has been, remember, this is the gift that keeps on giving, what we did here this week.
Hey, can I step in, Paul?
Yeah.
Let's not forget to thank our 5 big sponsors here. ETS Racing Fuels, Full Race Distributor powered by Borg Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shocks, and AEM Performance, because without them, we could not have done this.
I absolutely agree. And these companies are excellent companies at the foundation of our sport. And they also delivered really nice video assets that were a pleasure to look at. And they also did a very good job in their panel discussions too. So I also want to mention, just on a personal level, you worked with our team, and our associate publisher, Bruce Kukuk, was on this project from our end, making so much happen and really energized by it. And I want to thank you, Bruce. I know you've watched a lot of this, and I know you put your heart into helping out. And John Chambers, our director of, our global client director, he deals with the world for us, based in London. John was directly involved in all this as well and worked very hard. Our sales team, Raylan Stokes, Debbie Brand, and Rick Bisbee worked hard. Our web team, led by Mark Lendenning, Andrew Krask, Steve Nicholas, supported by Victor Uribe, who handles our digital operations. Everybody was in. They were trying very hard to work, and there's still much more work to do. But this was a really big idea.
Yes.
And
did it for the industry.
You did, but I also have to say it was done with people who had big hearts on your end, and it wasn't a big decision, as you know. It was easy to say yes, and one, because I just like hanging out with the three of you. So
that was fun.
It was fun. Yeah,
Paul. I mean, we would not have let you say no. I was committed, and I'm glad you gave us less than half a second, and that was it. But if we do it, we have to do it with Paul, and there was no hesitation.
You have great oversight, and you're very colorful with your words.
Thank you, and I'm not swearing when I use my words too.
I am sorry sometimes.
No, I have these wonderful teenage daughters who prevent that. They don't like hearing it. So, but the last thought I have to offer here is that, when I think about where you started just 2 years ago and where the world's moved since that 2 years, You know, I think about the video we did. I mentioned it today when talking to Mark Rushbrook. We did a video with our great producer friend Rick Graves and our studio work for Tesla when they were going to launch the Model S. We had the prototype. So we had to interview, this is in 2009, I think it was, 2009-ish, 2008. And he made a comment of, you don't, you know, the old hockey thing, you don't skate to where the puck is, you skate to where the puck's going to be. You were doing this all the way through this, and you were anticipating where the world was moving. It was accelerated by the pandemic. But I think what you've done is help show the world of motorsport that the puck's out there. We got to keep skating toward it, keep up with it. So that's the thing that I'm so impressed with. And we're in a world of racing where what's next really matters. We live for what's next. That's a lot of what you have on your platform. And this week, you're what's next.
And actually, Doug Stokes right there. What's next? What's the next one? What are we doing on Monday? So again, we will share with all of you every single webinar. The ePortrait Live Tech webinar will resume beginning of January. We are going to take a little break so John Kilroy can take a little rest, and we'll go back to our weekly webinar.
We already have a lineup.
Yes, and then we're going to come up with a lot more things to do with Paul, and so we can't announce it yet because it's, but you can imagine what's going to be, you know, after what just happened this week. So Online Race Industry Week could become Online Race Industry Month, while Online Race Industry Year or Online Race Industry Decade. You know, who knows? Who knows?
We're just going to build a
Slow down.
We're going to build a replica of all of us that just is like remember the Lincoln that was at Disneyland that would say the same speech over and over again. We'll get one of those. But it's been an honor and a pleasure to work with all of you and get some rest this weekend. And the race starts again on Monday.
Thank you. And
we're grateful to you, Paul.
I'd like to add it to John Kilroy, who always come with the word of wisdom to close this absolute wonderful week. So John, on to you.
Thank you, Francisque. And I do want to kind of be frank. If we just announced the Paul, Judy, Francisque, and John show is going to be on for a week, our attendance would have not been what it was. So we owe thank yous in all different directions. We're not actually the stars of the show. The stars of the show, starting with the race technology that's on ePortrait. And when I say the race technology, we can trace it all the way back to people, as we saw in Online Race Industry Week. We saw the people who invented it, and we saw the people bring out the new part like it was their newborn child and say, look at this thing, look at what we're bringing you. And so we thank we call them pro account suppliers on ePortrait, and they went and built out showcases on ePortrait because they want to communicate to the buyers as fully and as extensively as they can. And we want to thank them. We want to thank all the industry leaders that when we called them up for a first time event, some heavy duty figures, and you may never have heard of Online Race Industry Week, but we want you to star in it. And they said, yeah, we got to do this. So thank you. And then thank you to everybody in attendance. So there's people out there, and I think this audience is a very special audience because there's a first wave to everything. And that first wave group of people, oftentimes, they're just the movers and shakers in the industry. So that first wave, thank you for bringing the wave here in Online Race Industry Week. That was a big deal to us. So we know we're not the star attractions, we're the facilitators. And thank you all. Thank you, racing industry. Some of my favorite moments from this week was I have as top of the list, hello from Paraguay. I just loved hello from Paraguay. And Francisque and I have traveled around the world trying to get people to pay attention to what we're doing. So hello from Paraguay meant a lot to me. And then the idea that, okay, we have the year of the pandemic, and we kind of all become used to saying the year of the pandemic. Imagine getting used to saying the year of the vaccine.
Yeah.
And so the year of the vaccine is coming up, and what does all that mean? I think people are going to be out and about for like the next 10 years, and they're not going to want to go home. They're not going to sit in front of their television sets. They're going to want to go to events. They're going to want to be with each other. And we have to see this as a window of opportunity. And the window of opportunity isn't just a window, like a window in your house. It's not fixed. The window of opportunity goes like that. And you jump through it as it's moving. We got to jump through it. And again, another thing I wrote down, Chris Grainer of Speed Sport News live streaming program, he said it's time for moonshots. And so I think we kind of heard that's coming together for 2021. And that's a thought I'll carry deep into next year. It's time for moonshots.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
You always have the nicest words.
Thank you.
You.
And then the other thing I wrote down is a racing industry cable TV network. And so it's kind of like we experienced that for the first time. And I'm not saying this is a pat on our back, but God, I enjoyed the hell out of just watching. I enjoyed, like when I go to race, I'm a fan, and online race industry week, I was often just a viewer, and I just was digging it, you know? And then when it comes time to people like Mark Rushbrook and Jim Campbell, and I know those two probably don't want to ever be mentioned in the same sentence, and I apologize for doing that.
They do. They like each other, of course.
You know, sometimes I've had some dark feelings about the people who run the car companies, and somehow I don't know for sure their approach to racing. But to talk to Jim and Mark for an hour, it's like those guys are racers. They love the challenge. They hate the heartbreak. They love the glory. I mean, they're in it like everybody else. They're in it to win it, and they're ready to suffer, but they're ready to work hard. They're ready to innovate. They're ready to take risks. They appreciate the people who get you there. The people who get you there aren't going to be the clock watchers. The people who get you there, and even though those are gigantic organizations, still the people who get you there are just like racers. And if something's not working, it doesn't matter what the clock says. You just keep working and you get it done. So it was really wonderful watching race industry cable TV this week. And then finally, I think we're all kind of is demonstrated to us how so much of the innovation in racing, you know, a long time ago, Garlitz took a supercharger off a truck and put on his dragster, and he woke everybody up to, oh, what's Garlitz doing? You can put a supercharger on your car, and how does that work? But it shifted from the racers doing that kind of thing, and the racers on the dry lakes doing that kind of thing, the racers on some of the newborn drag strips, to where there was this aftermarket that grew up, and the aftermarket hired engineers, and the aftermarket innovated. So much of the innovation in racing is coming out of these little companies that appeared on Online Race Industry Week. And we saw that firsthand, and it was just great to experience. Francis?
Well, I mean, John, you said it beautifully. So I think I don't want to end it.
One more
thing. To continue. I'm like, oh my God, am I responsible for this? If I press end, this is it. So,
one more thing I want to point out is that Paul and the Racer team have worked magically to put together a portal for racing from a lot of different people, a lot of different, well, millions of people, you know, throughout the year, whatever, 600 million. And a lot of them are members of the racing industry. So I think there's a lot of people like me. I wake up in the morning, I have my cup of coffee, and within about 5 minutes, I'm at racer.com. And I've picked that up, that Racer has a strong following amongst the racing industry. And I just want to make sure everybody knows that, because I think there's a lot of people, decision makers in the racing business, who within 5 minutes of their first cup of coffee, they're at racer.com as well.
Yeah, I know, because they call me complaining about something. But I want to tell you another thing too, is one thing that came up yesterday was that in our media panel, you know, the people that were on that panel, we're all the same team. You know, I talked to Ralph today, you know, Ralph's my friend, and he has a media company that's in the space with us, but I go to Speed Sport too in the morning. I love what they do. I love the people they have writing. And Speed Sport's been, I've mentioned since I was 9, I've read Speed Sport, and when it wasn't being published, there was a disruption in the force. You know, I could feel it. My life was less happy because I looked forward to the content generated by that brand. And I think that what we came away with, and we made the comment, we are all stronger together. And if we respect racers, respect other racers. And let's respect the people that are in our industry. We've been through a time of division and finger pointing and grievance and blaming and all these other things. Racers don't have time for that. Like Mike Hull told me once when I was making excuses, racing is truth. You know, either you can do it or you can't. Either you showed up on time or you didn't. Either you drove ahead of time doesn't lie. You beat someone or you didn't. And that's what I love about racing. And that's what I love about the people in racing. They understand this, and we are all together in, I like our alternate universe compared to the rest of the world. Sometimes I don't like to go back. Sometimes I come out of a racetrack and I go, oh God, this. And I go back into the racetrack. Oh, this is nice. So I think that we have a special culture and community of people we live with and work with. And it's never boring. I talked to one of my friends, dear friend, who's an engine builder today. And we were just talking about how nice it is to be able to connect with people we love and care about and spend time with. Our customers are our friends, and we're in it with them, and we did all come together. And I want to thank all of you again. That one of the best experiences of my professional life was doing this. And
yeah, me too.
You know, and when I started at age 17 forging credentials to get into Ontario Motor Speedway, I never would think I would live in the future doing this with all of you. So what an honor.
Works both ways.
All the same.
So thank you, each and every one of you. It is time to end the first annual Online Race Industry Week. Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye. That was fun.
Bye.